How long does it take to reclaim a lost kingdom? Imagine a conflict so prolonged, so entwined with religious fervor, shifting alliances and political ambition, that it spanned nearly 8 centuries. In fact, it is the longest sustained military campaign in European history. The Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, lasting from the dramatic Muslim conquest of Visigothic Spain in 711 until the symbolic surrender of Granada in 1492. But this period is not just about the sieges, the battles, the shifting borders. It was also an extraordinary epic of cultural interaction, profound transformation, and ideological struggle. And within all of this, the modern identity of Spain was shaped. Armies marched, fought, died. Dynasties rose and fell. Legends like El Cid emerged, and the mighty Caliphate of Cordoba flourished and fragmented. But beneath these events lay a lot deeper currents: religious zeal, the fervor for the Crusades, and pragmatic diplomacy, all coming together to make this a truly unforgettable saga. So come with me today, and we'll talk about the incredible breadth and depth of the Reconquista, from the initial resistance in the Asturian mountains to the final surrender. And along the way, we'll try and unpack a few myths and realities of one of history's most fascinating chapters. But where are my manners? Welcome to the channel. Good to see you all. If you are returning, good to see you again. If you are new to the channel, then I invite you to hit the subscribe button and leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, this video is completely ad-free, thanks to the generous support of the YouTube members, Patreon members, and those who chose to donate. If you would like to join the prestigious club, well, you'll find where to go in the pinned comment and the description of the video. But let's all get nice and relaxed now, and we can begin at the fall of Visigothic Spain. It is the early 8th century, and the medieval Iberian world was completely upended. In 711, an army of the Umayyad Caliphate crossed from North Africa and defeated the Visigothic king Roderick, a moment immortalized as the fall of the Visigothic kingdom. Muslim forces, led by commanders like Tariq ibn Ziyad and Musa ibn Nusayr, swiftly overran most of the Iberian Peninsula. The Visigoths barely stood a chance. Within mere 7 years, by 718, nearly the entire peninsula was under Muslim control, with only a few small mountainous corners in the north remaining unconquered. This rapid conquest was facilitated not only by the invaders' military skill, but also by the internal strife among the Visigothic nobility. Infighting never helps. Well, some locals chose accommodation over resistance. For example, the Christian Lord Theodemir negotiated the Treaty of 713, securing peace and autonomy in exchange for tribute. Under this pact, Theodemir's people were promised safety, their property and churches left unharmed, and ultimately freedom of worship. All they had to do was pay the annual tribute: gold, grain, wine, and oil. And so we can see, by such terms, show that the initial Muslim rule, later known as Al-Andalus, often governed through pragmatic tolerance and local arrangements, rather than sheer repression. But even as most of Iberia fell under Umayyad rule, pockets of Christian resistance coalesced in the northern highlands. In the rugged Asturias region, a former Visigothic noble named Pelagius also by some reckoning, famously refused to submit to the new rulers. According to later chronicles, when a Muslim force accompanied by an apostate bishop tracked Pelayo to a mountain cave at Covadonga, the Asturian leader defiantly declared that he would never align with the Arabs, invoking a striking metaphor. Have you not known that the Church of God is comparable to the moon, which, though it may wane, always renews itself? The tiny band of Pelayo, sheltered in the cave of Covadonga, managed to ambush and rout the superior Muslim force around 722. The Battle of Covadonga, while small in scale, carried enormous weight symbolically. You see, it guaranteed the survival of a Christian foothold in northern Spain, and was later hailed as the miraculous beginning of the Reconquista. Now, let's think about it. 722. So we're claiming that the reconquest of Spain by the Christians began 11 years after it fell. Well, in reality, at the time it likely seemed a minor skirmish, and early Muslim chroniclers barely mention it, but in the Christian mind, it would enshrine Covadonga as the first triumph, the sparks that would set off the reconquest. And so, from the seed of resistance grew the kingdom of Asturias, led by Pelayo and his victorious successors. They claimed continuity with the fallen Visigothic realm, styling themselves as rightful Christian rulers of Spain. And by the late 9th century, an almost irredentist ideology had emerged in the Asturian writings, the anonymous Chronica Prophetica, 883-84, explicitly linked the Asturian kingdom to the old Visigoths, and stressed a providential mission to drive out the Muslims and restore the lost territories. But hold your horses. Even though medieval Spaniards did not yet use the term Reconquista, we can see the early formation of the idea. The notion that the Christian princes were not merely fighting for survival, but for a more general restoration of Christian Hispania that had been usurped in 711. I didn't want to say 711, but 711, it's all okay. Anyway, still, this was a retrospective justification. In the 700s and 800s, daily reality was less about grand ideology, and a fair bit more about securing mountain strongholds, and at the end of the day, just surviving. As for the Christian North, well, that was fragmented and weak. The new Muslim province of Al-Andalus, with its capital at Cordova, was becoming a world of astonishing wealth and sophistication. Take a look over to the northeast. In the Pyrenees, the Frankish Empire under Charlemagne also cast its gaze on Muslim Spain. In 778, Charlemagne answered a plea to intervene in a quarrel among Muslim lords in the Ebro Valley. He led his Frankish army into Iberia, an early instance of an outside Christian power engaging in the peninsula. But the campaign did not go as planned. Charlemagne, he found himself turning back before capturing Zaragoza. And as his army withdrew through the Pyrenees, it suffered a famous disaster. Basque mountaineers ambushed and annihilated his rear guard at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass. This encounter between the Christian Franks and the indigenous Basques had nothing to do with Islam. You see, the Basques, they were likely motivated by revenge for Charlemagne's ravaging of their land. Yet, in later legend, the skirmish was transformed into a heroic epic of Christianity versus Islam. The Song of Roland. I'm sure you've heard of it. An 11th century French epic. It depicts Charlemagne's rear guard led by the valiant Roland, attacked by a massive horde of Saracens. Over time, history has romanticized into a bit of a myth. It's one of the first myths that we'll be talking about here. The Basque ambushers, who were mostly Christian or pagan, were replaced by 400,000 Saracens, turning Roland's last stand into a proto-crusade of Christian martyrs against Islam. This legend, wildly divergent from reality, nonetheless inspired generations of Christian knights and fed the crusading spirit that later intertwined with the Spanish Reconquista. But the reality on the ground in the 8th century, however, was that Christian, Muslim, and Basque forces all jockeyed for power, and in rather complex ways too, forging alliances across lines of different faiths as often as fighting wars of religion. By the 9th century, the map of Iberia had well and truly settled into a Muslim south and center, and a Christian north that was slowly consolidating. The Emirate and later Caliph of Cordova, as Al-Andalus was known, became one of the most powerful states in Western Europe. Under Abd al-Rahman III, who in 929 proclaimed himself Caliph, Cordova reached a zenith of unity and cultural fluorescence. The caliphal court was renowned for its learning, architecture, and prosperity, a jewel of the Islamic world. And this dominance meant that for much of the 9th and 10th centuries, the Christian principalities in the north, Asturias morphing into the kingdom of Leon, Navarre in Pamplona, and the Catalan counties in the northeast, remained on the defensive, or at least preoccupied with their own internal growth. Open warfare was intermittent, often punctuated by long periods of truce, tribute payment, and even alliances here and there. As a matter of fact, for the majority of the 700-plus years of Islamic rule in Iberia, outright war between Christians and Muslims was not really a constant thing. It was more often than not that coexistence and cautious peace were the norm. Frontiers were porous, and cultural and economic exchanges continued even amid the hostilities. I'll give you an example. Christian kings sometimes fought along Muslim allies against rival Christian lords, and vice versa. This era defies any simple us versus them narrative. It's not like it's being rewritten like the Song of Roland was. And that is a critical nuance of this entire period that is, well, it's often lost in the later Reconquista mythology. Well, it is what it is. It's important that we mention it. We can't just look at this like a good guy versus bad guy sort of thing. It's not a movie. This isn't Hollywood. Well, far from me to ruin the fun. Let's continue. Don't get me wrong, significant clashes did occur as each side tested the fluctuating frontier. In the mid-9th century, the kingdom of Asturias pushed eastward and southward, gradually expanding into Galicia and the Castilian highlands, while the small kingdom of Pamplona emerged in the Pyrenees. This fragmentation of Muslim authority during periods of unrest in Cordova occasionally offered a few opportunities. One notable confrontation came in 844 at the probably legendary Battle of Clavillo, where later Christian tradition claimed that St. James himself, Santiago Matamoros, the Moor Slayer, miraculously appeared on a white horse to aid King Ramiro I of Asturias against the Moors. Citation needed on that one. Of course, modern historians, at least 99% of them, doubt that Clavillo ever really occurred, viewing it as a pious legend invented in the 12th century to legitimize the cult of Santiago. But still, the legend of St. James' heavenly intervention, it attests to the growing religious fervor coloring these wars. By the 10th century, Santiago de Compostela, the Apostles' shrine in Galicia, had become a major pilgrimage site and a spiritual rallying point for Christian Spain. Ironically, it was respected and generally left in peace by the Cordovan authorities for most of the century. Lucky they got away with that one, In the late 10th century, the balance of power dramatically tipped in favor of Al-Andalus under the dynamic leadership of Al-Mansur. Al-Mansur was the de facto ruler of Cordova as its powerful vizier, and from about 977 until his death in 1002, he launched annual jihad campaigns deep into the Christian north. For nearly 30 years, he became the scourge of the northern kingdoms, seeking to cement Muslim dominance for good. He led raids that reached as far as Lyon, Pamplona, Barcelona, and even the distant Atlantic coast. In 997, he staged a spectacular attack on the holy city of Santiago de Compostela, carrying away the bells of the shrine, according to later legend, as trophies to Cordova. One Christian chronicler laments that Al-Mansur, quote, waged war against all those who worshipped the cross and left many cities in flames. His exploits, though devastating, were not permanent conquests, but punitive strikes to keep the Christians tributary and militarily weak. And indeed, Christian kings were forced to pay the parias, tribute payments, to buy peace from Al-Mansur's Cordova. It was under all these pressures that the Reconquista's progress nearly ground to a halt in this era. Survival was achievement enough as it was for the northern realms, and each day had its new challenges for that. Yet, don't write it all off yet. Al-Mansur's death in 1002 and the subsequent collapse of the Caliph of Cordova, which fell into civil war and fragmented by 1031, utterly changed this dynamic. The once powerful Islamic forces splintered into some 30 minor principalities, the Taifa kingdoms. These Taifa states centered on cities like Seville, Toledo, Zaragoza, Badajoz, and Valencia, along with Granada, were often prosperous and cultured. But there was a problem. They all had their own wants and needs, and politically they were weak. This led them to be frequently at odds with each other. Importantly, they were unable to present a unified front against the now strengthening Christian kingdoms. In the 11th century, thus opened with dramatic power vacuums in the south, and the Christian rulers were quick to exploit all of the division Moving on now, the 11th century. And in this century, the initiative in Iberia's long conflict began suddenly to shift. The Christian kingdoms of the north grew in size and ambition, while the divided Taifa emirates of Al-Andalus often found themselves paying gold for protection, or even trying to play Christian princes off against each other. The kingdom of Leon Castile, a union of Asturias-Leon with the county of Castile, emerged as a dominant Christian power under King Ferdinand I, reigning 1037 to 65, and his successors. To the east, the kingdom of Aragon coalesced and expanded into the Ebro Valley, and Navarre held its own in the Pyrenees. In a lot of ways, this period marks the dawn of the Reconquista as a concerted enterprise, though it was still far from a unified crusade, if we're going to use that word. The Christian rulers did increasingly see opportunity for southward expansion. They were eyeing off those southern territories. They justified their incursions not only as feudal aggrandizement, but as a divinely sanctioned recovery of rightful Christian lands. Churchmen praised victories as steps towards the restoration of Christian Spain, framing the struggle in ideological terms of faith, a tone that would later resonate also with the Crusades. One of the earliest major Christian gains was the capture of the ancient Visigothic capital, Toledo. This happened in 1085. King Alfonso VI of Castile and Leon seized Toledo, a dazzling prize and a strategic center of Al-Andalus, after the city's weak Taifa king Al-Qadir capitulated. Of course, the fall of Toledo was quite shocking in the Muslim world. One contemporary Muslim observer recorded, quote, "The fall of Toledo filled the inhabitants of Al-Andalus with fear and despair." Of course, one could only imagine, once Toledo falls, you think they'd be coming for you next. I better not spoil the whole story. Either way, this capture of Toledo, it was the greatest territorial advance of the Christian forces in centuries, and it gave the conquerors a new power base in the heart of the peninsula. Alfonso VI, emboldened, began styling himself as Imperator Totius Hispaniae, Emperor of all Spain, implying a claim to sovereignty over both Christian and Muslim lands. However, this very success provoked a powerful response. The alarmed Taifa princes, unable to withstand Alfonso's might alone, made a desperate collective decision. They called for aid from North Africa. The legend has it, the ruler of Seville, Al-Matumed, silenced doubters with the retort, "I would rather be a camel driver for the Almoravids than a swineherd for Castile," preferring Muslim Berber overlords to continued subjugation under Christian rule. The North African Almoravids, a confederation of strict Muslim Berber tribes led by Yusuf ibn Tashufin, answered their call. In 1086, Yusuf crossed the straits with a disciplined army and met Alfonso at the Battle of Zalaca. The confrontation was a major turning point. The Almoravids utterly defeated the Castilian forces, halting the Christian advance in its tracks. This battle, by the way, is also called the Battle of Sagreas. Alfonso barely escaped with his life, and the victory at Zalaca convinced the Almoravid emir that Al-Andalus was both in peril and also ripe for intervention. And so, in the following years, the Almoravids proceeded to absorb the Taifa states, chipping away one by one, but eventually unifying Muslim Spain under a more rigid fundamentalist rule by 1090. For the Christian kingdoms, this basically meant that the relatively easy pickings of the fragmented Taifa period were long and truly over, and a new period of stiff resistance had begun. Notably, these events unfolded in parallel with the wider crusading movement in the East. Decades before Pope Urban's famous call to arms in 1095, Iberia had already witnessed a form of proto-crusade. In 1064, Pope Alexander II reportedly gave his blessings and an indulgence to an international force of knights from France, Italy, and beyond to attack the Muslim-held city of Barbastro in Aragon, a campaign some historians would actually dub the First Crusade, before the traditional First Crusade of 1095. This papal-sanctioned assault succeeded, briefly, prefiguring the ideology of holy war in Iberia. By the 1080s and 90s, the papacy was increasingly attentive to the Spanish theatre. Pope Gregory VII had encouraged Iberian Christians and even considered leading a campaign to Spain himself. After the triumph of the First Crusade in the Holy Land in 1099, the Knights Templar and other military orders also established a presence in Iberia, blending the Reconquest with the broader Crusader ethos. And thus, from the late 11th century onwards, the Reconquista was suffused with this crusading spirit, at least as we understand it in the 11th century context, as papal indulgences and church-sanctioned knights from across Europe joined the fight for Spain. Spanish warriors were increasingly portrayed as soldiers of Christendom, and victories were celebrated as part of a wider Christian holy war. And it was amid all this fervor that legendary figures arose. The most famous, of course, is Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, known as El Cid Campeador. El Cid was a pretty complex character, both a hero of Christian Spain and at times a mercenary in the service of Muslim rulers. In the 1080s, after a falling out with King Alfonso, El Cid fought for the Muslim king of Zaragoza, even defending him against the Aragonese and Catalan armies. But later, he carved out his own fiefdom in the east. In 1094, El Cid captured the city of Valencia, ruling it as a virtually independent lord until his death in 1099. The Poema de Mio Cid, an epic composed about a century later, celebrates him as an ideal knight, loyal, brave, and cunning, who even in death was said to win victories. Well, one colorful legend claims that after El Cid died during a siege, his wife Jimena had his corpse armored and set on a horse to rally the troops, a ruse that so terrified the besieging Muslims that they fled. Of course, once again we have stories that mix fact and fiction, but they certainly highlight the era's knightly ethos and those blurred lines of loyalty. The career of El Cid, it exemplifies how fluid the conflict could be. Neither side had a monopoly on his sword. Yet by the century's end, with Valencia briefly in Christian hands, and the long Reconquista gaining irreversible momentum, things were about to hit their great turning point. By the start of the 12th century, the struggle in Iberia had entered a new phase. The Almoravid dynasty. They governed Muslim Spain, but increasingly they grew unpopular, seen by locals as strange and austere outsiders. Christian kingdoms, though repelled in the 1080s, continued their push when opportunities arose. In 1118 rather, King Alfonso I of Aragon, also known as Alfonso the Battler, captured Zaragoza, probably in a battle going by that name, a crucial former Taifa capital, with the help of French crusaders. Of course, it was a major triumph for Aragon that extended its reach into the Ebro Valley. Meanwhile, to the west, the county of Portugal, led by King Afonso I Enrique, achieved a spectacular success by taking Lisbon in 1147. This capture of Lisbon was essentially part of the Second Crusade. A fleet of crusaders from the northern Europe, en route to the Holy Land, agreed to assist King Afonso in besieging the Moorish-held city. After a hard-fought assault, Lisbon fell, and the victorious crusaders, along with the Portuguese settlers, occupied what would become, and remain to this very day, the capital of Portugal. The fall of Lisbon, along with the earlier conquests of Santarém and other towns, solidified the emergence of Portugal as an independent Christian kingdom stretching southward. Across Iberia, foreign knights arriving with crusading zeal were making their mark. However, even as the Christians advanced, a new Muslim power arose to challenge them, the Almohad Empire. The Almohads, who were they? Well, they were a militant reformist movement from North Africa that overthrew those unpopular Almoravids and took control of Morocco and Al-Andalus by the mid-12th century, establishing their rule in Spain around 1147 to 72. The Almohads were even more ideologically zealous, ardent proponents of the Tajdid, the renewal and strict monotheism, and of course they viewed the Christians as existential enemies. They forcefully reasserted Muslim strength in Iberia, at least for a time. Notably, the Almohad years saw increased persecution of non-Muslims. Many Jews and Mozarabic Christians who had lived under relative tolerance had to flee north to Christian realms during this period. The clash between Almohad fundamentalism and the increasingly crusade-minded Christian kingdoms created a polarized, fierce climate on both sides. And so, for a few decades, the Almohads halted Christian expansion. They inflicted a serious defeat on Castile at the Battle of Alorcos in 1195, where Caliph Yaqub al-Mansur crushed the forces of King Alfonso VIII. This Castilian loss postponed further reconquests and demonstrated the Almohads' might. Yet, the Christian kingdoms did not remain disunited, nor did they cower. Early in the 13th century, recognizing the magnitude of the threat, the Christian rulers forged an unprecedented coalition and framed their campaign as an outright crusade. Pope Innocent III called for Christian knights to rally the Iberian front, granting the same indulgences for fighting in Spain as crusading in the Holy Land, remission of sins, all the good stuff. Of course, the result was a pan-Iberian crusade led by Castile, with forces from Leon, Aragon, Navarre, Portugal, and volunteers from France and beyond, all converging against the Almohad Caliph Muhammad al-Nasir, or Mira Mamilon, as the Christians decided to call him. So the two sides met at the Battle of La Navas de Tolosa, 16th of July, 1212, a date that is often seen as the decisive turning point in the Reconquista. The battle was fought in the Sierra Morena of Andalusia. Heartened by papal legates and the fiery preaching of Crusade, King Alfonso VIII of Castile led a combined army, joined by King Pedro II of Aragon and Sancho VII of Navarre, among others, against the Almohad host. And by all accounts, it was an enormous and very hard-fought engagement. A contemporary Christian letter exalted that God had granted victory over the king of Morocco, who had waged war against all who worshipped the cross. The allied Christian army managed to outflank the Moorish defences and rout the Almohads in a slaughter that left the field strewn with the enemy's dead, as one chronicle put it. And legend has it that King Sancho of Navarre charged directly at the caliph's tent, guarded by African slave warriors chained together, slicing through the chain barricade. Afterwards, Navarre's coat of arms featured golden chains to commemorate this feat. Well, whether or not, he literally cut the caliph's tent chains. La Navas de Tolosa was a crushing defeat for the Almohads. One Muslim historian, Ibn al-Marakushi, soberly called it the Battle of al-Iqab, the punishment, and the defeat of the Muslims. The Almohad Caliph escaped, but his authority in Al-Andalus was never going to recover. In the aftermath of 1212, the momentum shifted irreversibly to the Christians. Over the next few decades, essentially a great surge of the Reconquista. The major cities of Al-Andalus fell in rapid succession. Ferdinand III of Castile and Leon, later Saint Ferdinand, by the way, reaped the fruits of La Navas. In 1236, his armies captured Cordova, the venerable former capital of the caliphs. When the Castilian troops entered Cordova, they reportedly returned the bells of Santiago that Almanzor had taken centuries before, having Muslim captives carry them back north. A pretty potent symbol of reversal. Well, next, Ferdinand turned his attention to Al-Andalus's great port and metropolis, Seville. After a long siege, Seville surrendered in 1248. These campaigns were imbued with crusading zeal. Ferdinand's contemporaries believed him divinely guarded, and the church heralded each victory. Clerics from the Cluniac and Cistercian orders had long been encouraging the Reconquista, instilling an ideology of holy war and reconquest in Iberia's warriors. Initially, Ferdinand III expelled many Muslim inhabitants en masse from Cordova and Seville in a burst of triumphalism. However, he soon found that empty cities, well, they can't really pay taxes, can't they? The economy faltered without farmers or artisans. So he backpedaled the policy, allowing many Muslims to stay as subjects under Christian rule. In parallel, James I of Aragon, also known as James the Conqueror, completed the reconquest of the eastern lands. He seized the Balearic Islands, that is Majorca, by 1235, and took the city of Valencia in 1238. James wisely preserved the region's agriculture by leaving the Muslim peasantry in place under the relatively generous terms, ensuring that the Kingdom of Aragon prospered with its new Valencian and Majorcan territories. By mid-century, the Iberian map was completely transformed. Where once the caliphs of Cordova reigned, now only one Muslim state remained, the Emirate of Granada. Founded in 1238 by Muhammad ibn al-Ahmar of the Nasrid dynasty, Granada nestled in the southeastern mountains and coasts with its splendid walled capital and the red castle, the Alhambra, crowning a hilltop. Ferdinand III, after taking Seville, allowed Granada's creation as a vassal state, forcing its sultan to pay a hefty annual tribute in gold in exchange for autonomy. And indeed, the first Nasrid ruler famously declared, quote, "There is no conqueror but God," and pragmatically became a tributary to the Castilian crown. By 1250, for all practical purposes, the Reconquista was pretty much over. The Christians controlled the entire peninsula, except for Granada, which survived in a client state, so, doesn't really count. That hardened frontier was now not between north and south, but it was rather the boundary encircling Granada's mountain redoubt. Elsewhere, Muslims had either been expelled, converted, or ruled as subject communities. A long era of relatively peaceful coexistence began, in which Granada's existence was tolerated for the tribute it delivered and its role as a buffer. Notably, Christian Spain at this time was not quite the model of homogeneity that later myth would suggest. It was quite multicultural, if we're going to put it all together in the three, the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims, and a few others. Yes. Either way, cities like Toledo remained centers of Arabic and Hebrew learning. Alfonso X of Castile even sponsored the Toledo School of Translators, and that blended Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin scholarship to transmit classical and Islamic knowledge to Europe. The Reconquista may have been nearing completion on the map, but culturally and intellectually, the influence of Al-Andalus endured within the Christian realms. For more than 2 centuries after the great conquests of the 13th century, the little kingdom of Granada persisted, albeit an echo of Al-Andalus in the shadow of a Christian Spain. It survived through diplomacy, tribute, and the rugged protection of the Sierra Nevada. Granada's sultans, the Nasrid dynasty, became masters of realpolitik. When necessary, they paid off Castilian monarchs with gold, much of it sourced from trade across the Mediterranean and the famed gold routes of Africa. And occasionally, they played Castile against Aragon, or against their North African neighbors. In terms of culture, Granada flourished in its twilight. It was in this period that the Alhambra Palace was built and adorned with the delicate artistry that still astounds the world. In some ways, Granada's existence showcased the multi-religious reality that had characterized medieval Spain. Within its borders, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, they all lived, even as religious uniformity was hardening elsewhere. However, Granada's safety was always precarious and dependent on the will of its more powerful Christian neighbors. Periodically, wars broke out on the frontier. Granada's forces might raid into Christian territory, and Castile might launch punitive campaigns. But until the late 15th century, there was no sustained effort to eliminate the last Islamic enclave. What was the reason for that? You'd think that they would sort it all out once the ball was rolling. Well, the major reason was that Castile and Aragon often had other preoccupations: dynastic disputes, civil wars, plagues, and foreign wars. They all occupied their energies. For instance, Castile suffered a tumultuous civil war in the 1360s, and Aragon looked more towards Italy than to conquering Granada. Additionally, Granada found intermittent allies in the Marinid dynasty of Morocco. In 1340s, the Marinids made one final, formidable attempt to restore Al-Andalus's fortunes. Sultan Abu al-Hassan of Morocco landed a large army to assist Granada and challenge Castile. The ensuing Battle of Rio Salado saw Castilian and Portuguese forces unite to face this invasion. The Christians won a resounding victory, a crushing defeat of the Marinid Sultan's armies that effectively ended any serious prospect of North African intervention in Spain. After Rio Salado, Granada stood alone. Castile seized the port of Algeciras from the Marinids in 1344, thus tightening the noose. Yet, if you know the 1340s, the internal strife and the Black Death's devastation delayed the reckoning. It was as if a stalemate held. Granada, though militarily weaker, was strategically harder to subdue, and the Castilian monarchs found it easier to exact tribute than to fight costly campaigns in the mountains. This long twilight allowed a degree of normalcy. Frontier mercenaries, traders, and emissaries shuttled between Granada and the Christian cities, embodying a frontier society where the line between reconquest and coexistence was often quite blurry. And so, by the late 15th century, the situation changed again dramatically. In 1469, the marriage of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile united the two greatest Christian kingdoms in Spain. This union created a newly powerful dual monarchy, the Catholic monarchs, as history would call them, with the military resources and religious fervor to take on Granada decisively. At the same time, the ideological climate had somewhat hardened. The Spanish Inquisition was established in 1478 to enforce religious uniformity, a sign of the era's zealous mood. The Catholic monarchs secured papal approval for a war to extirpate the infidel in Granada, receiving the status of a crusade, complete with a cross-adorned banner and indulgences for participants. And thus began the Granada War, 1482 to 92, the final crusade on Spanish soil. Castile and Aragon methodically pressed into Nasrid territory, city by city. The campaign was marked by modern tactics and technology. The Spaniards even bought artillery and gunpowder siege weapons that could smash through the Moorish fortress that once seemed impregnable. They also applied economic blockade strategies, isolating Granada's strongholds. But the war was not an unbroken string of victories. The Granadans, though riven by an internal civil war between competing claimants, notably Sultan Abu Abd Allah, known as Boabdil, against his father, they fought bravely through it all. Well, but still, bad luck, the writing was on the wall. One by one, Granada's cities fell, and in 1485, the Christians took Ronda. In 1487, after a brutal siege, Malaga was conquered, its population enslaved or expelled as a harsh object lesson. It said that Isabel refused any terms of surrender for Malaga's defenders due to their stiff resistance. The fall of Malaga cut off Granada from the sea. In 1489, the key redoubt of Baza capitulated, and Boabdil, who had by then controlled only the city of Granada and its environs, realized total defeat was just inevitable. In 1491, Ferdinand and Isabella's armies surrounded Granada itself, establishing a military camp named Santa Fe, that is, Holy Faith, on its plain as a symbol of their resolve. After months of siege, starvation, and stalemate, the Sultan negotiated. November 25th, 1491, the capitulations of Granada were signed. These terms were surprisingly lenient. In exchange for capitulation, the Muslims of Granada were guaranteed their lives, property, laws, and freedom of religion. The documents promised that Muslim inhabitants, quote, shall be perfectly secure in their persons, families, and properties, that they could continue to worship in their mosques and be judged by their own laws, and that those who wished to emigrate to North Africa could do so freely. On January the 2nd, 1492, the Sultan handed the keys of the Alhambra to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, marking the official fall of Granada, and with that, the end of Muslim rule in Spain. Now, according to Romantic law, as the Sultan left the city, he paused at the hill for a final glance and shed a tear, whereupon his resolute mother, Aisha, scolded, "Weep not like a woman for what you could not defend like a man." Gee, that's rough to hear that from your mum, isn't it? Very rough. Now, whether or not those exact words were spoken, the moment known as the Moor's sigh really symbolizes the end of an era. Then so with Granada's surrender in 1492, the Reconquista was complete. After nearly 781 years since the first invasion, the Christian kingdoms had reconquered the entire peninsula. But the immediate aftermath belied the generous terms given to the vanquished. The capitulation's promises of tolerance were soon broken, and within a few years, the Catholic monarchs, pressured by triumphalist clergy like Francisco Jimenez de Cisneros, began to renege on the guarantees. In 1499, mass forced conversions of Granada Muslims began, leading to a brief Muslim uprising. By 1502, Castile ordered an edict requiring all remaining Muslims to convert to Christianity or leave. Crown of Aragon followed suit in 1526. Those who converted, often only on the surface, became known as Moriscos, and they too would face later expulsion in the early 17th century. Likewise, 1492 saw the infamous Alhambra decree expelling Spain's Jews. Well, the multi-faith landscape that had characterized much of medieval Spain was, for the time being, well and truly over. So, what can we say in conclusion? I suppose the Reconquista is seen in its early and late stages, but really it was a complex and drawn-out process, a long saga. It began not as a single concerted effort, but as disparate struggles for survival and power by Christian kingdoms that gradually coalesced into a res publica of Christendom fighting to restore Iberia to Christian rules. Well, critical thinking certainly reminds us that material ambitions and pragmatic politics were always interwoven with piety. The men and women who lived through the Reconquista witnessed not a straight-line holy war, but a tangled history of war and peace, tolerance and intolerance, myth and reality. By 1492, when the cross was raised over the Alhambra, the Christian kingdoms had forged a unified Spanish realm, setting the stage for Spain's emergence as a global empire. And we all know about that. Well, the memory of the Reconquista, with its heroes, martyrs, legends, it would soon become a cornerstone of Spanish identity. celebrated in chronicles and later in different nationalist lore. But behind the triumphant narrative, there's a richer and more nuanced story. Not one of a quick, one-and-done campaign, but of centuries of resilience, conflict, coexistence, and transformation. Breathe in the damp smell of human misery. A cramped cell, a gaunt prisoner. He huddles in the corner in his ragged clothing on top of a bed of straw, surrounded by scuttling rats. This haunting image of a medieval dungeon, it's one that's captivated our imagination in books and films for some time. But imagination is one thing, history is another. What exactly was the reality of life and death in a medieval English prison? From the early Middle Ages through the late 15th century, the English prison evolved from a rare makeshift holding pen into a grim institution of royal justice. Let's go back together today, and we'll speak of how prisoners lived and died, what they ate or didn't, how they were treated, and how the very notion of incarceration changed over time. And don't forget the damp cells and torture chambers, the corrupt jailers, the long-suffering inmates, and the broader justice system that consigned these people to their fate. It's a story of cruelty and despair, but also of order and reform, peppered with astonishing anecdotes of human endurance and ingenuity. Welcome to the channel. Well, it's good to be back for one of these more macabre topics. They seem to be quite popular. If you're new to the channel and you're still trying to figure out what's going on, well, nice to meet you. I invite you to hit the subscribe button if you've not yet done so. The like button too, and leave your thoughts down below in the comment. You wouldn't believe how good it is for the algorithm. Now, you will notice throughout the breadth of the video there are 0 ads. Not bad, Made possible, of course, by the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreons, and the occasional cheeky donation. Thank you all very much. Surprisingly, the kindness of strangers is, well, it's quite abundant. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed. Introductions out of the way. Let's go to jail. Well, we begin. The origins. In the early medieval period, the concept of long-term imprisonment as a punishment, well, it was largely unknown, at least in England. During Anglo-Saxon times, that is before the Norman conquest of 1066, there were essentially no dedicated prisons at all. Anglo-Saxon justice, well, it relied on fines, known as vergild or man price, or harsh corporal penalties like mutilation and execution. They weren't going to lock people away. Just get it over and done with. Off with a finger, something like that. That ought to teach them a lesson. If a crime was committed, the offender or their family usually paid compensation to the victim's family. For serious crimes such as treason or violent offenses, the response was swift and brutal, an execution or a physical punishment. But not imprisonment. The very idea of maintaining a prisoner at the community's expense, well, that ran quite against the practical customs at the time. A person found guilty would be punished or made to pay. They wouldn't lock them up. Waste of taxpayer money, I suppose. In fact, early medieval law codes and chronicles barely even mention jails. and records suggest the Anglo-Saxons had no professional jailers or prison buildings in the way that later centuries would. But when necessary, a suspected criminal might be temporarily detained in a lord's house or a church crypt until a trial could be arranged, or more commonly, they were bailed into the custody of kin. But the notion of a prison sentence, months or years behind bars, before the 12th century in England, it simply did not exist. All of this began to change after the 1066 Norman conquest. The Norman kings and barons brought new attitudes towards authority and fortification. They built great castles across England, and within these castles they created secure chambers and dungeons to hold those people deemed dangerous or important. In the 11th and early 12th centuries, imprisonment started to appear as a tool of political control. A rebellious noble or a high-ranking captive taken in might find himself thrown into a castle dungeon, not for a defined sentence, but as an open-ended detention at the whims of the king. For example, in the year 1100, the Tower of London received one of its first famous prisoners, Ranulph Flambard, the Bishop of Durham. Flambard had been a powerful minister to King William II. When King Henry I came to power, he accused Flambard of extortion and locked him away in the Tower. But this early incarceration did not last long. Flambard actually got out. How did he do it? Well, his plan was to get his captors drunk on wine, and then lowering himself from the tower with a smuggled rope. Clever idea. His escape became quite legendary, showing both the presence of these new Norman prisons and the fact that a clever prisoner with resources could still outwit his jailers. Nevertheless, by the early 1100s, the idea had taken root that castles could serve as prisons for the enemies of the realm. It was under King Henry II, reigning 1154 to 89, that a truly systematic network of prisons were established in England. Henry II's legal reforms revolutionized the English justice system. In 1166, through the Assays of Clarendon, the king ordered that those accused of serious crimes be held in custody, while royal judges travelled the circuits to try them. Crucially, this royal decree required that every county in England have a jail for detaining these suspects. If a county had no jail, the sheriff was now obliged to set one up, often by fitting out a room or cellar in an existing castle, or county sheriff's house as a holding cell. The crown even bore the expense of constructing jails where necessary, reflecting how important this system was to Henry to have his reforms and suspects secured. Within a few decades, permanent prisons, usually called jails or castle dungeons, existed in every county. By the early 13th century, nearly all English counties had an official jail in operation. These early jails were often just repurposed keeps or gatehouses. For instance, the City of London began using the old Newgate, one of the city gate's towers, as a prison by 1188, following the mandate by Henry II. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, imprisonment had evolved from a rarity into an integral part of the justice system, albeit, initially, as a means to hold the accused before trial, rather than as a punishment itself. Now, if I were to tell you that the daily life and the conditions inside these jails were actually surprisingly humane. You would accuse me of being a liar, and you would be correct. It is a lie, because they were far from humane in any definition. Life inside a medieval jail was characterized by filth, discomfort, and insecurity. Most jails were impoverished spaces in old buildings, castle dungeons, gatehouse towers, or cellars repurposed to confine human beings. Comfort was the last thing on the build plan. Conditions, of course, varied from place to place, but a few common features stand out. The typical prison was dark, often windowless, or with only a tiny barred opening admitting scant light. Cells could be stone rooms with nothing but straw on the floor, or sometimes just deep pits or oubliettes, accessible only by a hatch in the ceiling. Of course, think about what they make castles out of. Dampness. That was pervasive. It didn't help that many dungeons lay below ground level, so water would seep in, and prisoners shivered in the cold, clammy air. Torches or lanterns were a luxury, seldom granted, leaving inmates in near perpetual darkness, save for any daylight that might slant its way in. The stench in such a place, well, that was pretty famous too. With primitive sanitation, prisoners often had to relieve themselves in buckets, and as if they had a bucket. Sometimes they just had a corner, and in crowded quarters, waste could overflow or go uncollected, fouling the air. One account from London noted that female prisoners at Newgate had to walk through the men's chamber to reach a privy, an indignity only remedied in 1406, when officials added a separate tower with a latrine for women. Overcrowding itself was a chronic problem. Multiple inmates were crammed together in spaces scarcely large enough, especially during times of social turmoil or when courts were not in session and the backlog of untried prisoners grew. In 1419, the situation at Newgate became so dire, with the building decaying and many prisoners dying from the close quarters, rampant disease, and terrible sanitation, that the city authorities had no choice but to temporarily shut the prison down. Only after the wealthy Lord Mayor Richard Whittington left funds in his will was Newgate rebuilt with slightly improved facilities a few years later. Certainly gives a sense of how appalling conditions could become before anyone really took action. And so within the prison walls, daily life followed no strict schedule beyond what necessity dictated. Prisoners passed the time in idleness, misery, and desperation. There were no organized work or rehabilitation programs. Concepts like that, well, they were a few hundred years away, that's for sure. Most inmates simply just waited for their trial, their sentence, their family to bring aid, or in the worst case for death to just bring some sort of release to them. Those who had money, they might be able to bribe the jailer for small comforts, like a little bit more straw on the mattress, a blanket, or even a little freedom of movement. Those without resources, which was the majority of people, languished on the bare stone floors, often shackled in heavy irons. Chains and fetters were commonly used to prevent escape and to punish. One late 15th century complaint by a prisoner recalled having, quote, great fetters and bolts of iron fastened on his legs, and being locked into wooden stocks in a deep pit. As for clothing, jailers did not typically provide that either, so inmates wore whatever they had upon their arrest until it fell to rags. In winter, the cold could be deadly for those without cloaks. Conversely, in the summer, the unventilated cells turned fetid and stifling. Infestations of lice, fleas, and rats were all just a part of the furniture of the place, I suppose. Prisoners often suffered constant bites from vermin. Indeed, the scurrying of rats across the floor and even sleeping over prisoners at night was a ubiquitous horror. Some inmates trapped and even tamed rats out of sheer loneliness, while others no doubt saw them as agents of terror, nibbling at their meager bread, or worse, their skin. But what about if you had friends in high places? Well, for those of higher social standing, conditions could be mitigated. Medieval prisons didn't have a uniform standard. A wealthy knight or noble held captive might actually be lodged in the jailer's own house, or in a castle apartment, rather than the common dungeon. And such a privileged prisoner could even have servants attend him. Decent food, decent wine, and even a bed. For example, during the 100 Years' War, noble captives like the French prince Charles of Orleans, held in England as a prisoner of war for 25 years after 1415, actually had a pretty comfortable life, spending his time writing poetry and walking within the castle grounds. But don't be fooled. These were exceptions. The vast majority, common thieves, debtors, accused peasants, they experienced incarceration at its harshest form, chained in a dark, crowded chamber, sleeping on straw soaked in filth. They lived day to day under the watch of jailers who might be brutal or indifferent, and their survival often depended on what charity they could obtain from the outside. In this oppressive environment, time lost its meaning. One medieval proverb grimly advised, "Go to friends for counsel, to women for pity, to church for pardon, to prison for experience." Experience, yeah, that's one word for it. The prison was certainly a world apart. Ordinary rules of comfort and hygiene ceased to apply, and only the strongest in body and spirit could hope to endure for long. And speaking of endure, what was the menu like? Nice little buffet in the morning, perhaps? Well, not quite. Food, or lack thereof, one of the most critical factors indeed in a prisoner's fate. You see, unlike modern prisons where authorities are obliged to provide meals, medieval jails typically did not guarantee any inmates sustenance at all. If a prisoner had money or friends on the outside, they might eat tolerably. But if not, they might just starve right there in the cell. Jailers were not funded by the government to feed any of their charges. Instead, they often made food a source of profit, selling provisions to prisoners or charging fees for allowing outside food to be delivered. In many prisons, there was effectively a pay-as-you-go system. Those who could pay the jailer or prison cook could buy better food, but maybe a little bit of meat, ale, or cheese. But the penniless, of course, survived on scraps or nothing at all. One chronicler in the 14th century described the plight of inmates calling out through their cell grates to passers-by, begging for scraps of bread. It was not uncommon for local townspeople or charitable church guilds to distribute alms, and especially around religious holidays, precisely because without charity they knew that those souls locked down there in the dungeon would simply wither away. We even find bequests in medieval wills leaving small sums, quote, "to the poor prisoners in such and such a jail," of food or fuel in the winter, indicating a community awareness that prisoners desperately needed outside help. Now, for those with absolutely zero support, the default ration might be nothing more than the proverbial bread and water, and often not even on that regular of a basis. The bread and water diets were sometimes explicitly imposed as a form of punishment. For example, errant monks might be sentenced by their abbots to a week on bread and water in a cell. In prisons, receiving only a coarse loaf of bread and a jug of water per day was essentially the lowest sustenance level to keep someone alive, and even that was not guaranteed unless some ordinance required it. And so starvation was sadly a real killer behind bars. Many inmates grew emaciated over long months of confinement. Diseases like scurvy could develop from malnutrition and lack of any fresh foods. A jailer's ledger from one medieval castle prison lists an expense for straw and bread for the prisoners, suggesting that at least in some places, minimal rations were given. But the quality, well, that would be pretty poor. You can imagine it. Dry, blackened barley bread, and water that might be foul or brackish. No warm meals, no fruits or vegetables. It was a diet that barely sustained life. Well, those who could afford it supplemented this meager fare. Family members might bring home cooked food to the prison gates. Some jailers allowed prisoners to send out for tavern meals at the prisoner's expense, plus a hefty bribe to the guard for favor. Prisoners of means might sometimes actually dine relatively well. Historical anecdotes tell of imprisoned nobles who feasted while captive. Renaud Flambard's famous escape from the Tower in 1101 was facilitated by a banquet of wine and meat that he hosted for his guards, a luxury repast for a prisoner. But such cases only show the vast divide between rich and poor. While Flambard could fill his cup with wine, countless unnamed debtors and thieves were lucky to swallow a crust of stale bread a day. In some instances, starvation was not just a byproduct of neglect, but a deliberate tactic of cruelty. One of the most horrifying events of the early 13th century was King John's treatment of Matilda de Braose, that is, Maud de Braose, also named, and her young son in 1210. This noblewoman and her child were held captive in a royal castle, tradition says Corfe Castle actually, as John's prisoners. John reportedly ordered that they be given nothing but a minimal daily ration, a small quantity of raw grain, and maybe a bit of a raw bacon, and then no further food at all. After about 11 days locked in the dungeon, Matilda and her son were both found dead. According to a chronicler, the boy's corpse was discovered with the desperate mother's teeth marks on his cheeks, so maddened by hunger that she attempted to feed on her own child. A ghastly tale, that's for sure. It might be somewhat embellished, maybe not, but it still sent shockwaves through the nobility. I suppose the thing is, King John already had a reputation for, not being a nice person. People would willingly believe a story like that. Well, it was cited as one of King John's many tyrannies, and helped inspire provisions in the Magna Carta of 1215 that no free person shall be imprisoned or destroyed without due process of law. While it's an extreme example, it shows that starving prisoners into submission or death, it was indeed within the repertoire of the medieval rulers. Even on a less dramatic level, ordinary prisoners often wasted away slowly if they could not secure enough to eat. chronic malnourishment made them vulnerable to disease and death long before any formal sentence was carried out. And guess what? Back then the court system was extremely slow. Sounds familiar, right? So you could be waiting for who knows how long. Thus, I think we can say that among the torments of medieval prison, that hunger was one of the most omnipresent and feared. To be a prisoner without friends or coin, well, that was in effect already a slow death sentence. Well, if it wasn't the hunger, it was probably going to be the disease that gets you. So let's talk about that, shall we? Cramped together in unhygienic conditions, and of course weakened by that poor diet, disease ran rampant. Medieval jails were breeding grounds for illness. In fact, they lent their name to one notorious sickness, jail fever, the term used for epidemic typhus that so often ravaged the prisons. Jail fever was spread by bodily lice, thriving on unwashed skin and clothing. In the squalor of a medieval dungeon, it could run rampant, killing prisoners by the score. Chroniclers and later commentators noted that in some years, the death toll in a prison from illness rivaled any executioner's tally. At Newgate, for instance, a report survives of 1 year in which 22 prisoners died from jail fever alone. And outbreaks like that were not isolated. All it took was one infected individual in the crowded, vermin-infested quarters, and a deadly epidemic would ensue behind bars. The symptoms, high fevers, rashes, delirium, would sweep through the jail, often affecting the jailer too, the turnkeys as well, and even visiting officials. Of course, medieval people, they didn't understand the precise cause, but they knew that prisons were unhealthy places. There are records of judges at county assize courts refusing to hold court inside a jail or delaying trials because the stench and sickness from the prisoners made it too dangerous or unpleasant to proceed. Beyond typhus, many other maladies flourished. Dysentery, also known as the flux, that was pretty common wherever people drank fouled water and lived in filth, causing uncontrollable diarrhea, and often dehydration and septicemia. Tuberculosis, too, also called consumption back in those days, could spread in the dank, sunless air. Skin diseases, ulcers, and infestations were virtually universal among long-term inmates. Malnutrition and scurvy meant wounds healed poorly, and gum disease was rampant. In winter, prisoners who were exposed to cold and damp might succumb to pneumonia or exposure. It was grimly observed that many who entered prison healthily would not emerge alive unless their stay was very short. For example, during the Black Death of 1348-49, plague likely tore through the prisons as ferociously as it did anywhere else. Contemporaries wrote that enclosed communities, like monasteries, suffered extremely high mortalities, and one can infer that prisons, likewise sealed off and overcrowded, saw a horrific rate of death. Indeed, some historians estimate that when plague struck, nearly everyone confined in a stricken town's jail would perish, as there was no escape from the pestilence once it infiltrated those prison walls. No special measures were taken to evacuate or protect prisons during the epidemics. They were essentially left to deal with it on their own. Now, in some towns, the sudden emptiness of the jail after the plague was actually one small consolation to the survivors outside. Death was a constant presence in the prisons. A significant proportion of prisoners died before their cases were ever resolved. When a prisoner died in custody, A coroner's inquest might be held, especially if there was foul play suspected. In theory, if a jailer's abuse or neglect led to death, he could be held liable for homicide. On occasion, juries did, indeed, indict prison officers for prisoners' deaths. There was one case from 1290. It tells of a Newgate jailer's servant who so brutally tortured a detainee, pressing him with heavy weights and even standing on his neck, that the prisoner died within 2 days. The subsequent inquest found the jailer's man guilty of murder, and he was actually hanged for it. It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? But such accountability as this was very rare. But the fact that it happened at all shows that officials recognized extreme mistreatment leading to death as a crime. However, more often a prisoner's death was simply attributed to the will of God by a sickness. The bodies of dead prisoners were usually unceremoniously removed and buried in unhallowed ground if the families did not come and claim them. For the prisoners who remained alive, seeing their fellows carried out for burial would have been a pretty grim reminder of their own fragile odds of survival. Here's another cruel twist. Those who died under a pending felony charge were posthumously considered guilty, since they could not prove their innocence in trial, meaning that their goods, if they had any, were forfeited to the crown, and of course nothing was left for their families. The image of medieval prisoners routinely stretched on the rack or subjected to iron maidens is largely a creation of later imagination. Sorry to disappoint you. But in reality, torture in medieval English prisons, while it did exist, was not an everyday occurrence for the average inmate. English common law did not formally sanction torture to extract confessions in ordinary criminal cases. A point of pride, of course, repeated by legal scholars of the time. In the 1470s, Sir John Fortescue contrasted English law with that of France, noting with horror that on the continent, suspects might be racked with tortures till their sinews cracked and their veins burst, whereas in England, such methods were considered, frankly, to be barbaric. Nonetheless, there were certain situations in which extreme physical coercion was used in English custody, and the medieval prison certainly could be a site of torment. Maybe if you want to hear about real gruesome stuff, I'll do a video about the French medieval prisons. That could be interesting. Leave me a comment if you want that. Right, so continuing on, one context for legally sanctioned torture was the procedure known as the peine et dure, the strong and hard punishment, introduced in the late 13th century by statute in 1275. This was not torture to elicit a confession, but rather to coerce a defendant to submit to trial. If an accused felon refused to plead guilty or not guilty, perhaps hoping to avoid the verdict and protect their property from seizure, the court could order them put to the procedure. In practice, this meant the prisoner was chained in a low, dark chamber, fed nothing but little bread one day and stagnant water the next, and pressed beneath increasing weights. The idea was to break the person's will to insist on silence. Some yielded and agreed to stand trial. Others tragically died under the slow, crushing weight. This grim punishment was pretty rare, but it did claim victims. On paper, it was a form of legal torture, and it shows that the medieval justice system did have a mechanism to inflict extreme pain on the uncooperative. That case of the Newgate jailer's servant in 1290 who effectively murdered a prisoner by grave-pressing penance may well have been an abuse of this very practice, taken to a lethal extreme. Beyond this, outright torture was sometimes employed especially for high-profile political prisoners or suspected conspirators against the crown. The Tower of London, as the state's fortress, was the usual setting for such interrogations. By the late medieval period, the tower had acquired devices like the rack, a notorious framework that could dislocate limbs by stretching. It earned the nickname the Duke of Exeter's daughter, after a constable of the tower, and although it became infamous in Tudor times, it likely made its first appearances in the 15th century, used sparingly on those accused of treason and other grave threats. Other implements included iron gauntlets or hanging shackles. Prisoners might be suspended by the wrists from the wall. The torture left no telltale scars, but caused excruciating pain and potential dislocation of the arms. And we do know that during the War of the Roses and the turmoil surrounding them, there were instances of captured agents being tortured for information, though the details of that are pretty scant. Understandably so. I'm sure they weren't publishing that in the daily newspaper. But there is one example outside the political realm: the torturers suspected witches or sorcerers. Extremely rare in England at the time, but there are hints that in exceptional cases, authorities did not shy away from applying the rack or other torments to extract information about supposed conspiracies involving magic. Of course, a few weeks ago I did do a video specifically about the English witch hunts. I've also done one about the German witch hunts and, of course, the Salem trials of later times. If you want a little bit more detail about it, well, perhaps that's your next stop. Now, moving on. Imprisonment itself, of course, was often punishment enough. When additional torment was desired, it could be ingeniously inflicted by the very design of the prison. This is where it gets interesting. Now, case in point is the Tower of London's tiny dungeon cell, known as Little Ease. They always give them such cute names, don't they? Built within the bowels of the White Tower, Little Ease measured only about 4 feet square by 4 feet high, so small that a prisoner could neither stand upright, lie flat, nor fully sit down. Being confined in this lightless hole for days at a time was itself a form of torture by discomfort and sensory deprivation. Though documented instances of its use come from the 16th century, Catholic recusants like Edmund Campion were said to have been kept there. The cell existed by the late medieval era, and it represents the psychological torture that architecture alone could inflict. Even without formal instruments, jailers had these cruel options. They could throw a prisoner into a horrible pit, that oubliette, literally forgotten hole, or deliberately deny sleep and warmth as unofficial torments. It's also important to note that while torture occurred, it was not applied arbitrarily to petty offenders. Most common prisoners, thieves, debtors, brawlers, they weren't worth the trouble of torture. They suffered enough through neglect, not active torment. Active torture, that was reserved for those considered enemies of the state, or those who refused to play by the judicial rules. And when it did happen, it was kept behind closed doors. No medieval English jury could convict somebody solely on evidence from tortured confession, unlike in inquisitorial continental courts, which meant torture's role in English law was quite limited and unofficial. But still, the possibility of facing the rack or other horrors loomed in the medieval imagination. The very threat could be quite effective. We have records of prisoners who upon merely seeing the implements of torture laid out, immediately gave up whatever secret they had, or at least told the jailers what they thought they wanted to hear. In that sense, the dungeon's menace was as potent as its reality. For the unfortunate few who did feel its bite, the prison became literally a hell on earth, a place of screams in the dark and agony mixed in with the despair. Well, let's keep going. We're going to talk a little bit about the role of the jailers and a bit of corruption, bribery, all that good stuff. The prisons were not only places of misery, but also rampant corruption. Jailers and sheriffs wielded enormous power over the fate of those in their custody, and many didn't hesitate to exploit it for their own personal gain. In an era without standardized prison administration, each jailer essentially ran their jail as a private enterprise, making the rules as they went along, and often purchasing the post from the crown or a local lord and then extracting income from the prisoners. This led to a system of fees and bribes that touched every aspect of a prison's life. Upon arrival, the new prisoner might immediately be expected to pay a fee, simply to be admitted and unshackled. A practice so common, it had a name: the garnish, or entrance fee. And you better pay it, because without doing so, you'd be thrown into the worst cell, laden with the heaviest irons, or denied any basic needs. Those who did pay, they might secure a cleaner cell, lighter chains, or even occasional leave to walk outside, under guard, of course. In effect, money could buy survival and a modicum of comfort, while poverty had condemned you to the lowest circle of prison hell. Extortion by jail officials was often flagrant. They charged for everything: a bundle of straw to serve as a bed, a candle for light, a scrap of additional food, the removal of irons, or even messages delivered to the family. There are accounts of jailers who presented prisoners with regular bills to be paid, failing which the prisoner would be chained in a nasty dungeon, or even tortured. Debtors, people imprisoned for owing money, were especially vulnerable, creating a darkly ironic situation. They were jailed for their debts, and then forced to incur more debt inside the jail just to stay alive. Medieval city governments occasionally tried to curb such abuses. In London and other towns, ordinances were passed to set official prison fees. For example, so many pence per day for basic board, or a fixed fee for iron removal, in hopes of preventing outrageous price gouging. But enforcement was pretty lax, too hard to control, and many jailers ignored the rules. After all, what recourse did the prisoner have? If they complained, the jailer could retaliate with even worse treatment. Some prisoners did petition higher authorities for relief. The Court of King's Bench, or even the Chancellor in Chancery, might hear grievances from inmates who alleged they were being unlawfully extorted or abused. One such petition from the late 15th century by a cleric named William Haming reveals the horror of what corrupt officials could do. Hemming was falsely accused by a local sheriff's deputy, who then kept him in a dreadful pit, weighed with heavy irons and deprived him of food and drink, all to force Hemming to pay a hefty £10 fine to regain his freedom. Even after extorting the sum, the sheriffs made Hemming swear not to sue them under threat of violence. Such cases, they laid bare a system where the lines between lawful punishment and outright criminality by jailers were blurred, and the fact that Hemming eventually could appeal to the Lord Chancellor shows that there were theoretical checks on abuse on paper, but practically, justice for prisoners was very rare. The corruption extended even to matters of life and death. For the right price, a jailer might even allow a prisoner to escape. There are stories of guards turning a blind eye or even actively helping affluent captives flee in exchange for bribes. The dramatic escape of Roger Mortimer from the Tower of London in 1323, for instance, is believed to have been enabled by sympathetic insiders, whether through loyalty or coin. Likewise, some jailers sold pardons or arranged for charges to be dropped if they were well connected, essentially playing power broker. Clearly, a well-placed bribe could accomplish what legal appeals could not. At the same time, a prisoner without means might find every gate closed. Even when medieval knights occasionally proclaimed amnesties or released prisoners during coronations or at Easter, one had to pay the jailer a fee to actually get out. The jailer's control was such that an old saying went, "The keys of the prison are made of gold," meaning money was the key to freedom. Now, this all sounds pretty bad for the prisoners, but I have to say, if you really want to get on your grind, being a jailer might be a pretty good way to get ahead financially. It's the top one side hustle of 1312. Anyway, jokes aside, not all jailers were villains out of a storybook, of course. Some performed their duties within the accepted norms of the day without egregious cruelty. A few even showed mercy, allowing poor prisoners to beg at the gate for alms or not enforcing fees on those who were truly destitute. But the structure of the system, the entire game of jails, it incentivized abuse. Jailers had to support the prison and themselves, and since many were unpaid except through prisoner fees, extortion became the norm. In the late medieval consciousness, the jailer was often viewed as a sinister figure, greedily profiting from misery. Literature and popular stories depict corrupt sheriffs locking people up unjustly and taking bribes to get them out. The Robin Hood ballads, for example, include rescue of comrades from the sheriff's prison, tapping into the common folk's resentment for tyrannical officials. Is there any other kind of official? Well, the prevalence of corruption in medieval prisons shows that for many inmates, justice did not continue once the cell door clanged shut. Instead, they entered a shadow economy, governed by the whims and greed of their overseers. It is often said that in medieval England, prisons were not so much a punishment as a holding pattern. And that's largely true. The primary function of jails during the Middle Ages was to detain the accused until they could be tried, or to hold convicts for a short time before another punishment was carried out. Let's take a thief, for example. He might languish in a prison for months, awaiting the visit of the traveling justices who would judge his case. If he was found guilty, they might hang him. The prison was just the grim waiting room for the gallows. Similarly, a debtor would be locked up until his family paid his debts or he died trying, using incarceration as leverage rather than as a sentence itself. Long-term imprisonment as a sentence was quite rare. Public, corporal punishments were favored. Flogging, the stocks, the pillory, branding, banishment, or execution. However, by the late medieval period, we do start to see, imprisonment creeping in as part of some judgments, especially in towns. Think of a dishonest tradesman or a nighttime mischief maker. being ordered to spend a few weeks in jail as punishment, and that reflects a slight shift in attitudes. Still, for most of the medieval era, to be in prison usually meant you were awaiting your trial, or awaiting ransom if you were a hostage or a prisoner of war, or just awaiting some outcome, like a payment of a fine or a royal decision on your fate. Thus, the medieval prisons occupied an uncertain place in the justice system. No one was really sure what they actually were yet. No one had realized what prisons would become. They were absolutely necessary for securing suspects and certain offenders, but not endowed with the moral purpose or bureaucratic oversight that later ages would demand. Simply tools of royal and civic power. The castle dungeon symbolized the lord's ability to crush opposition, and the county jail symbolized the crown's law reaching into every shire. Yet, there were also ad hoc and neglected institutions. Few resources were invested in making them humane or efficient. Prisoners were expected to fend for themselves, and if they suffered or died, well, that was just considered part of the inherent harshness of justice. Only occasionally did humanitarian concerns peek through, as when reform-minded mayors or sheriffs might allow a little better upkeep, or when the church intervened against a more egregious set of cruelties. The church did actually run its own ecclesiastical prisons as well. Convicted clergy or heretics could be confined in monastery cells. Notably, some Lollard heretics in the early 15th century were imprisoned under church authority, and usually with somewhat better conditions than lay jails. But it still wasn't a very nice place to be. The right of sanctuary also provided an interesting counterpoint. A fugitive who reached the sanctuary of a church could avoid the king's prison, at least for a time, showing that imprisonment was feared enough that desperate people would cling to altars to escape it. By the end of the medieval period, the institution of the prison was firmly entrenched in English society, dreaded by all, yet accepted as a basic element of justice. The medieval prison was a place of contradiction. It upheld the law by containing the lawless. Yet inside its walls, lawlessness and suffering often prevailed. It was meant to keep people safe from criminals, yet it provided no safety to those within. Looking back with a more modern perspective, we can certainly see how the medieval jail was a prelude to later reforms. Those horrors endured by the prisoners in these centuries eventually gave rise to calls for mercy and change, though true prison reform would not come until much later. The 18th and 19th centuries, figures like John Howard shining a light on conditions. In any case, the medieval period built the foundation. It established the prison as an instrument of justice, brutal and flawed, but indispensable. The tales of torture, disease, starvation, and corruption that we've explored today, they also serve to remind us of how far the concept of criminal justice has evolved since then. Yet, in some ways, the medieval prison experience has never entirely left. The very word, dungeon, it still evokes darkness, fear, and oppression. These were the realities of life in the medieval English prison. Hope was scarce. Suffering was common. The strong arm of justice was often indistinguishable from the cruelty of captivity. It's certainly one chapter of history that once you've learned about, you won't easily forget. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Did you have fun? If that's one way to put it. Certainly interesting. Of course, give ourselves another 100, 200 years, and we'll be looking back upon prisons in today's world. We'll probably be viewing them as quite barbaric as well. Let's not get too far ahead of us and call ourselves 100% civilized just yet. We still have a long way to go. Deus vult. God wills it. The chant echoes out as frenzied men hear the speech of Pope Urban II and prepare to go all in on a crusade to retake the Holy Land. November 1095. The heart of Christendom prepares to fight the Holy War. But why would they do that? Why exactly would tens of thousands of medieval Christians, all the way from the penniless peasant to the great lord, suddenly uproot their entire lives to fight in a foreign land they knew only of from Scripture? To the modern observer, the idea is a bit baffling, even fanatical. But to Christians of the late 11th century, the call to crusade felt not only justified but urgent and inevitable. In their eyes, you see, the whole enterprise simply had to happen. It was, as they believed after all, ordained by God, necessary to defend the faith and rescue their brethren. But it was much more than that. This was not simply a religious war. There were so many moving parts, and so today, from a modern academic perspective, we're going to step into their shoes and explore the reasons, whether they be religious, political, social, and economic, that the contemporaries gave to themselves for embarking on this great crusade. No judgments, just observations. Detached academia, as usual. But first, just going to welcome you to the channel, as I always do out of habit and good manners. If you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, I would advise you to do so. And for those who are new to the channel, welcome. Thank you to those coming back. You'll notice no ads on this channel because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. If you would like to become among that crowd, well, there are links in the pinned comment and in the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, I think it's time that we go back to the 11th century and find out just what was happening. But of course, the 11th century. I doubt that anyone listening remembers what that was like. So let's start and understand the backdrop of the late 11th century and try and understand why the call to arms resonated so deeply. It was, I suppose, a time of rising confidence within Latin Christendom, but also looming threats from the outside. Europe itself was experiencing a period of dynamic change. The population, that was growing quite well. Trade, it was reviving. And the chaos of those earlier dark ages, as they were called, well, it was giving way to a more organized feudal society. It took a surprisingly long time for everyone to recover from the old order under Rome in its Western Empire sense. Those couple hundred years between the fall of Rome and those proper early Middle Ages, well, it certainly took a while for them to organize things into the new normal. Topic for another video, perhaps. Yet, with more people and more knights, there came more internal conflict, incessant local wars between lords and little feuds breaking out, often spilling blood on church altars and the innocent alike. The church, well, they had to try and tame this violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which urged knights not to harm the innocent, and to cease fighting on holy days. The efforts were met with mixed success. By 1095, many devout leaders were anxiously seeking a way to direct the aggressive energy of Europe's warrior class toward a more righteous end. And you must think about it. You have men with lots of resources, heavily trained in combat, with nothing to do, no one to fight. Of course, they're going to end up fighting each other, causing a bit of trouble. Let's put aside the general romanticization of knights for a moment. It's not quite like the tales of Lancelot and King Arthur. Of course, there was a little bit of that going on, sure. But a lot of knights definitely felt a little constricted by their position and the expectations put upon them, especially once they started to get a little bit of that disposable income, winning that at tournaments, all the rest. Well, beyond Europe's frontiers, of course, there was a profound challenge rising, and that was the advance of the Islamic powers. Now, the biggest power at the time was the Seljuk Turks, and they were closing in on the Christian lands. You see, for centuries, Christian and Muslim forces had clashed intermittently, and most notably in Spain, where the Christian kingdoms were slowly reconquering the Muslim-held territory, and also in the Mediterranean, when Norman knights had recently seized Sicily from Muslim rule. But now, there was a very new alarm sounding from the east. The Seljuk Turks, a recently converted Muslim people, had stormed onto the scene, and they had dealt a crushing blow to the Byzantine, or Eastern Roman Empire, at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. In the aftermath, vast swaths of Byzantine Anatolia, that is modern-day Turkey, were overrun. Ancient Christian cities fell to the Turkish control now. Roads became dangerous for travelers. The good old days were well and truly over. But even pilgrims, unarmed women and men, peasants, all the rest, traveling to Jerusalem, the holiest city of Christendom, they reported increasing harassment and peril. Jerusalem itself, along with the entire Holy Land, had been under Muslim domination since the 7th century. But the Christians had generally been tolerated to live and worship there under Islamic rulers, and pilgrimage had continued. All you need to do is pay the tax, the jizya, a lot of the time. Well, all of this began to change. In the year 1009, the volatile Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim had destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the revered site of Jesus Christ's tomb, by the way, in a fit of intolerance. Of course, the Europeans, they did not take to this kindly. It sent an outrage shockwave throughout Europe. Although the church was later rebuilt, stories of its desecration lingered in Western memory. By the 1070s, the Seljuks wrested Jerusalem from the Fatimids. Rumors spread of new atrocities. Some returning pilgrims told lurid tales of Christian pilgrims being robbed, attacked, and even once they arrived at the holy places, simply being prevented from entering. What a disappointment. Well, whether exaggerated or true, the reports painted a picture of the holy city and Eastern Christians in dire need. Something had to be done. So, you can see that the roots of all of this go back almost 100 years. Well, even more than that. A few hundred years, really. It had been brewing for quite some time. Now, what about the Byzantine Empire? Because they're the real player in this. And they found themselves right on the frontier between the clash of Christendom and the Islamic kingdoms. They found themselves hard-pressed by the Turks. And by 1095, Emperor Alexios Komnenos had managed to stabilize his throne and even reclaim some territory. But he knew he could not restore all of the lost lands, at least not alone. Swallowing a good deal of pride, the emperor reached out to his fellow Christians in the West for help. And this was remarkable. You might think that the Eastern and Western Roman Empire is just a line they drew for convenience. But no, they had actually been estranged for about 40 years or so. The Great Schism of 1054 divided Orthodox and Catholic Christianity, and nothing breaks up friendships like disagreements in religious orthodoxy. But nonetheless, at the Council of Piacenza in March of 1095, Alexios's ambassadors delivered an urgent plea to Pope Urban II. They asked for a limited force of Western knights, mercenaries, basically, to assist Byzantium in pushing back the Turks. I suppose in their own polite way, the Eastern envoys painted a grim picture of Asia Minor laid waste and Christian churches violated by infidels, appealing to their common faith. Of course, they had different doctrines between the Catholic and the Orthodox, but they all agreed on one thing, that the Holy Land was holy, and anyone who touches the Holy Land makes not an attack on church, but an attack on God. Now Pope Urban, he listened with interest. He was a Frenchman by birth, and quite a reformist, deeply committed to strengthening the Church's moral and political authority. The timing of Alexios's request was quite fortuitous. Urban had recently reasserted his control over the papacy after a long struggle with the rival pope and the Holy Roman Emperor. Now that he saw his opportunity to unite the warring nobles of Western Europe under a sacred cause, while also mending fences with Byzantium and extending Rome's influence. What began as an appeal for a few hundred knights would soon swell into something far greater, a spiritual tidal wave that no one, perhaps not even Pope Urban himself, could fully anticipate. Thus, on the eve of the First Crusade, Latin Christendom stood at a crossroads, spiritually energized, but militarily fragmented, increasingly aware of threats to the fellow Christians abroad, and led by a papacy eager to assert leadership. So, I'm sure you can see how this stage is perfectly set for the enterprise that could channel religious devotion and knightly aggression into one grand venture. It was a one-stop shop. It could require a clarion call loud enough to rouse the heart of Europe, and Urban II was about to deliver exactly that. And so here we are, wheeling back to that scene in November 1095, Clermont, France. Urban II convened a great church council there, mainly to discuss reforms, but he had a kind of dramatic finale in mind. On the council's last day, the Pope stepped outside to address the masses. We are fortunate to have several near-contemporary accounts of what Urban said, though each chronicle is remembered a little bit differently. They're all pretty much the same. But the reports do agree on one thing, that Urban's speech was a tour de force that brought the crowd to a fever pitch. According to one chronicler, the Pope began by describing the plight of Eastern Christians and the barbarity of the enemy. He spoke of a horrible tale coming from Jerusalem and Constantinople. Churches desecrated, Christians driven from their homes and enslaved, and the holy places defiled. There is one recounted version, when Urban details the atrocities allegedly committed by the Turks, stories calculated to make his listeners shudder with indignation. He He claims, for instance, that Christian men were being circumcised and their blood poured over altars, the Turks tortured and killed with unspeakable cruelty, and the Christian women suffered dishonor at the hands of the infidels. Quote, "What shall I say of the abominations inflicted on women?" on account, as Urban declare. "To speak of it is worse than to be silent." Whether or not such lurid tales were actually true, they were certainly powerful. Nothing like that to whip up the emotions. And the message was clear. Christendom itself was under attack. They were coming for us. Its holy sanctuaries and people suffering intolerable wrongs that cried out for redress. Surely, that watching audience couldn't just sit there and let it happen. So Urban posed a challenge to the listeners. Who, if not you, will avenge this injustice? A quote from one of the texts. "On whom is the labor of avenging these wrongs and recovering this territory incumbent, if not upon you?" I suppose it was more than a call for revenge, really framed as a kind of sacred duty. Kind of like God was looking down and judging their responses. You better not give the wrong answer. The Pope reminded the largely French audience of their ancestors' glorious deeds, that heroic age of Charlemagne, when the Christian kings expanded Christ's realm by defeating pagan foes. Let the deeds of your ancestors incite you, Urban exhorted, invoking Charlemagne and the other old heroes of that age who had extended the borders of the faith. And so now he implied that it was simply their turn to take up that mantle, live up to the legacy. But most stirring of all was Urban's appeal to liberate Jerusalem, the biblical Holy Land. In the words recorded by the monk Robert of Reims, Urban painted a contrast between the war-torn, impoverished land of Europe and the richness of the distant promise. Quote from his speech, "This land which you inhabit is too narrow for your large population, nor does it abound in wealth. It barely furnishes food enough for its cultivators. Hence, you fight and devour one another." And he was right. He was 100% correct. It was a frank acknowledgment of Europe's internal strife. Then the Pope offered a remedy, of course. "Let your quarrels end," he said. "Let wars cease among you. Enter upon the holy road to the holy sepulchre. Wrest that land from the wicked race, and subject it to yourselves." Now there's a stunning idea. All that energy, fighting between each other, redirected outward, not in the service of wealth, but in the service of God. Why spill your neighbor's blood in petty feuds, when you could fight the wicked race, i.e. the Muslims, occupying Christ's own sepulchre? Robert the monk's account continues, with Urban describing the Holy Land in almost poetic terms, to entice the crowd even further. He reminded them that this was indeed that land from Scripture, the land flowing with milk and honey, promised by God, the navel of the world, made sacred by Christ's life and death. Jerusalem, the royal city at the center of the earth, was now held captive by the enemies of God, and it begs for liberation. Urban called upon his listeners as the chosen people of God's war. He said, "From you especially, Jerusalem asks for succor, for God has given you glory in arms. Undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, and with the assurance of eternal glory in heaven." Well, it sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Remission of sins. I'm sure a few eyes darted back and forth, thinking, perhaps the sins I've committed will only be remissed if I do this. Well, the last line carried immense weight, of course. That is that spiritual reward, unprecedented in its scope, complete forgiveness from the Pope himself. This was a formal indulgence, essentially a promise that fighting for the holy war for the sake of Christ would wipe away the penance one owed for past wrongdoing. To a society deeply concerned with salvation in the afterlife, that was quite the incentive. Now imagine knights who had lived by the sword, often incurring blood guilt or excommunication for their violence, now being told that if they turned their sword in a more productive way, face it to the infidel, their sins could be washed clean. Very little wonder that the crowd, upon hearing all these appeals, roared in agreement and devotion. It kind of reminds me of when Oprah gave everybody a car. I'm sure you remember the crowd reaction. Now, let's not compare Oprah to Pope Urban II, shall we? But I'm sure you see what I'm getting at. So they shouted, Deus vult, God wills it. Moved by the unanimity, of the response, Urban reportedly rejoiced and declared, Indeed, God has drawn this cry from you. Let it be your war cry in battle, for it comes from God. The Pope then urged all who were able-bodied and prepared for the task to take up the call. He specifically forbade the weak, elderly, or women from going, so as not to burden the army, and he encouraged those who could not fight to support the endeavor financially. Urban appointed as the spiritual leader of the expedition Bishop Adhemar of Lipoi. Now who was that? Well, he was a respected, pious cleric from the area, and he volunteered right on the spot. Well, he then set the official departure for August of 1096. The crowd surged forward to pledge themselves to the journey, many receiving a cross-shaped cloth to stitch to their tunics. The origin of the term to take the cross, the very mark of the crusader. Now some people think that they were stitching them straight into their skin. I've heard a few people say this before, and it seems their citation for it is the introduction of the video game Dante's Inferno. Now don't get me wrong, it was an absolute banger, but no one was bringing out fishing hooks and stitching it directly into their skin, at least as far as I know. If they were, please correct me. So, in a mix of fiery rhetoric and heartful piety, the First Crusade was on like Donkey Kong. Urban's sermon deftly wove together all the key justifications that the Christians of the time found persuasive. Defense of the fellow Christians and sacred sites, righteous vengeance against cruelty, and the channeling of violent impulses toward a holy purpose, the lure of spiritual and material rewards, and the sense of participating in God's grand design. It all sounds like a pretty win-win idea for those crusaders. But let's break down each of those motivations more fully, and we'll see what made the crusade feel not just appealing, but so necessary to so many people. Okay, so at its core, the First Crusade was kind of sold and definitely embraced as this act of profound faith. It was the physical manifestation of someone's faith in God through taking up the sword with God at your back and going off to some foreign land to just beat the living hell out of complete strangers. Well, it's one way to put it. But the men and women of 1096 called it a pilgrimage, really, or a journey to Jerusalem done for Christ's sake. The word crusade comes from crux, for cross. You see, that was coined quite a bit later, At the time, participants thought of themselves first and foremost as pilgrims, but this time carrying swords. Understanding this mindset's pretty critical, by the way. They didn't see themselves as conquerors or marauders, but rather penitents and soldiers of God on a holy mission. One powerful religious motivation was the desire to liberate that holy land, especially Jerusalem. Now, of course, this was not going to come without a bloody good fight. People knew that, but they weren't going at it with bloodthirst in mind. It wasn't about that. Anyway, in Christian thought, Jerusalem, well, it wasn't just another city. It was the holiest place on the entire planet, the site of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, the location of the Holy Sepulchre, and the spiritual center of the world. Many believe that Jerusalem, because of this, should rightfully be in Christian hands, a fitting homage to Christ. You think about it this way. What if Mecca was overtaken by Christians? The Muslims would launch their own crusade, I suppose, or rather a jihad. Now, the idea that this sacred city was under the control of Muslims, whom they saw as heathens denying Christ, well, that was a deeply painful insult to pious Christians. There was this widespread yearning to restore Christian worship in Jerusalem's holy sites and to protect those places from dishonor. This was often framed not as a war of conquest, but as a moral obligation to Christ himself. Now, as Urban II implored, quote, "Let the holy sepulchre of the Lord our Saviour, which is possessed by unclean nations, especially in situ." There it is again, the holy sepulchre, treated with ignominy by unbelievers. That was the North Star, the rallying symbol that stirred the medieval imagination. Now, pilgrimage to Jerusalem, that was already the ultimate spiritual adventure in the Middle Ages, the top holiday destination. Those who managed to visit the holy city, rather, not the holiday city, despite the distance and danger, were revered at home as having done something courageous and holy. By recasting the Crusade as an armed pilgrimage, Urban made an innovative leap. He took up a very familiar act of devotion, pilgrimage, and fused it with a concept of holy war. Up to this point, mainstream Christian teaching had been ambivalent about warfare. Fighting was usually only condoned as a regrettable necessity in self-defense. But here, what we had was a war that was proactively called for by the sacred leadership. It had to be framed carefully to be acceptable to the Christian conscience. The solution was to emphasize the penitential aspect of the journey. Crusaders were often described as doing penance for their very act of taking up the cross. Instead of walking barefoot and unarmed to atone for sin as a typical pilgrim might, these penitents would carry a sword and lance, now weapons, symbols of God's service. But the church itself assured participants that their toils would count as a meritorious sacrifice. All the fasting, hardship, and danger they would endure on the march to Jerusalem would be like a great living prayer. If they were unlucky and died in the attempt, they were often compared to martyrs, giving their life for the love of Christ. One chronicler, Gilbert of Nogent, wrote later that God was literally pressing men's souls to undertake the Crusades as a means of salvation. The idea of dying for one's faith, that's been pretty much always honored in Christianity. The word martyr and carries quite a deep significance, not just in Christianity either, but now fighting and perhaps dying to reclaim Christ's tomb could be seen in that exalted light. Martyrdom no longer just for those disciples, priests, and all the rest. Anyone could do it. But perhaps the most concrete religious incentive was the indulgence that Urban pronounced. While the previous popes had spiritual rewards to knights fighting in Spain, Urban's promise at Clermont was unprecedented in scope. Full remission of the sins, if they truly repented. To medieval Christians, steeped in the belief that sin required penance, and that unatoned sin meant a lifetime, or rather eternity, in purgatory, or even worse if you were that unlucky. It was like being handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. Pass go, collect $200. It really is hard to overstate how motivating this was. Many knights knew that they had bloody pasts. They had killed, pillaged, perhaps even violated the peace of God. But now the church told them, go and do this one thing, and the entire slate will be wiped clean by God's mercy. One eyewitness to Clermont wrote that Urban's call was a command of Christ, and those who heeded it could substitute the expedition for all penance. So in essence, the crusade was presented as a holy shortcut to grace. Think about it. If you could, take one test, and then all of your student loan debt would be forgiven. I suppose these are we can frame them in our modern issues, I suppose. But in addition, religious culture at the time was imbued with the expectation of miracles and divine intervention. Many crusaders genuinely believed God would guide and protect them. This faith was reinforced as the expedition unfolded. In their chronicles, they credit God for every major victory. For example, when the Crusaders miraculously survived starvation and then captured the city of Antioch in 1098, they attributed to not their own skill, but God's favor. And of course, the discovering of a holy relic, that being the Holy Lance, said to be the spear that pierced the side of Christ. That, of course, boosted their morale quite a bit. Now, one leader, Count Raymond of Toulouse, insisted on carrying this relic into battle. Such events strengthened the conviction that the crusade was God's work. If hardships befell them, these were the tests of faith. If successes came, they were proof of divine blessing. And we even see a kind of apocalyptic zeal in play. Jerusalem held a place in the end-time prophecies for medieval Christians. If you're familiar with the book of Revelation and other texts, well, they hint at Jerusalem's role in this second coming of Christ. Some zealots likely believe that reclaiming Jerusalem would perhaps hasten the end of days and fulfill God's final plan for the world. While Urban II's recorded works focus on practical and pious reasons, the underlying religious sentiment among the masses, well, that certainly included hope of participating in a cosmic, divine story. Well, let's move on to a different set of justifications. Let's look at the ruling class of medieval Europe, this warrior aristocracy, knights and nobles living by the sword, both their calling and a curse. By the late 11th century, the Church had been grappling with the problem of knightly violence for generations. Knights, well, they were meant to protect the weak, uphold justice, but too often they preyed on the very people they should be defending. Feudal society was plagued by small-scale wars, disputes between lords, fights over inheritance, raids for plunder, or just vengeance. Common folk and churchmen alike suffered under this constant insecurity. The peace of God movement, originating in France in the early 11th century, tried to forbid knights from harming non-combatants like peasants, clergy, women, and merchants. But the truce of God went even further, and that prohibited warfare on certain days, and in Sundays, holy seasons, giving societies some kind of respite. These initiatives had a moral force, but enforcing them, that was another matter. You can make rules, sure, but rule breakers don't follow the rules. Many knights, they paid lip service to the peace and the truce, only to ignore them when ambition or anger flared up within them. The First Crusade, in the eyes of reformers like Urban II, well, that offered a brilliant solution. Turn their violent energies toward a righteous cause. Rather than unrealistically trying to make these trained warriors lay down their arms and be good little boys, the Crusade gave them a chance to use their fighting skills in a more noble manner. And so in one fell swoop, the concept of Christian knighthood was completely transformed. No longer would a knight be merely a brutal enforcer for his own gain. He could now become a soldier of Christ, as some writers proudly dubbed the Crusaders Miles Christi. Now this was indeed a radical rebranding. War, if fought for God's justice, could not be a sin but rather a path to holiness. So contemporary accounts of Urban's sermon, they also highlight this appeal to knights, you see. One chronicler by Fulcher of Chartres, who was present at Clermont, by the way, recalls Urban urging these fighting men to cease their internal wars and instead fight against the infidel. Let those who have been robbers now become soldiers. That's a quote from Fulcher's version. Let those who have formerly fought against their brothers and relatives now fight, as is right, against barbarians. The Pope was effectively saying, stop all your petty squabbles. Let's team up for the ultimate noble battle. Fulcher also notes the promise, let those who have been serving as mercenaries for a small pay now obtain the eternal reward. And there's a poignant insight there. Many landless knights hired themselves out to scratch out a meager living, becoming little better than thugs for coin. And Urban, he offered them something grander, a chance to be part of a divinely sanctioned army, gain spiritual wages far beyond gold, an eternal retirement plan. The knightly class responded with enthusiasm. To be sure, their motives were a mix of idealism and self-interest. Medieval knights were concerned with honor, fame, and fealty. The Crusade promised honor on a colossal scale, the kind that would be celebrated in songs and chronicles. And indeed, we're still talking about it, so there's that. Now we know that many prominent nobles, of course, took the cross in 1096, including some of the most renowned lords of France and Norman Italy. So let's just quickly go through a quick character list, I suppose. And we'll mention a few of them just to illustrate their mindset. So first, we had Raymond IV, that is the Count of Toulouse. We have mentioned him, one of the richest and also the oldest nobles to go. He was deeply devout. Now in 1096 he was nearing 60 years of age, and he saw the crusade as a holy mission so important that he left his vast domains, even bringing his wife and family along, believe it or not. Chronicles note Raymond's piety. He reportedly wanted to die in the Holy Land and be buried there. Well, he didn't quite die on the march, but he never returned to Europe, staying to rule in the East, a sign of his long-term commitment to the cause. Then we have Godfrey of Bouillon, a duke from Lorraine, He also took up the cross quite early, but he had a quite complicated past. He had fought for the German emperor against the papacy in earlier years. Some speculate that by joining the Crusade he sought to atone for siding with the, quote, wrong side in that conflict, making peace with the church. He sold or mortgaged most of his property to finance the expedition. Pretty enormous personal sacrifice, that's for sure. And Godfrey became one of the Crusade's foremost commanders, ultimately elected the ruler of Jerusalem after its capture. Though here's something quite tellingly, he refused to wear the king's crown, quote, where Christ had worn a crown of thorns. So instead he took a different title, Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, reflecting the Christian ideal of humble service to God, even in victorious glory. But then we had Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman prince from southern Italy. He was a bit of a different sort, daring, ambitious, quite frank about seeking his fortune, to be honest with you. Bohemond had fought the Byzantines before. His father had tried to conquer the Greek Empire, so cynics might say that Bohemond joined the Crusade hoping to seize land for himself. There's certainly a few eyebrows raising at that. And indeed, during the campaign, he maneuvered to claim the city of Antioch as his own principality. Yet even Bohemond cloaked his venture in piety, and he won the admiration of those as a crusader hero. He was at Clermont, too, to hear Pope Urban's call, and was moved enough to take the cross despite the rivalry with Byzantium. And that goes to show that even those with worldly aims seem to frame their participation as knightly honor and religious duty combined. Okay, last one. Tancred of Hauteville, Bohemond's young nephew. He exemplifies this chivalrous ideal. In chronicles, Tancred is portrayed as a model crusader, brave, relatively merciful to the conquered, and motivated by this genuine religious fervor. There is one story that is, well, admittedly it could be romanticized. It claims that Tancred lamented when the Crusaders, in the flush of victory, massacred the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He would have preferred that they convert rather than be killed. Well, whether that's true or not, such anecdotes reflect the self-image of knights as righteous warriors, not mere butchers. And it certainly goes out to those who want to save souls, rather than just send the infidels to that fiery pit. Whichever comes first, I suppose. Now, for knights like these, the Crusade had a social allure beyond the spiritual. Medieval society was hierarchical and local. The noble's fame usually extended only as far as his neighbor's eyes, but answering the Pope's call, that made the knight a part of a pan-European enterprise, one that chronicles would write about for posterity, and YouTubers would make videos about 900 years later. It is really hard to underplay the romantic appeal that this held for a warrior class, raised on these epic legends. Many of them grew up hearing that tales are like the Song of Roland, stories where noble Christian knights battled pure evil. So the First Crusade in their minds was living out a similar epic on the real stage of history. It was now their turn to become the paladins of Christendom. But then you have the pragmatic social factor. The laws of inheritance, also called primogeniture, often left younger sons of nobles with no land or titles, and of course, that's quite a problem. For those landless knights, war and adventure were the only real way to make name and potentially new estates. The East, with its rich cities like Antioch and Jerusalem, beckoned as a place of opportunity. Even Urban's speech, as reported by Robert the Monk, hints at Europe being overcrowded and poor, implying the East as a land of plenty by comparison, milk and honey, just like the scriptures. But whether or not the average crusader consciously thought that I'm going to get rich, the possibility of profit and plunder, well, that certainly loomed in the background. Whether or not people like to admit it, everybody acting as pious as possible. However, importantly, the moral narrative of the crusade reframed even material gain as part of God's will. If a knight gained wealth or land during the expedition, he could believe that it was God rewarding him for his service. One high-ranking participant, Stephan of Blois, wrote cheerfully to his wife from Antioch that he had twice as much wealth now as when he left, seeing absolutely no contradiction between spiritual aims and personal benefit. There's another social element that often gets overlooked, and that's peer pressure or feudal obligation. When major lords like Raymond or Godfrey took the cross, their vassals and knights were strongly inclined to follow. Entire feudal contingents went east under the lord's banners, and in a sense it became fashionable among the nobility to join the crusade. One could gain prestige at home simply by participating, whereas declining, well, you're a bit of a coward, aren't you? Well, for those on the fence, seeking neighbors and fellow knights rush out to pledge themselves must have been quite persuasive. It's akin to a wave of enthusiasm sweeping through a warrior class. A new definition of what it meant to be a true knight emerged, one who fights for God, not just for himself. You see, the call to crusade didn't only inspire nobles and the hardened warrior class, but ordinary people too. Medieval society, high and low, was deeply religious. The idea of rescuing Christ's patrimony and earning eternal merit, well, that proved to be quite popular across all social classes. So within months of urban sermon, a spontaneous movement of common folk, later dubbed the People's Crusade, had ignited. This outpouring, while quite less organized and ultimately tragic in outcome, it shows how compelling the vision was to the average man on the street in 1096. So one figure stands out in the grassroots crusading enthusiasm: Peter the Hermit. He was a charismatic preacher, often described as a gaunt, barefoot monk riding a donkey, who traveled through France and Germany preaching the crusade to anyone who would listen to him. By all accounts, he was apparently quite mesmerizing. People flocked to touch his robe, or even pluck hairs from his mule's tail as if to carry a piece of this holy man's zeal. Peter the Hermit's sermons stirred villagers and townsfolk to leave their ploughs and shops and join the march to Jerusalem. And so he became the unofficial leader of tens of thousands of would-be crusaders, but not armored knights. Farmers, laborers, women, elderly, even children, all swept up by that apocalyptic excitement. So they believed that if knights could go and fight for God's tomb, why not them as well? After all, they're Christians too. Some sources suggest that Peter preached the Lord would protect the simple and meek on this journey, possibly even working miracles on their behalf. A bold claim. Let's see how it works out. Well, we shouldn't make jokes about that now, shouldn't we? Well, the People's Crusade, as it is often called, set out in spring of 1096, months before the official departure date and largely without any church authorization. It was as if the floodgates of passion had burst. This ill-trained mob included pious souls sincerely seeking to do God's will, but also riff-raff and miscreants who saw a chance for loot or a bit of adventure. Their march across Europe was chaotic, lacking discipline. Some groups in the People's Crusade committed horrific excesses, revealing a darker side of mass zeal. Most notorious were the attacks on the Jews in the Rhineland. Certain bands of crusaders, led by minor nobles like Count Emmiko of Leiningen, decided on their way to fight the Muslim infidels, they would first need to deal with the ones that they perceived at home, i.e., the Jews. So in Speyer, Worms, Mainz, and other cities along the Rhine, these mobs massacred Jewish women, children, and the men, forcing conversions or simply slaughtering those who refused. Well, it was strongly condemned by local bishops, of course. They tried, often in vain, to shelter people. It didn't quite work out. Yet it happened, precisely because the crusading fervor was so intense, and of course, a little bit misdirected among the lower ranks. These perpetrators twisted the Crusades' idea, the war for Christianity, into an excuse to murder people, and anyone who they saw as Christ killers or infidels were on the menu for that. For them, in this reasoning, the crusade had to happen, not only in Jerusalem, but against any perceived enemy of Christ. And this is important. As a sobering note, while the main aim was freeing the Holy Land from Muslim rule, the entire atmosphere in general of holy war could ignite uncontrolled fanaticism. So, moving east, Peter the Hermit's masses and similar groups of peasants reached Byzantine territory in 1096, unruly and hungry. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios, astonished and somewhat dismayed at these ragtag hordes suddenly showing up out of nowhere, quickly ferried them across the Bosphorus into Asia Minor, mainly just to keep them away from Constantinople. There, the People's Crusade met its doom. Unarmed peasants and undisciplined militias were no match for the seasoned Turkish troops. In the fall of 1096, these ill-fated enthusiasts were ambushed and massacred by the Seljuks shortly after entering Muslim-held territory. Only a handful of them, Peter the Hermit among them, survived to later join the main Crusade armies. The People's Crusade, despite its tragic end, exemplifies how ordinary Christians of the time felt the crusade was necessary and urgent. Many of these folks had very little to gain materially. Some even was walking barefoot, trusting God to provide. Motivations were often naively spiritual. Chroniclers like Albert of Aachen relate almost unbelievable anecdotes. A segment of common crusaders became so carried away that they followed a goose and a goat that they claimed were filled with the Holy Spirit and divinely ordained to lead them to Jerusalem. So picture that, scores of devout peasants walking behind the goose, singing hymns and sincerely believing that God's voice was guiding the animal to the holy place. Seems a bit silly, but it does show the nearly hysterical level of religious excitement, a mass psychosis of faith. Well, what about the economic factors? At least for the common people. You see, while knights needed costly armor and thus often had to sell off their lands or take loans to finance their trip, the poorer crusaders obviously had quite fewer resources. Some very real economics underlay their decisions. A peasant living in grinding poverty under heavy feudal burdens might see the crusade as a kind of chance to start up a new life, or at least a temporary escape from their woes. The Middle Ages had limited mobility. To go on a crusade was in some cases to throw off one's feudal obligations. The Church tried to ease the way by, for example, suspending debts for those who took the cross and forbidding creditors to seize their lands while they were away. And this meant a debtor could depart without fear of returning to complete ruin. Something like a fresh start. I mean, when you have nothing to lose. Well, townspeople, too, might have been enticed by the thought of profitable trade in the East, or simply swept up by pious patriotism for Christianity. Urban had explicitly encouraged the rich to aid the poor in going, and indeed many nobles did sponsor and equip poorer neighbors or neighbors or vassals to join the march, and this created a sense of communal endeavor. Everybody, rich or poor, could share in the spiritual riches of the crusade. All of this mass enthusiasm was further stoked by a network of itinerant preachers, and that's beyond Peter the Hermit. All across France and Germany, clergymen took up Urban's cause, preaching in churches, public squares. They all spoke in the vernacular languages, so even the illiterate listeners could grasp the message. Now, do remember that back in those days, the Bible was not translated for the common people to read. You would go to a mass in Latin and just, ask questions to the preacher afterwards, I suppose. Well, miracles, too. They were reported as signs of God's divine favor. There were tales of heavenly lights pointing the way east. Or, if divine apparitions urging people to go on, they were considered miracles, too. In Genoa, it's said that the city's patron saint appeared in a vision to assure support for a fleet. Whether that's true or rumor, it certainly galvanized those faithful. And by the time the main armies of the First Crusade left Europe in the late summer of 1096, an estimated 60 to 100,000 people were on the move, including non-combatants. Now, this was an unprecedented migration. It included women, some who went to support their husbands, priests, to provide spiritual guidance, and all manner of camp followers. The journey was extremely arduous, across the Balkans, through the harsh winter in Anatolia and beyond, but the motivating fire for many was the vision of the holy city, and the conviction that they were part of God's grand plan. Now, it is worth emphasizing, too, that many truly experienced what they thought was divine intervention along the way. When hardship struck, starvation, disease, heat, it caused disillusionment in some. A few turned back, yet a core persisted, bolstered by religious resolve and by leaders who kept reminding them of the sacred purpose. A sunk cost fallacy, I suppose. Thus, popular fervor was both the fuel and at times the uncontrolled wildfire of the crusade. It made it a people's movement, in addition to a princely one, and it just shows again why contemporaries felt that it had to happen right now. A French farmer in the day might say, we just simply have to help our Lord and our brothers. God himself calls us. There was a sense of immediacy. Many believed that failing to respond to God's summons would invite divine wrath, or at least be a terrible shame. And if everybody else was going off to the crusade, you wouldn't want to be the one guy in the village who didn't. With so many ordinary folk convinced and participating, the First Crusade took on this air of a popular apocalypse, a showdown between the faithful and the forces of darkness. and in every way, every Christian soul could play their own part. Anyone can be a hero. Of course, faith and fervor, they were the driving forces. But we'd be a bit silly to ignore the political and economic factors that made the whole thing feasible, and also in some leaders' eyes desirable. Here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you. No matter what they tell you, you've always just got to follow the money. Someone benefits. Someone's making something. It doesn't mean that the whole ideal is null and void. But where there's money to be made, the people who want to make it all rush on in. Now, the late 11th century, that was a time in general of intense papal ambition and Christian statecraft, and the Crusaders served those ends, even as it wore the mantle of piety. So, let's consider all of that now. Look at how the political motives align sometimes a little uncomfortably with the more religious and pious narrative. First, the papacy itself had reasons to champion such a venture. Pope Urban II, as we have mentioned, was a reformer following in the footsteps of the great Pope Gregory VII. Now, as for Gregory, he'd once envisioned raising an army of knights to aid Byzantium and maybe even reclaim Jerusalem as early as the 1070s. Well, spoiler alert, that plan never materialized due to conflicts in Europe. But it does show that the idea was germinating in reformist circles. By 1095, Urban saw an opportunity to assert the leadership of the Roman Church over all Christendom. If the Pope could raise an army by mere power of his word, an army not to fight other Christians, as in past political quarrels, but to fight the enemies of God, it would dramatically elevate the spiritual authority of his office. And yes, it is a hell of a legacy. No pun intended with the usage of the word hell. He would, in effect, become the leader of not just the papacy, but Christendom in a very tangible way, commanding not just prayer and doctrine, but armies of the faithful. And you have to remember, at this time, the papacy had been locked in a struggle with secular rulers, the investiture controversy with the Holy Roman Empire, who had ultimate sway over Christendom. The First Crusade, whether intentionally or not, seems to have sidestepped all of these little squabbles. And no reigning king, by the way, went on the crusade. The King of France, Philip I, was excommunicated at the time and stayed home. The Holy Roman Emperor, Henry IV, was tied up in a conflict with the Pope. And the King of England, William II, well, he just wasn't interested. Yeah, no interest from the English, I'm afraid, in the First Crusade. And so this left Urban with a clear field to rally the nobility and knights without royal interference. It is a telling detail. The Crusades were largely led by second-tier monarchs and great lords, rather than kings, and it meant that the Pope's influence was very important. In calling and legitimizing the crusade, Urban was effectively superseding kings in the eyes of many, a bold statement of papal primacy. Of course, if the kings aren't around, who's the second in command? This whole thing was Urban's idea in the first place, so he better be around to take a bit of responsibility. Now, let's consider the Byzantine angle. Emperor Alexios Komnenos, who had asked for help, and surely hoped for a force he could control or that would return his lost territories to him. Urban's call fulfilled part of that request. It brought a force far larger than Alexios expected, even frighteningly so. From a Western perspective, aiding fellow Christians in the East was a noble justification. Chroniclers often mention that the Eastern Church was in anguish and needed relief. Urban's own letter to the French churches after Clermont framed this crusade as coming to the rescue of Eastern Christendom. He wrote, "The Christians of the East have implored our aid." This fostered a sense of Christian unity across East-West lines, a potentially healing gesture after the schism. Some believe that Urban also had in mind the reunion of the churches under Rome's leadership. A little ambitious. But if Western knights saved Byzantium, perhaps the Byzantine Church would acknowledge the debt that they owed to the papacy. In any case, to an 11th century Christian knight fighting to protect fellow Christians, whether they be Greeks, Armenians, Syrians, etc., from Turkish oppression, well, that was a just and noble cause. For the great lords who led the Crusade armies, the Prince's Crusade, as we might now call it, political and territorial ambitions walked hand in hand with piety. And don't be naive. Don't think that those like Bohemond, Raymond, or Baldwin of Boulogne were indifferent to worldly gains. Once again, we can't slip into this romanticism of King Arthur-like knightly virtue. Quite a few of them hoped to carve out their own leaderships in the East, and indeed, as events turned out, some Crusade leaders became rulers of the new Crusader states. Baldwin took Edessa in 1098 and later became the king of Jerusalem. Bohemond settled as the Prince of Antioch. Was this outcome completely planned from the start? What do you think? Well, not officially. If it was, they didn't talk about it out loud. They all swore oaths to Emperor Alexios in Constantinople to return former Byzantine lands to him. But the temptation of land and tithe in the exotic East proved to be a little too strong. When Alexios did not or could not help at crucial moments, like during the siege of Antioch, Crusade leaders felt released from their promises. They often justified taking possession of cities in moral terms, either as fair reward for their bloodshed or because the Greeks, quote, abandoned the Crusaders, thus voiding any obligation they had to them. In the context of 1095 to 99, it's important to note that these princes could sincerely reconcile ambition with holy purpose. A knightly lord might rationalize, God wants us to have these lands to better defend Christendom on earth. For example, when Baldwin of Boulogne assumed control of the county of Edessa, becoming the first Crusader prince to found a state, by the way, he did so at the invitation of Christian Armenians living there, who needed protection against the Muslims. Baldwin became the adopted heir of an Armenian lord and took over Edessa's governance. One could view this cynically as opportunism. Baldwin's first thought was not Jerusalem, but securing a personal domain. But look at it from another angle. Baldwin's actions planted a Christian bastion deep within enemy territory, and arguably, that was going to be a pretty big advantage for a wider crusade. I suppose maybe a little bit of both columns is true. Baldwin likely saw it as a fortunate turn for himself and a service to the cause, protecting fellow Christians on the flank of the main army. This dual reasoning shows how Crusaders merged this principle with a kind of pragmatism. Now, in terms of economic motives, yes, they were there, but they played a little bit of a subtler role. Behind the nobility stood the Italian mercantile cities. Think about Genoa, Pisa, Venice, and they were quick to support the Crusade with ships and supplies. Really, the best thing they could do was provide a navy. The city-states recognized that if the Levantine ports were captured by Latin Christians, it would open lucrative trade routes for them. Almost as soon as Crusaders began winning victories, Italian fleets arrived to assist, and, of course, to share in the profits. Cha-ching. Plenty of them to be had. For instance, a Genoese fleet helped the Crusaders take Antioch and later Jerusalem, and in return, Genoa received trading quarters and privileges in those cities. While these arrangements were not the initial driver of the crusade, the expectation of an economic reward certainly helps get support from those who might otherwise remain on the sidelines. Like we always say here, it always greases the wheels. A merchant or craftsman might justify backing the crusade, or even going in person, by the prospect that new markets and wealth would flow from a Christian-controlled Holy Land. And again, the medieval mindset, commerce and faith, they weren't really contradictory. Success in trade, well, that's just another one of God's blessings. Another angle of political motivation was the prestige and influence to be gained by participants. For younger nobles without much inheritance, joining the crusade in the retinue of a famous lord offered quite a chance of advancement. Many obscure knights made names for themselves through bravery or leadership during the crusade. Chronicles celebrated individuals who would otherwise be forgotten simply because they took part in this grand affair, a rare opportunity for social mobility, or at least fame, a kind of feudal ambition. Well, there is also this balance of sincere faith and shrewd politics, which is perhaps embodied best by Pope Urban II himself. After Clermont, he continued preaching throughout Europe, drumming up support for the expedition. He must have been astounded by the scale of the response. It exceeded even the most optimistic of hopes, yet he always framed the crusade as fundamentally a spiritual endeavor. If there were political side benefits, healing the schism, asserting papal leadership, curbing knightly violence at home, these were portrayed as happy little accidents, a corollary to doing God's work. In fact, Urban never visited the Holy Land, nor did he live to see the outcome. He died in 1099, just 2 weeks after Jerusalem fell, apparently without even knowing the news. Yeah, it took a while for the news to reach you back then. But he had set in motion a movement that would recast the political landscape of the Mediterranean, and from a long-term perspective, the Crusade created Latin Christian states in the East and dramatically increased Western influence. Those outcomes might have been intended or perhaps unintended, but for the people of the time, they were often interpreted as part of God's providence. So, political motivations in their thinking did not really detract from the sense of righteousness. Really, they were entwined. A medieval noble or clergyman could believe that strengthening Christendom's unity and territory was itself a godly goal. There was no hard separation between political and religious spheres as we might think of today. No separation of church and state back then. The church was the state. Installing a Christian prince in Antioch or a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem, that was seen as both a strategic win and a spiritual triumph. And so there it is. Having traveled through all these facets of the First Crusade's justification, where exactly do we arrive to? Well, I suppose from the perspective of the people back then, it was a convergence of righteous cause, divine command, and just communal will. And yes, it did have to happen, because it answered a profound spiritual need, a pressing call for help from fellow Christians, and even a social necessity to quell violence at home, propelled by this genuine devotional energy as well as earthly hopes of those who took part. And so I think that is enough for today. Thank you again for listening. I'm going to, as usual, go through the patrons who are on that top tier level. Let's do it. Let me just find where it is. Hang on. Well, this is embarrassing. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Did medieval soldiers get PTSD? We often picture medieval knights as stoic, battle-hardened figures, men-at-arms raised solely on a diet of violence and faith, immune to fear or regret. But the truth is, they were just as human as the rest of us. Take an example from the mid-1300s. A French knight and veteran of the 100 Years' War, Geoffroy de Charnay, wrote a manual for fellow warriors, the Book of Chivalry. And in this book, he warned of unexpected terrors that beset knights off the battlefield. He cautions that, quote, when they would be secure from danger, they will be beset by great terror. Now, that description sounds eerily like the anxiety, hypervigilance, and nightmares that modern PTSD sufferers report. Think about that. A medieval knight openly acknowledging that even far from any physical peril, a soldier might be seized by intense fear. He spoke of the struggle to get through the night, and the feelings as if even nature was going against them. Such words suggest that the medieval fighting man, for all his chainmail and courage, was not psychologically invulnerable. In fact, Charnay implied that mental distress was simply an occupational hazard. This immediately challenges that old notion that pre-modern warriors were too tough or culturally conditioned to suffer trauma. Instead, it invites us to our interesting topic of the day, to dig deeper into chronicles, literature, letters, religious texts of the Middle Ages, and try to find some accounts of haunted nights, fearful hearts, and even a few guilty consciences. But before we get on to that, allow me to welcome you. If you're new here, it's a pleasure to have you in for the first time, and I do hope the video lives up to your expectations. For those who have not yet clicked the subscribe button, I invite you to do so, along with leaving a comment and a like. Tell me your thoughts down below. Let's have a conversation. You will find no ads in this video, thanks to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who donated, keeping the channel going. Thank you very much for your contributions. And those who checked out the merch store. Lots of nice little goodies on there. Now, with warm welcomes out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed and dig into the topic for today. Medieval Europe. It was a world saturated with violence. Wars, whether small or feudal skirmishes, grand crusades, they were all frequent. And that's not to mention the public executions or deadly plague. It all meant that death was a familiar presence in daily life. Now you might argue that people of the Middle Ages were more desensitized to bloodshed than we are today. We're certainly quite coddled in our modern sensibilities, for better or worse. A peasant could witness animal slaughters, or the aftermath of a battle near his village. A nobleman's training from boyhood involved hunting and fighting, potentially inuring him to blood and gore. This cultural conditioning, along with a worldview that often framed warfare in honorable or religious terms might have offered some psychological armor. For example, knights were taught to see themselves as God's instruments or as heroes from chivalric legend, a mindset that could reduce feelings of moral conflict when you're bashing somebody's head in. Now, in the Byzantine East, too, soldiers were part of a militarized society, constantly fending off enemies. The Byzantine military manuals emphasized discipline and courage, trying to preempt panic or disorder among troops. Yet, as modern historians have noted, greater exposure to death does not make a medieval warrior superhumanly immune to fear. After all, human physiology and psychology are not things that have changed dramatically. We've still got all the same working parts and ingredients: adrenaline, shock, grief. They all affected medieval people as much as they affect us now. Medieval writers did recognize extreme fear and, quote, madness induced by war. In 15th century France, for instance, there was an understanding that battle could drive a person insane. Contemporaries believed warfare could cause a kind of madness, distinguishing between a good form, that is, when soldiers went berserk in fury against the enemy, which of course was lauded as a kind of ferocious heroism, and then the bad kind, when war trauma shattered someone who was not even a combatant anymore, leading to pity or scorn for the sufferer. Basically, it was good if you were still useful. It was bad if you were not. Funny how that works. Well, this is a pretty telling distinction. It does show that medieval culture did acknowledge the psychological impacts of war, even if they valorized the crazed battle fury of a knight while deriding the shell-shocked stupor of a hapless civilian. But there's another key difference in medieval perspectives, and that was religion. The Christian framework of Europe and the Islamic framework of the Near East profoundly shaped interpretations of trauma. Behaviors we might label as symptoms of PTSD, flashbacks, nightmares, emotional numbing, depression. They could all be explained in supernatural terms. A knight, plagued by horrific night visions of those he killed, might believe he was literally haunted by the vengeful ghosts or demons. And in fact, this idea has roots way before the medieval era. It actually goes back to antiquity. Sources from ancient Mesopotamia around 1300 BCE describe soldiers suffering repeated nightmares of their fallen enemies, which they attribute to angry, ghostly spirits. Medieval Christian clergy, well, they had their own ways of dealing with that. They might interpret a veteran's sleeplessness or hallucinations as either demonic oppression or perhaps divine punishment for sins committed in a war. As we shall see, the Church often prescribed penance, prayer, or ritual, remedies for the spiritual malady that could follow violence. Meanwhile, Islamic societies, they had their own notions. For example, attributing unusual fear or mental disturbances to jinn, or as tests of faith from Allah. Now, jinn, by the way, is kind of like the Islamic forms of devils, malevolent spirits, this kind of thing. Understanding all of this is pretty crucial. A medieval soldier might not say, "I have trauma." There wasn't really that sort of concept around quite yet. But he might speak of being tormented by devils at night, or just a general feeling that his soul was in peril. So what we have to do is try and read between the lines of the testimonies. We don't want to put everything into modern terminology and judge everything with a modern standpoint. But we are going to meet the medieval world halfway. After all, we are beginning with a modern term, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, something from modern psychology. So we have to tread that line somewhat. But before we analyze specific episodes, a quick little caveat. It's not up to us to retroactively diagnose historical figures with PTSD in a clinical sense. It's a modern thing, first formally named in the 1980s, by the way, but terms like shell shock and combat fatigue go back to World War I and II. What we can do is identify those symptoms and behaviors that strongly resemble what we today recognize as the condition. Patterns emerge, and it suggests that combat trauma is certainly a timeless human experience, even if medieval observers understood it through different kind of metaphors. So with that approach in mind, let's travel to the early Middle Ages first. We'll take a bit of a chronological approach, and we'll see how early medieval warriors coped with that aftermath of battle. In the early medieval period, that is the 5th to the 10th centuries, detailed personal accounts of soldiers were pretty scarce. Sorry to disappoint you, but don't worry, we can rely on epic poems, sagas, and a few chroniclers for glimpses into that warrior mindset. These sources, though often literary or legendary, contain revealing hints of psychological strain beneath the heroic veneer. One of the most poignant examples comes not from a chronicle of kings, but from an old English elegiac poem known as The Wanderer. This poem, likely composed around the 9th or 10th century, describes an exiled warrior who has survived the destruction of his lord and fellow comrades. Alone and grieving, the warrior speaks of how memories of battle companions haunt his dreams. In a haunting passage, the poem narrates how the lonely fighter falls asleep and imagines himself right back there in the mead hall with all of his buddies, not to mention his lord. But when he awakes, he only finds cold emptiness. The poem goes like this, a few lines from it at least. Then the friendless man wakes again, sees before him the fallow waves, sea birds bathing, spreading their wings, frost and snow falling mingled with the hail. Then the wounds of the heart are heavier, aching for beloved ones. Sorrow is renewed. Well, that sounds pretty honest in its expression, doesn't it? These lines, they certainly depict what we might call intrusive traumatic memory, followed by a crescendo of crushing grief. The warrior's joyful dream of reunion vanishes, and the reality hits him with an even greater pain. The wounds of the heart opened afresh. He's essentially experiencing a flashback, albeit in a dream, and profound bereavement for his fallen comrades. The sorrow and weary heart of this exiled fighter speak to a form of psychological trauma. He is unable to move past the loss and war that he lived through. While the poem frames it as the universal plight of one who has outlived his friends, we can easily see how this resonates with the modern notion of survivor's guilt, or at least combat-related depression. Notably, the imagery of being surrounded by ghosts, flying spirits of memory. It shows how the past war dead still occupy the survivor's mind. Such a depiction suggests that even in early medieval times, people recognized that a warrior could be haunted by battle experiences long after the fighting had died down. Moving north, we find ourselves in the land of the Norsemen. and we find another early medieval perspective in the Icelandic saga. These prose sagas, written down in the 13th, 14th centuries, but reflecting earlier Viking Age events, often celebrated fearless heroes. But now and then, there is a glimpse of this psychological fallout from the violent encounters they went through. There is a famous case, Grettir Asmundarson, the hero of Grettir's saga. Grettir is a mighty warrior who fights a Draugr, an undead revenant named Glamr. In their terrifying encounter, Grettir manages to slay the monster, but Glamr curses him with his dying breath. The result of this traumatic fight is that the fearless Grettir is suddenly afflicted with an unshakable fear of the dark. The saga plainly states that after battling the monster, Grettir might scarcely be alone, for he so feared the darkness. This is a remarkable admission. A Viking hero, renowned for his strength, develops what we might call a nighttime anxiety and persistent fear, essentially a phobia, due to a horrifying experience. The text even notes that Grettir henceforth always needed someone with him at night, or some kind of light burning, as he was tormented by visions of Glamr's staring eyes in every shadow. In modern terms, Grettir suffers from what is called hyperarousal, that is, constant fear in darkness and visual flashbacks of the traumatic event, seeing the dead Glamr's eyes again. The saga, of course, explains this as a curse, not a psychological condition. But functionally, the effect is the same. The warrior is traumatized to the point of altering his behavior and emotional state permanently. Norse literature also gives us the concept of the berserker, warriors who would enter a frenzied, trance-like rage in battle, feeling no pain and performing superhuman feats. After the frenzy, however, it is said that berserkers would suffer a period of exhaustion and weakness. Some scholars have speculated that the berserker fury might be a culturally sanctioned way to channel and release psychological stresses, or perhaps an altered mental state that could shield the mind from trauma during battle, at a cost to one's stability afterwards, of course. While evidence is scant about what the long-term mental state berserkers had, the sagas aren't exactly sympathetic to them, by the way. The existence of these figures shows that medieval people observed rather unusual psychological behaviors in warriors under extreme stress. Outside of poetry and saga, what do the early medieval historical records say? Well, unfortunately, chronicles from, let's say, the age of Charlemagne or the Viking conquests, they rarely go into the individual soldier's emotions. Rather, they focus on events, victories, losses. They didn't really write down the inner turmoil and feelings of the combatants. However, we do find hints of collective trauma in the way chroniclers describe the aftermath of particularly brutal campaigns. For example, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which I've done a full reading of, by the way, if you want to look in the readings section, and later writers record the Viking raids and wars in England. On account of a gruesome battle, there is mention of many widows making lamentation, and that even survivors were sore wounded in spirit. Phrases like that are pretty general, but they imply that those who lived through the carnage carried deep emotional scars. Similarly, after the Battle of Maldon in 991, a famous Old English poem commemorates the fallen. It celebrates heroic sacrifice, yet one can sense in its elegiac tone an undercurrent of mourning, perhaps the shell-shocked disbelief of a community now decimated by violence. Interestingly, some early medieval warriors sought refuge in religion after experiencing the horrors of war. There are cases of battle-weary fighters who became monks or hermits. A notable example, the Anglo-Saxon nobleman St. Guthlac of the 7th to 8th century. Guthlac had been a warrior in his youth, allegedly leading mercenary war bands that committed violent and bloody raids. According to the legend, Guthlac repented of his violent past, renounced soldiering, and retreated to the wilderness to live as a hermit. In his solitude he is said to have been tormented by demons, vivid, frightening apparitions that attacked him at night. Some modern readers interpret that these demon attacks were psychological struggles of a kind, perhaps linked to the past violence. These demons, the hagiography tells us, taunted Guthlac with visions of his old comrades and victims, and they tried to drive him to madness. But Guthlac fought them off with prayer. This, of course, can be seen as a spiritualized depiction of what we might call combat trauma, nightmares, or guilt, with the remedy being religious devotion. Whether or not we accept that interpretation, the pattern of a soldier turned saint suggests that moral injury, the guilt from killing and plundering, pushed them to seek a drastic life change. The Church, of course, welcomed such men, offering them penance and absolution. The Church was pretty much the only place they could go. Well, of course, this theme will recur. The idea that a warrior's soul was wounded by violence and needed healing through faith. That was a cornerstone of medieval religious response to trauma. In the Byzantine Empire of the early Middle Ages, sources also hint at awareness of a war's mental toll. Byzantine historians like Procopius of the 6th century recount soldiers struck by fear or inexplicable panic during battles, something we might liken to acute stress reactions. One account from a 10th century Byzantine campaign notes that after a catastrophic defeat, many soldiers were benumbed with terror. Some could not even speak of what they had seen. We see a quasi-clinical term. Byzantine commanders writing about warfare mention nostalgia, in Greek pondos, an intense homesickness and melancholy that could afflict troops on long campaigns. Now this does resemble what early modern doctors later labeled nostalgia in Swiss mercenaries, a condition kind of akin to depression. The Byzantines tried to manage such issues, sometimes by rotating troops home or by using religious icons and ritual to boost morale. And while no Byzantine text explicitly describes a veteran's post-battle nightmares, their military manuals acknowledged that fear is universal, and it needs to be addressed. For an example, the 6th century Byzantine Emperor Maurice, in his handbook on war, the Strategikon, advised commanders to keep men busy after a frightening battle and to reassure and encourage those who had been badly shaken, so that fear would not fester among them. This is strikingly similar to modern ideas of debriefing soldiers to prevent long-term trauma. So as we can see, in the early Middle Ages, those glimpses of PTSD-like experiences are certainly there. A lone survivor, haunted by memories, a hero cursed with a lasting fear, warriors seeking penance for bloodshed, and commanders grappling with their men's morale and mental state. The cultural language was different. They spoke of sorrow, curses, penance, and demons, rather than trauma or nightmares and therapy. But the human reactions of grief, fear, and guilt, well, they're unmistakable. So as we move into the High Middle Ages with a larger scale warfare taking place such as the Crusades, we'll find even more explicit accounts of soldiers struggling with what they witnessed and what they did. The High Middle Ages, 11th to the 13th centuries, ushered in an era of intense and often religiously inspired conflict. Most famously, The Crusades. I'm sure you've heard of them. Certainly. Well, these were armed pilgrimages, when knights and commoners from Europe marched to the Holy Land, urged on by the Church to reclaim that sacred territory. The Crusades, along with other large wars like the Norman Conquest and Mongol invasions, brought unprecedented slaughter and suffering. How did Crusaders and their contemporaries react mentally to such ferocious fighting? Well, here we have a mix of perspectives. Military chroniclers praising the valor while hinting at fatigue, and religious commentators deeply concerned with the spiritual fallout of killing. So let's begin with the Norman conquest of England in 1066, a prelude in some ways to later crusades in its brutality. After William the Conqueror's victory at Hastings, the Normans engaged in the famous harrying of the North, 1069–70, crushing the final remnants of English resistance. Medieval chroniclers like Orderic Vitalis describe this harrowing campaign in which villages were burned and people were intentionally starved. Interestingly, Orderic suggests that even some of William's hardened knights were appalled by the scale of the devastation they had to inflict, calling the bloodshed excessive cruelty. Modern historians also note that 4 years after Hastings, there were some Norman soldiers that showed a kind of growing revulsion at these war crimes they had committed, to the point that a few actually rebelled or outright refused orders. Now, this can be interpreted as an early sign of moral injury, don't you think? A crisis of conscience in soldiers who realized they had violated basic moral norms. William the Conqueror, astute as ever, recognized the need to address this guilt and legitimize his men's actions. In a remarkable measure, the bishops of Normandy instituted a penitential ordinance in 1067 for all those who fought at Hastings. This ordinance imposed heavy penances. Anyone who knows that he killed a man in the great battle must do 1 year's penance for each man he killed. Anyone who wounded a man and does not know if he killed him must do penance for 40 days for each man he struck. That was the order of the penance. The more seasoned killers, well, they were facing a lifetime of prescribed penance. They were ordered to kill, and now all of a sudden they're being told by the church they had to do 1 year's penalty for each one they killed. Well, what about the archers? They couldn't possibly know. Well, they were let off with a few Lents of fasting. Not a bad deal. And those who simply could not recall how many lives they took, well, they were told to do penance 1 day a week for the rest of their lives. Or, better yet, endow a church as atonement. Well, it's pretty extraordinary, don't you think? Essentially a system of spiritual therapy that shows the medieval church's recognition that killing in war had a moral and psychological cost. While its primary goal was to cleanse souls of sin, it also had a likely pragmatic effect, offering a structured way for warriors to process their guilt. By undertaking penance for each kill, a knight could at least do something to make amends, and thus perhaps alleviate some of that haunting guilt. The Normans, it seems, needed this. Accounts indicate that William's men were disturbed by certain atrocities, one being the mass famine that their campaign had caused, which even hardened soldiers found shocking in its scale. If any Norman soldiers had nightmares of starving peasants, or felt remorse, the church was obliged to give them a path to forgiveness, which in turn might ease their troubled minds. Notably, William himself took advantage of this ordinance. He founded Battle Abbey at the site of Hastings, both to commemorate the victory, but also to atone for the bloodshed. We might call that a bit of a political move, but it also is symbolically a coping mechanism, transforming a violent memory into a brand new and shiny holy monument. When the Crusades to the Holy Land began, that's been the late 11th century, similar dynamics were at play on the much larger picture. The First Crusade, 1096 to 99, was unbelievably violent. Chroniclers like Fulcher of Chartres and Raymond of Aguirre describe scenes at the siege of Jerusalem, where crusaders, after capturing the holy city, massacred its inhabitants. One chronicle famously describes crusaders wading ankle-deep in blood in the temple area. Remarkably, the tone of the Christian chroniclers is often triumphalist. They depict the carnage as God's judgment on the infidels, and they rejoice as the city is cleansed. At first glance, this suggests no trauma at all. The warriors seem elated by the slaughter, not disturbed. But this may just be literary bravado. There are hints that not everyone emerged unscathed in spirit. For instance, some leaders, like Raymond of Toulouse, refused to personally enter Jerusalem immediately after the massacre, perhaps out of a sense of horror or humility at what had been done. And shortly after, many crusaders, having fulfilled their vow, hurried back home. Why would they do that? Some were simply exhausted or ill. Others, perhaps, were deeply shaken. We know that hundreds of crusaders died on the journey home from sickness, or simply collapsed from stress once the adrenaline of holy war had wore off. There's an anonymous account of a knight on the return voyage who would wake up screaming during storms, believing God was punishing him for the lives that he took. Well, if true, that's a classic PTSD nightmare scenario, interpreted, of course, by a religious guilt. And here's a fascinating case. A knight named Radulf of Caen, who participated in the First Crusade and later wrote the Gesta Tancredi. He recounts how, after one particularly savage battle, a Frankish knight went into a frenzy, slaughtering enemies beyond any reason. Radulf suggests that this knight was never the same after, as if he had been consumed by a furor that he could not shake off. This reads almost like a description of a combatant who had a psychotic break, or at least a profound psychological shift due to the extreme violence, while Radulf wraps it in a language of holy zeal, writing that the knight was drunk with God's vengeance. One wonders if fellow soldiers simply saw a man who had snapped under stress. The Crusades also gives us the perspective of the Muslim warriors who fought the invading Franks. One invaluable source is Usama ibn Munkid, a Syrian nobleman, warrior, and poet, who left behind a memoir called The Book of Contemplation. Usama's tone is often witty and observational, and he doesn't dwell on his own fears, but he provides revealing anecdotes. In one story he notes how one of the wonders of the human heart, that a man may face death in battle unflinchingly, yet the same man will scream in terror at the sight of a snake in his tent. This remark shows that Usama recognized how odd triggers and phobia can coexist with bravery. It humanizes the warriors. Even a veteran knight could have a panicked reaction in peacetime that seems to be disproportionate, possibly due to nerves on edge. And here's another anecdote. Usama admits that when tensions were high, he sometimes felt the urge to strike preemptively out of fear of betrayal, essentially describing hypervigilance. He also describes a scene where a crowd nearly lynched him in the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, but he was saved by a Frankish friend. Usama writes that in the moment he feared for his life. Certain death was imminent. Afterwards, he suffered trembling at the memory of the mob. While not a long-term trauma case, it does indicate how vividly such incidents had stayed with him. Usama also writes lovingly of hunting and raids, but he does mention that older warriors often became quite a bit more anxious. He tells how his father, a seasoned fighter, would insist on over-fortifying their castle at any rumor of a Frankish attack, perhaps showing a kind of anxious overreaction born of many battles. But Crusaders also had to attend with extreme physical hardship. Long marches, hunger, disease, which modern research suggests can worsen the risk of PTSD. One first-person account comes from the knight Ralph of Coggeshall, who joined the Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192. In his chronicle, he mentions how after months of siege warfare in the heat, many Crusaders were sick in mind and body, seeing visions of their homes or convinced that they were cursed. Though he attributes this to demonic temptations or the desert sun, you can certainly read between the lines. The soldiers were hallucinating or suffering mental breakdowns under the stress. Some deserted, wandering off into the wilderness, a dangerous form of avoidance behavior, perhaps. But now not all was despair. Of course, there was faith, too. That was really the only coping mechanism you had. Better than nothing, I suppose. Many Crusaders had found comfort in believing that they were on a holy quest, and that any suffering had a kind of spiritual merit behind it. This conviction, of course, could be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it gave us psychological resilience. If a knight believed that every comrade slain was a martyr destined for heaven, it might alleviate the grief of loss. If he believed his own violent deeds were righteous, perhaps he avoided crippling guilt. In modern psychological terms, this is cognitive framing. Crusaders reframed the horrors of war as the glories of God's work. Contemporary accounts certainly show an exultant mood after victories, with Crusaders singing psalms amid the carnage. Their faith acted kind of like a psychological shield. But on the other hand, when things went wrong, defeats, witnessing atrocities that seemed less justifiable, the same faith could become a burden of doubt. The Second Crusade ended in failure, and many returning Crusaders were ashamed and confused. Had God abandoned them? Some, like the monk chronicler Odo of Duil, described knights who fell into despondency and felt God was punishing them for their sins. Now that is reminiscent of PTSD sufferers who blame themselves for their trauma, whether it be, I deserve this pain for what I did, or I survived because I'm a bad person, I should be with them. In a medieval key, a knight might think he wasn't pious enough, and that's why he is tormented by inner demons. There is one tragic illustration of Crusader trauma. That's the story of Margaret of Beverley, an English woman who survived the brutal siege of Jerusalem, not as a combatant, of course, but as a civilian caught in war. 1187, by the way, when Saladin retook the city. After her escape, she eventually became a nun. She would wake up fellow sisters at night with her screams, reliving the siege. Her story, recorded by her brother, highlights that it wasn't only the professional soldiers. Non-combatants exposed to war could exhibit the classic symptoms of nightmares and hyper-startled responses. People reportedly pitied her too, yet some found it faintly ridiculous that a nun should behave so, illustrating that medieval attitudes could be unsympathetic to trauma in those expected to endure war, that kind of bad madness ridiculed in non-combatants. a kind of unproductive energy, I suppose. By the 13th century, the Crusades had become quite more institutionalized, with military orders like the Knights Templar and Hospitallers. These knights lived under strict monastic-style rules, and intended to keep them spiritually and mentally disciplined. The Order of the Temple, for instance, enforced daily prayer, silence at meals, confession of sins, and a communal lifestyle. One could argue this regimen helped members process the violence they dealt out. Through confession, they could unload guilt. Through prayer, they could seek peace. There's even records of Templar chaplains noting that some brothers were, quote, troubled in spirit after battles, and prescribing penitential psalms to help them. In effect, the Templars and Hospitallers had an early form of a peer support group, the Brotherhood itself, where veterans of many fights supported each other spiritually. This likely mitigated a few of the traumatic effects, although we also hear of Templars who became overly severe or ascetic, possibly a sign of psychological strain manifesting in extreme piety or a kind of emotional numbness, except for religious zeal. Well, in summary, the era of the Crusades furnishes evidence that medieval soldiers indeed did suffer psychological trauma, though it was interpreted through a religious lens. They believed strongly in the justness of their cause, and that gave many of them a resilience, but it did not erase fear, shock, or guilt. When those feelings surfaced, they were often explained as crises of faith or attacks of the devil. The Church's response? Penance, prayer, holy ritual, all aimed to heal the wounds of the soul. We see a clear thread of moral injury, crusaders and knights grappling with the moral implications of killing. Theologians like St. Thomas Aquinas weighed in on this in the 13th century. Aquinas, discussing just war, warned that even in a just war, a soldier could sin if he fought with cruel intent or excessive rage. He acknowledged that war can actually corrupt the soul, and that soldiers must guard against hatred and avoid targeting innocents. Aquinas essentially recognized the potential for psychological harm, but he framed it as spiritual harm that needed repentance. This scholastic acknowledgement that warfare has a moral limit shows an understanding that going beyond that limit could devastate a person internally. And indeed, Aquinas and others advocated that returning warriors undergo purification. In Eastern Christendom, a similar stance existed. St. Basil of Caesarea, though much earlier, actually 4th century, set a precedent followed in medieval Orthodox practice. Basil recommended that any soldier who kills in war, even lawfully, should abstain from communion for 3 years because, quote, his hands are not clean. Now, this wasn't a punishment per se, but rather a time of healing and penance. The Eastern Church in the Byzantine era applied this rule at times, indicating an official recognition that a soldier needed a kind of spiritual rehabilitation after shedding blood. The act of killing was not counted as murder, yet it was treated as something that stains the soul. Think of it as an ancient analogy to counseling and decompression time. Rather than sending a crusader straight back to normal life, the Church would impose fasting, prayer, and even a little bit of time just to have exclusion from the Eucharist, effectively forcing him to reflect and spiritually recover. Maybe you can see it as harsh, but perhaps it gave the soldier a structured way to process his wartime experience, at least within a supportive religious framework. Well, as we enter the late Middle Ages, the 14th, 15th centuries, warfare in Europe changed in scale and nature. The 100 Years' War between England and France 1337 to 1453 dragged on for generations. The Ottoman Wars threatened Byzantium, and mercenary companies roamed the countryside in between wars, often pillaging and spreading violence. Personal accounts became somewhat more common, and we also have literature and plays that provide a good bit of insight. Now, critically, this period gives us explicit testimony from knights themselves about the psychological toll of combat, none more compelling than the aforementioned Geoffroy de Charnay, and the indirect evidence from chronicles like Jean Froissart's. Charnay's reflections in the mid-14th century show us that by this time the concept of chivalry had been developed a keen awareness of knights' inner struggles. Chivalric writers basically expected knights to suffer hardships of the mind and spirit, and they wrapped these up in the mantle of honor. Enduring them was just part of one's duty. Geoffroy de Charnay, who died in 1356 at the Battle of Poitiers, wrote of knights who, when they would be secure, would be beset by great terrors, as we noted earlier. He talks of how even in safe fortifications a knight might find himself fighting an unseen enemy, his own fear and dread. He also mentions that a knight might feel as if nature itself had turned against him, likely describing the profound alienation or numbness that can follow trauma. Importantly, Charnay suggests that part of a knight's courage is in conquering these inner demons. He frames it as a trial sent by God, or as the price of true honor. There can be no bravery without madness, he even implies in one passage. Well, that's a startling phrase, don't you think? It shows that medieval people saw a fine line between heroism and insanity in war. To be a fearless warrior, one had to flirt with a kind of controlled madness, like the fury of the berserkers, for example. Yet if that madness escaped control, it could become a debilitating PTSD-like illness. Charnay's work essentially acknowledges that combat stress is real and attempts to advise how to steel oneself against it, for example by focusing on fighting for a righteous cause as a way to mitigate psychological damage. He believed that if a knight's conscience was clear, knowing that he fought on the right side, whichever one that is, right, he would be less vulnerable to the after effects of violence. Well, this aligns with modern findings. The soldiers who feel morally justified have a lower risk of PTSD in general. Pretty fascinating convergence across the centuries, that's for sure. Now, under chronicler Jean Froissart, who recorded the events of the 100 Years' War, he provides anecdotal evidence of trauma among both soldiers and civilians. Froissart describes, for example, veteran archers in England who were so conditioned by years of conflict that they startled at loud noises and slept uneasily, ever ready to notch an arrow at a sudden cry. He also tells of bands of mercenaries, after a peace treaty, who, unable to adjust to peacetime, turned to brigandage. While economies played a role, sure, they needed income, many of these men had become inured to violence and restless, possibly an outcome of long-term trauma, where a return to normal society was difficult. They only felt alive or purposeful in conflict, a tragic outcome that we see in some modern veterans as well. But Froissart doesn't use psychological analysis, but he often notes when individuals seem disturbed or broken in spirit, for example after the traumatic Battle of Poitiers of 1356. He writes of one French knight who was found dazed on the battlefield, alive but so shocked by the defeat and the pile of his slain friends that he was, quote, like a man out of his wits, unable to speak or even react. Only after being taken home and tended for weeks did this knight recover his senses. Froissart's matter-of-fact report of this indicates that such battle shock was known to occur. In modern terms, the knight had acute combat stress reaction, what in World War I you would call shell shock, temporarily losing cognitive function due to trauma. And we also have, from the late 14th century, a remarkable literary depiction of a knight's trauma in Shakespeare's play Henry IV, Part 1. While Shakespeare wrote in the 1590s, he portrays the events of 1403. Well, Shakespeare was not medieval, but he did draw on older traditions, and likely real stories passed down about warriors. In the play, Lady Percy describes her husband, Sir Henry Hotspur Percy, a seasoned young war hero in terms that perfectly fit a PTSD profile. Hotspur is an insomniac. He awakes at night, screaming about battle. He is irritable and emotionally distant, and he is no longer finding any joy in the pleasures of home. Lady Percy laments that he is always restless, hearing phantom trumpets and imagining himself on the battlefield even in the middle of the night. While it's a dramatic work, Shakespeare had an acute sense of human nature, and he's essentially saying, this is how a war veteran can behave. His Elizabethan audience would have recognized it too. They themselves lived in a society with warfare. The Wars of the Roses were in living memory, and many had seen soldiers return from those civil wars exhibiting such symptoms. That Shakespeare could so accurately enumerate Hotspur's symptoms suggests these behaviors were observed in real late medieval knights. It's a case of art reflecting life, I suppose. A confirmation that medieval warriors could be psychologically scarred, excuse me. Well, let's go on to another late medieval figure, Joan of Arc, who, though not a typical soldier, led armies in the 1420s during the 100 Years' War. She was a young woman of extraordinary faith and claimed divine visions. While Joan is often remembered for her courage and eventual martyrdom, chronicles note that she had a sensitive heart. After battles, Joan was known to weep for the fallen, both friends and the enemy. At the siege of Orleans and other fights when the fighting ceased, she comforted dying enemy soldiers, reportedly shedding tears and praying for them. Some scholars interpret this as Joan having an unusual degree of empathy that made her deeply affected by the violence, despite being an effective leader in combat. One could argue Joan experienced a kind of acute stress. Whenever the adrenaline of battle cooled off, she seemed overwhelmed by the human cost. But her faith sustained her. She of course believed it was all in God's hands. It is revealing, though, that even this icon of medieval bravery was emotionally shaken. In her trial testimony, Joan spoke of how the noise and fury of battle tested her, only to hear voices from God giving her strength to go on. Her case is a bit unique, and hints that without her intense spiritual conviction, the trauma of war might have broken her psyche. With that conviction, she managed to channel it into compassion and resolve. Joan's story is a unique one, but it illustrates that the era's understanding of piety and purpose was still there, and could anchor a person amid the war's chaos, a medieval analogue to psychological resilience. Well, as the Middle Ages waned, some of the last battles fought, like the Battle of Towton, 1461 in England, or the final siege of Constantinople, 1453, left quite a mark on those who survived. Towton, during the Wars of the Roses, was exceptionally brutal. Perhaps 28,000 dead in a single day, and that is, by the way, a bit of trivia, the largest death toll on English soil. Though we have no personal diary of a Towton soldier, Later accounts mention that the memory of Towton was like a nightmare. One chronicle says that for years locals spoke of ghosts on the battlefield, and on the battle's anniversary they all seemed to come out at once, a sign that trauma had entered folklore. Whether literal or figurative, sure, this idea of ghostly remnants shows a collective processing of mass death. Perhaps people projected the psychological haunting of such a slaughter onto the landscape itself. In the Byzantine Near East, the final fall of Constantinople in 1453 similarly traumatized the population. Chronicler Niccolo Barbaro, who survived the siege, wrote of the defenders' despair in the final days. Men who had fought for weeks without rest were seen weeping uncontrollably as the Ottoman cannons breached the walls, some falling into a numb silence while others raged in frenzied courage. A spectrum of psychological reactions to impending doom, I suppose. After the city fell, survivors had nightmares of the walls crashing and the enemy swarming. Some of these accounts came from later collected stories of Greek refugees, indicating long-lasting cultural trauma. One interesting phenomenon in late medieval Europe was the recurrence of veteran insurgencies or robber bands as mentioned. When peace came, many long-standing soldiers simply couldn't go back to a normal life. For example, after 1453, the end of the 100 Years' War, England was full of unemployed archers and men-at-arms. Some had known nothing but war since their youth. King Henry VI's government tried to buy them off and return to farming, but many refused or just failed at it. Their antisocial behavior and formation of outlaw groups could be partly economically driven, but you've also got to wonder if some also thrived on the violence because they were, well, psychologically not at ease in a peaceful setting. Contemporary observers often label these veterans as ruffians or lost souls, hinting that war had brutalized them. We might see this in the long-term effects of untreated trauma, aggression, difficulty adapting to normal life, marginalization. It's all there. So how exactly do we sum up the late Middle Ages? Well, we have direct testimony, Shani, Frasa, etc., that fear, nightmares, emotional disturbance certainly affected soldiers. The ethos of chivalry in this era put a high value on enduring mental anguish as part of honor. Knights were expected to be stoic, but the very need to exhort them to stoicism was evidence that many had struggled. The religious perspective remained crucial. Knights continued to be guided towards prayers and penance. One popular late medieval text, Christine de Pizan's Book of Deeds and Arms of Chivalry, in 1410, synthesizes classical and medieval military wisdom. It advises that a good knight should confess his sins and seek God's grace before and after battle, implying that the act of war could endanger one's soul and sanity. It even mentions that knights returning from war should give alms and undertake pilgrimages of thanks, not just to thank God for survival, but to cleanse themselves of war's stains. We can interpret this as a ritualized way to transition back to normalcy, much like modern armies have a decompression period. Pilgrimage in medieval times, well, that often served as another therapeutic journey for veterans. If you don't get ambushed along the way, that is. So, to answer the question posed at the start of the video, did medieval soldiers get PTSD? We can pretty much answer yes, they did. In modern terminology, we would say many medieval warriors undoubtedly experienced that cluster of symptoms that we now define as PTSD, that evidence drawn from a broad span of medieval ages and across cultures. It's pretty compelling. But in saying, yes, they had PTSD-like experiences, you've got to also appreciate how medieval society made sense of it all. Unlike the modern era, which treats PTSD as a medical condition to be treated with therapy and medication, medieval people framed these struggles in a moral and spiritual and social lens. A knight's nightmares might be his conscience grappling with sin. His flashbacks might be described as phantoms of those he slew, and his emotional withdrawal could perhaps be seen as a kind of worldly weariness. Of course, it's worth noting that not all medieval soldiers were traumatized. Just as today resilience varies, so do experiences. Some knights relished war their whole lives and left memoirs boasting of slaughter with little indication of remorse. Perhaps they truly did not suffer mentally, which, well, it raises its own questions. Or perhaps they simply did not record their darker nights. Others, like the majority, had more complex reactions. But the vast majority of medieval combatants were not knights, but rather ordinary men-at-arms or levied peasants. Their voices are seldom recorded. We occasionally hear echoes of it, though. A village chronicle mentioning about how the local men who returned from a campaign were changed or meek as lambs, or conversely quick to anger and quarrel. Well, it stands to reason that the trauma of war touched every level of society. The poor archer who lost his friends at Crusade might have nightmares, just as the noble knight would, even if the knight could afford a chantry for solace while the archer only had ale and time to talk to his wife. Indeed, the impact on families has to be considered. Wives like Shakespeare's Lady Percy noted the personality changes in their soldier husbands. Medieval literature also has many instances of the veteran returned home motif, sometimes positive, but often showing a man grown harsh or taciturn. Let's think of Odysseus, actually, slaying the suitors in rage. That's an old example, a classical one, yeah, sure, but you'll see it retold in a different flavor and context, resonating that archetype of the rough veteran. That very word, Inquisition, it conjures up a grim image. For centuries, the various Inquisitions, medieval, Spanish, Roman, Portuguese, sought to root out heresy and unbelief, with methods that struck terror across Europe and its colonies. Yet even in those dark times, there were individuals and communities who dared to question the Inquisition's power. Their acts of resistance, whether through words, deeds, or even armed revolt, often came at a terrible cost. But still, these defiant souls, from outspoken peasants and learned scholars to rebellious princes and the common folk, left their own mark on history. So that is the question. What happened when people stood up to the Inquisition? Fortunately, we have a panorama of historical episodes, spanning from medieval France all the way to colonial Mexico, in which courageous dissenters confronted the inquisitors. We'll see saints and heretics, scientists, mystics, nobles, and beggars, all testing the limits of conscience against the institution that claimed divine sanction. And through their stories, some tragic, some triumphant, I think we can gain a deeper understanding of how resistance to the Inquisition helped shape the course of a religious and intellectual freedom. And so, with all that being said, let's go back, journey through the burnings, the trials, the whispered prayers and shouted rebellions. It's a history of defiance in the face of persecution. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first, because that's always good manners, isn't it? If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, well, I invite you to do so. And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships and those who checked out the merch store. The reason that you enjoy this entire video completely ad-free is because of their generous contributions. So consider becoming a member if you feel inclined to. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get on to our topic for today then. Nice and relaxed. And so we begin where the Inquisition begins, and that is in the 13th century. The medieval Inquisition was the papacy's response to popular heresies. In Languedoc, the southern region of France, the Cathars, also known as the Albigensians, had won many adherents of their own with their dualistic Christian teachings. Well, the church's eyebrows were certainly raised, and the answer was ferocious. It came in the form of a crusade launched in 1209, and soon after, inquisitors were dispatched to interrogate and convert, or, worst comes to worst, condemn any remaining Cathars. Of course, many of the Cathars yielded under the threat of fire, but some stood up to the inquisitors with unflinching faith. At the remote redoubt of Montsegur in 1244, over 200 Cathars chose death over recantation. They marched voluntarily onto a colossal bonfire after months of siege, choosing to do this rather than renounce their beliefs. This mass martyrdom demonstrated a form of resistance by endurance. The Cathars' steadfast refusal to surrender their creed, even when faced with certain death, was a powerful statement of spiritual defiance. But not all resistance was so passive. In medieval Germany, the papal inquisitor Conrad von Marburg became infamous for his ruthless zeal. Appointed to hunt heretics in the 1230s, Conrad spared no one. Legend says that he even condemned a noble simply for alleged satanic orgies. I don't know how they found evidence for that, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. Well, what we do know is his overreach provoked fierce anger among the local nobility. When Conrad accused the influential Count Sayn without solid proof, the backlash was swift. German bishops hesitated to convict the Count, so Conrad stormed off, only to be ambushed on the road. In 1233, a band of knights attacked and murdered Conrad von Marburg, hacking him to death alongside his assistant. This was a literal blow against the Inquisition's authority. Noblemen who felt wrong, taking justice into their own hands. As for Pope Gregory IX, he was outraged. He called Conrad a martyr for the faith and demanded his killers be punished. But nothing was going to bring Conrad back from the grave, punishment or not. As for the Germans, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. Conrad's terrifying campaign was finally over. The demise even tarnished the Inquisition's reputation locally. Contemporaries noted that the memory of Conrad's excesses, quote, turned opinion against the Inquisition for many years in German lands. In this instance, violence answered violence. The persecutor paid with his life when the accuser fought back. And around the same time period in northern Italy, an outlaw religious sect took arms in open rebellion. Fra Dolcino, a radical preacher, led the Apostolic Brethren, a movement preaching apostolic poverty and spiritual freedom. Branded heretics by the church, Dolcino and his followers retreated to the hills and defended themselves against the Crusades for many, many years. They issued defiant letters denouncing the corrupt clergy and refused to surrender. Ultimately, starvation and winter broke their resistance. In 1307, Fra Dolcino was captured and condemned. He endured a horrific execution, a day-long public torture, ending in the burning at the stake. His rebellion was crushed utterly, but his very existence showed that the Inquisition could be met with armed resistance. Unfortunately, they had to make an example of him, I suppose. The friar's fate was so notable that Dante Alighieri, writing his Divine Comedy around that time, put a warning in the mouth of a damned soul for Fra Dolcino to, quote, supply himself with food, lest hunger undo him in the siege. In other words, Dolcino's defiance had entered legend. Though brutally suppressed, the uprising exposed deep social tensions, a sign that some would rather go down fighting than submit to what they saw was unjust. One of the most striking examples of people standing up to the Inquisition, in the Middle Ages at least, is the story of Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar in Languedoc. Around 1299, de Lisieux witnessed how the Inquisitor's agents in south of France were abusing their power, locking people up randomly on flimsy accusations, and then extorting and terrifying the populace in the aftermath of the Albigensian Crusade. But Bernard would not stay silent. This courageous friar became an agitator against the Inquisitors. While serving as prior of the Franciscan convent in Carcassonne, de Lisieux led a revolt to protect two men accused of heresy, who had sought sanctuary in his monastery. He rallied the townsfolk to prevent the Inquisitors from arresting these alleged Cathars. In essence, a Franciscan, one of the Church's own, dared to obstruct the operations of the Dominican-led Inquisition, a bold act that could easily be deemed heresy in and of itself. But that wasn't the end of the story for Bernard. He didn't stop there. In 1300, he publicly denounced the local inquisitors' records as fraudulent, claiming they invented accusations with, quote, non-existent informants to justify arrests. His vocal criticism was so effective that the inquisitors fled Carcassonne temporarily in fear. And just imagine that scene, I suppose. The dreaded inquisitors, accustomed to instilling fear, were themselves driven out by an enraged community, led by a fearless leader. Well, of course, this was rather emboldening, so de Lisieux took his case to the higher authorities. In 1301, he travelled to appeal directly to the King of France, that's Philip IV or Philip the Fair. There, alongside a royal official ally, de Lisieux laid out how the Inquisitor of Carcassonne and even the local bishop were corrupt and tyrannical, abusing their power and endangering loyalty to the French kingdom. It was a pretty savvy argument that the Inquisition's overzealousness was a threat to public order and the Crown's authority, and it certainly struck a chord with the king. King Philip, who often clashed with church power himself, took the complaints very seriously. The offending inquisitor was removed from his post, and the scandalous bishop fined and stripped of secular authority. For the first time, a secular monarch decisively sided with an anti-Inquisition campaign, Bernard de Lisieux succeeded, albeit briefly, in crippling the Inquisition's operations in Languedoc by enlisting royal intervention. However, the triumph had its limits. The Inquisition was down, but not out. By 1303, the Inquisitors attempted to reassert themselves, and de Lisieux once again stirred up the populace. When a secret agreement emerged suggesting that all residents of Carcassonne had been considered relapsed heretics liable to burning, de Lisieux preached a fiery sermon exposing this injustice. The result was an open riot. Townsfolk, inflamed by his words, rioted in Carcassonne. The royal viceroy had to step in with troops on de Lisieux's side, transferring prisoners from the Inquisition's dungeons to the king's jail to reduce tensions. It was an extraordinary scenario. A local uprising essentially forced the authorities to take custody away from the Inquisition, explicitly acknowledging the people's distrust of the Inquisitors' prisons. Such was the power of Bernard de Lisieux's advocacy. But in the end, the friars' crusade against the Inquisition met a tragic fate. The wheels of high justice turned against him once the Pope and conservative forces caught up. In 1317, Bernard de Lisieux was arrested by order of Pope John XXII. After enduring torture, he was put on trial by inquisitors, including the famous Bernard Guy, and charged with a litany of offenses from treason to obstructing the Inquisition. Even the church that de Lisieux served could not tolerate his brand of internal dissent. He ultimately confessed, under torture of course, to impeding the holy office, and was sentenced to life imprisonment in solitary confinement. Chained in a tiny cell on a diet of bread and water, the once fired-up friar died in 1320, broken by the institution that he had defied. Bernard de Lisieux's story is a pretty good example of how standing up to the Inquisition could yield short-term gains and inspire popular support. It also how formidable the Inquisition was in punishing its challengers. He managed to shake the Inquisition's hold on a region for a few years, a remarkable achievement. But he paid for this with his life. In hindsight, de Lisieux is sometimes hailed as a medieval champion of justice, a rare voice who spoke truth to power in an age of repression. His rebellion shows both the possibility and peril of resistance. Even a humble friar, armed with enough moral courage, could rally an entire community against tyranny. Yet ultimately, the entrenched powers of Church and Pope crushed the revolt. While some medieval resistors fought or rioted, others engaged in moral and intellectual resistance during their trials. The inquisitorial courtroom itself could become a stage for brave dissent. A famous early example, of course, is Joan of Arc, not tried by the Spanish or Papal Inquisition per se, but by an English-backed church court for heresy in 1431. Joan, a teenage peasant who led French armies and claimed divine guidance, found herself interrogated for her unusual claims of faith. When a panel of theologians asked if she was in God's grace, a trick question, a yes would be heresy, a no would be self-condemnation, Joan gave a pretty good answer. She said, "If I am not, may God put me there, and if I am, may God so keep me." Now this clever reply astonished the judges. One recorded that they were stupefied by her words. In that moment, this illiterate farm girl outwitted the learned inquisitors, refusing to be caught up in this doctrinal trap. Joan's trial transcripts preserve many such bold exchanges. Under immense pressure, deprived of counsel, she mostly held firm to her visions, although she did momentarily sign an abjuration out of fear of execution. She quickly reasserted that her voices were true. Ultimately, Joan of Arc was condemned and burned at the stake. Killed but not conquered, rather, to borrow Montaigne's phrase. Indeed, a generation later, the Church overturned her verdict and declared her a martyr. But her courageous testimony shows that even in an inquisitional trial, utterly stacked against the accused, the human spirit could shine through. Her voice, resolute, shrewd, and faithful, still echoes as an example of standing one's ground to the very end. Another pre-Reformation dissident who stood up during his trial was Jan Hus of Bohemia, an early church reformer influenced by Wycliffe's ideas. Hus was summoned to the Council of Constance in 1415 to answer for charges of heresy. Despite a promise of safe conduct, he was arrested and trialed by church authorities. Well, not exactly the Inquisition, but a similar process against heresy. But Hus refused to renounce his criticisms of ecclesiastical corruption and the sale of indulgences. He declared he would not betray the truth that he understood from Scripture. And as the trial progressed, Hus could see that his fate was well and truly sealed, yet he persisted in defending his conscience. In July of 1415, he was burned alive, dying while singing hymns. But Hus's story did not end in silence. His execution sparked outrage among his followers, leading to the Hussite Wars in Bohemia. For years, the Hussite rebels, composed of commoners and nobles loyal to his memory, fended off successive crusades sent by the Church and Empire. Armed with novel tactics and religious fervor, these Bohemians essentially made war on the inquisitorial impulse to stamp out their beliefs. They succeeded, to the extent that a compromise was reached. The Church allowed the Hussites to have a form of tolerated worship, communion in both kinds, in 1436. Thus, Hus's stance at Constance, although it cost him his life, ignited a popular resistance that actually forced the medieval church to negotiate and grant concessions. It's a pretty striking case, where collective defiance of inquisitorial persecution led to a measure of religious freedom, a precursor to later reformations. But of course, I'm sure you've heard of Jan Hus and Joan of Arc. But not all who defied the Inquisition were famous leaders. Some were ordinary folk whose names barely survive. The Inquisitors' registers from villages sometimes reveal humble individuals. One such figure was Domenico Scandella, known as Menocchio, a 16th century miller from Friuli in Italy. He was tried by the Roman Inquisition for his bizarre but thoughtful religious ideas formed in wide reading. During his trial, Menocchio argued theology with his interrogators unflinchingly. He told them that many church teachings were merely human inventions designed to exploit people. He even dared to say, quote, "The only sin was to harm one's neighbor." Blasphemy, he insisted, didn't truly hurt anyone except for the blasphemer. He dismissed the church's authority, claiming the clergy make their living by selling sacraments and indulgences. At one point, Menocchio burst out to the priest judging him, saying, quote, "You want to know more than God. You are like the devil. The more one thinks he knows, the less he knows. Well, as you can imagine, the Inquisitors did not like that little comment. A little bit too cheeky for them. Such audacious words in an inquisitorial trial were almost unheard of for some random peasant. After all, they were meant to be scared, shaking, frightened. But Pinocchio effectively stood up to the Inquisition with ideas and words, articulating a proto-radical critique of the Church. Unfortunately, the outcome was quite grim. Initially, he was given a lenient sentence in the 1580s, perhaps because he recounted some of his opinions. But he just could not keep quiet. He relapsed into heretical talk, and he was right back there in the trial room. In 1599, he was declared an obstinate heresiarch and was executed by burning. His fate illustrates the pattern of many ordinary dissenters: a brave stand, followed by punishment. Yet thanks to detailed court records that survived, Pinocchio's spirited defense of his personal cosmology has come down to us, allowing us to marvel at this miller who was debating with monks. His story, although it ends in ashes, helps enrich our understanding of her common people's resistance. Not only princes and theologians, but even millers in remote villages could question and resist, albeit at the ultimate cost. Okay, well, we're finally here at the Spanish Inquisition, and when we turn to them, starting in 1478, by the way, the center of gravity somewhat shifts. Here was an Inquisition under royal authority, the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella and their successors. They grew notorious for targeting conversos, that is, Jewish or Muslim converts to Christianity suspected of secret apostasy, and later Protestants and other dissenters. The Spanish Inquisition operated with formidable powers across Spain and its empire. Even so, from its very inception, were those who stood up against it. Opposition began at the highest levels of society. In the Kingdom of Aragon, many elites were of Jewish converso lineage, or at least sympathetic to them, and they resented the encroachment of the new Inquisition, which was actually seen as a Castilian import. This discontent turned violent in 1485 with the assassination of Pedro de Arbues, the Inquisitor of Aragon. Arbues was attacked while praying in the Cathedral of Zaragoza, struck down by a group of converso conspirators seeking revenge for the Inquisition's persecutions. Mortally wounded by multiple stabs, Arbues died of his injuries. The assassination of an inquisitor was a shocking event. It showed that some conversos, pushed to desperation, were willing to strike back. However, the aftermath, I'm sure you've already imagined, was quite brutal. The Inquisition used the murder as a justification to intensify the repression in Aragon. Dozens of converso prominent citizens were rounded up, tortured, and executed for their supposed complicity in the crime. In essence, the resistance in this case provoked a harsher crackdown. The Crown and Inquisition made an example of the plotters. Arbues was later canonized as a saintly martyr, and the converso community of Aragon was decimated. This pattern, an act of defiance followed by ruthless retribution, recurred in the Spanish Inquisition's history. It sends a clear message. Killing an inquisitor was not killing the Inquisition. Instead, it was just going to make them even more fanatical. Nonetheless, the very fact that high-placed conversos dared mount a conspiracy reveals the intense hatred the Inquisition had sown. It was not accepted meekly by all. From its beginning, it faced underground resistance and also resentment. But common people, too, engaged in subtler forms of resistance. In villages, neighbors sometimes warned secret Jews or Protestants to flee when the inquisitors were coming. There were instances of peasants helping suspects escape or refusing to inform on friends, despite the threat of torture. To stand silent under torture was perhaps the most heroic stance an accused person could take, effectively resisting by refusing to implicate others. For example, during the trials of the clandestine Protestants in Seville and Valladolid in the 1550s, a few brave souls like Julian Hernandez, a Bible smuggler, never betrayed his networks. He went to the stake, steadfast, clinging to his faith. Several Protestant women in Seville, accused of Lutheran heresy, likewise declined to recant. One, Maria de Borges, only in her early 20s, reportedly declared that she would gladly die for God's truth, and proceeded to the stake singing psalm verses. Such conduct, singing hymns on the way to execution, was noted with astonishment by onlookers. It was a direct affront to the Inquisition's purpose. These victims refused to give the Inquisition the satisfaction of public penitence. Instead, they turned their executions into moments of triumph in faith, as if a martyrdom rather than a punishment. While the Inquisition succeeded in silencing those individuals in flesh, it could not prevent the powerful impression such courage made on witnesses and later readers of these accounts. Interestingly, opposition to the Spanish Inquisition also emerged from within the political establishment as time went on. In the late 16th century, King Philip II attempted to use the Inquisition for political ends in Aragon against his enemy, Antonio Perez, a move that backfired spectacularly. Perez, a former royal secretary, had fled to Aragon where local law protected him. Philip induced the Inquisition to charge Perez with heresy, a pretty convenient pretext to bypass Aragonese courts. The Aragonese, fiercely proud of their religious liberties, saw this as a royal affront and rose in revolt in 1591, with mobs in Zaragoza shouting against the Inquisition's interference. They even broke into the Inquisition's jail and freed Perez. Though the revolt was suppressed by Philip's troops, it demonstrated that even devout Catholics in Aragon could turn against the Inquisition when it threatened their rights. And beyond Spain's borders, the Dutch revolt against Spanish rule, 1560s to 70s, was fueled in part by hatred of the Inquisition. The Protestant Dutch called Philip II the new Nebuchadnezzar, and decried the Inquisition's bloodshed. Dutch propaganda tales, some exaggerated, about Inquisition tortures galvanized public opinion. In 1556, a league of Dutch nobles petitioned the regent to suspend the Inquisition, arguing for relief from religious persecution. Although this started as a polite request, it became somewhat of a revolution. When Spanish armies under the Duke of Alva instituted a blood council, executing hundreds of Dutch Protestants, a sort of martial law inquisition, I suppose, the Dutch resistance only hardened. Prince William of Orange, in his 1581 apology, enumerated the Inquisition's cruelties to justify Dutch independence, asserting that no people could tolerate such tyranny. In this case, standing up to the Inquisition took the form of a national liberation struggle. The Dutch not only stood up, they broke free. The northern Netherlands successfully threw off Spanish and inquisitorial rule, establishing a republic that became a haven for religious refugees, including those escaping the Inquisitions of other lands. Thus, the Spanish Inquisition inadvertently spurred the creation of one of Europe's first bastions of religious toleration, the exact opposite of what they wanted, I suppose. Well, this grand historical turn shows a bit of a paradox of repression. The more fiercely the Inquisition tried to stamp out heresy, the more unified and determined the resistance became, ultimately with time winning against the odds. I often think, I wonder what those inquisitors would think about our modern world. Good Lord. Well, within Spain itself, by the 18th century, the once dreaded tribunal was facing increasing criticism and pushback from enlightened Spaniards. Figures such as Friar Luis de Leon, a renowned 16th century scholar, had earlier hinted that defiance by maintaining his innocence and serenity during years of Inquisition in the cell, he famously resumed teaching with, as we were saying yesterday, upon release, as if the Inquisition had not broken him. By the 18th century, even some within the church and government viewed the Inquisition as an embarrassment. In 1770, the reformist monarch Charles III and his ministers curtailed the Inquisition's independence. They banned the worst torture practices and censored the censor, prohibiting the Inquisition from banning certain scientific and philosophical works that the Crown actually wanted to encourage. Finally, during the Napoleonic occupation and subsequent liberal revolts, the Spanish Inquisition was suspended and permanently abolished in 1834. Crowds in 19th century Spain reportedly celebrated the end of the tribunal, sometimes storming Inquisition buildings and liberating the last prisoners. It took centuries, but the accumulated effect of all those who had stood up, through writings, revolt, and through martyrdom, helped delegitimize the Inquisition. By the time of its abolition, even many clergy agreed with the statesman Juan Antonio Llorente, a former inquisitorial secretary turned historian, that the Inquisition had been a grievous error. In Llorente's own scathing account published in 1817, after he fled to France, he exposed the secret archives and excesses of the Spanish Inquisition, effectively turning its own record into an indictment of the system. Thus, the pen of a disillusioned insider became the final act of defiance, dismantling the Inquisition's mystique with cold fact. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We still need to talk about the intellectuals in earlier times. So let's go back to Italy during the Roman Inquisition established in 1542. Well, that took a name at theologians, scientists, free thinkers, anyone's ideas who challenged the Catholic doctrine. Some of the most famous run-ins between individuals and the Inquisition are occurring in this period. These were the battles of intellect and principle, often fought in written arguments and inquisitorial hearings. Consider one case, an especially tragic one of Giordano Bruno, a brilliant and erratic philosopher-monk. Bruno had wandered through Europe for many years, promulgating daring ideas, an infinite universe with innumerable worlds, a cosmic divinity present in all things, and various unorthodox theological views. The Roman Inquisition eventually caught him and hauled him before its tribunal. For 7 grueling years, he was interrogated and pressured to recount his teachings, but he stood firm. He refused to renounce his philosophy, even as the noose tightened. On February the 8th, 1800, the Inquisition condemned him as an impenitent heretic and handed him over to secular authorities for execution. At the pronouncement of his death sentence, he delivered a quite legendary retort, turning to his judges and calmly saying, "Perhaps you pronounce this sentence with greater fear than I receive it." Those chilling words, reported by a witness, show Bruno's defiance at the final moment. He suggested that the inquisitors were more fearful in condemning him than he was in accepting his own martyrdom. After this last act of rebellion, Bruno was led to Campo de Fioro in Rome. The Inquisition, in a final indignity, had his tongue gagged to prevent any further speech. And then they burned him alive. Bruno's steadfastness, refusing to abjure even under the threat of the stake, made him a martyr for freedom of thought in the eyes of the later generations. At the time, it was a stark warning that the Roman Inquisition would show no mercy to those who persisted in unorthodox beliefs. But Bruno's death also became one of the black marks that gradually undermined the moral authority of the Inquisition. But no account of intellectual resistance to the Inquisition is complete without Galileo Galilei, the astronomer whose name is virtually synonymous with the clash between science and church. Well, Galileo's story is a little more nuanced, for he initially tried to work within the system. In 1610, he publicized his telescope discoveries supporting Copernicus's sun-centered astronomy. The idea of the Earth orbiting the sun was controversial and evidently deemed vehement suspect of heresy. Well, Galileo did not openly defy the 1616 decree. Instead, he bided his time. But as an intellectual, he was internally standing up for truth. He wrote a masterful treatise, The Dialogue on the Two Chief World Systems, in 1632, which defended heliocentrism, indirectly through a clever fictional debate. This was Galileo's way of challenging the Inquisition's ban without overtly breaking it. A calculated, brave gambit to advance science. The Roman Inquisition, however, saw through the ruse. Galileo was summoned to Rome and put on trial in 1633. At nearly 70 years old, threatened with torture, Galileo capitulated outwardly. He kneeled and recanted the Copernican doctrine, declaring he abjured, cursed, and detested the idea of a moving earth. According to popular legend, after rising from his knees, he muttered, "Eppur si muove," and yet it moves, indicating his true belief that the earth does move indeed. Whether or not he actually said those words, the story is apocryphal, but they encapsulate the reality that Galileo's submission was only skin deep. He indeed obeyed the Inquisition's order and lived, spending his remaining years under house arrest. But his scientific findings could not be undone by a forced recantation. His writings were copied and smuggled abroad to the Protestant North, beyond the Inquisition's reach, where they influenced other thinkers. In effect, Galileo found a way to stand up to the Inquisition's censorship by ensuring that his ideas survived. Though he did not embrace martyrdom like Bruno, Galileo's fate, humiliation instead of execution, still showed the heavy hand of the Inquisition against intellectual freedom. It also demonstrated the different forms of resistance that can be taken. For Galileo, quiet persistence and dissemination of truth, even while formally bowing to authority, was a form of defiance that paid off in the long run. By the 18th century, the Church itself tacitly admitted Galileo had been right about the cosmos, rescinding the ban on heliocentric books. His saga remains a pretty classic example of an individual challenging orthodoxy, and through a mix of courage and pragmatism ultimately prevailing, scientifically perhaps, if not personally. Other scholars and philosophers subjected to the Roman Inquisition likewise resisted in their own ways. Tommaso Campanella, a Dominican friar in Italy, was imprisoned for 27 years for heresy and sedition. He reportedly faked insanity under torture to avoid execution, a psychological form of resistance that perhaps saved his life. Despite his incarceration, Campanella continued to write daring works, like the utopian work City of the Sun. Inquisitors could lock up his body, but not quench his intellect. Eventually he was released and even championed by the Pope, a rare, happy turnabout. Another case, Paolo Sarpi, a Venetian scholar and statesman, took on the Inquisition not in a trial but print. In Venice, the Inquisition's influence was curtailed by the proud Republic. Sarpi defended Venice's rights against papal interference and wrote scathing critiques of church policies, including a history of church councils that challenged papal supremacy. Rome, of course, viewed Sarpi as an enemy. An assassination attempt left him scarred by knife wounds, and as he recovered, Sarpi famously quipped, "Agnosco stylum curiae." I recognized the stylus of the Roman curia, comparing the dagger strokes to pen strokes of a papal edict. Sarpi survived and kept writing. His life shows a subtle battle, a Catholic cleric using reason and law to fight the Inquisition's reach, embodying the incipient Enlightenment skepticism within a Catholic context. Meanwhile, in the wider world of print, the Roman Inquisition's index of forbidden books was another arena of resistance. Authors and printers stood up by circulating banned books in secret. This passive cultural resistance sapped the Inquisition's effectiveness over time. Each prohibited book smuggled under the nose of the Inquisition was a quiet victory for intellectual freedom. And by the 18th century, even high-ranking churchmen and royals were reading banned French philosophical works, rendering the index something of a paper tiger. Knowledge ultimately outmaneuvered repression, a testament to the countless unnamed individuals who risked penalties to possess or distribute a heretical book. Every secret personal library of contraband literature was a small little act of rebellion that collectively weakened the control over thought. Well, let's turn our attention away from the Spanish Inquisition in our next section, and we can talk about the Portuguese Inquisition. They don't talk about that one too often, but it's quite interesting. It was established in 1536. It paralleled Spain's Inquisition, but of course it had its own theaters of operation, including the overseas colonies in Brazil, Africa, and Asia, notably Goa in India. But just as in Spain, many victims were new Christians or converted Jews, and they too found ways to resist or escape. A prominent pattern of resistance here was simply running away, a tried and tested strategy. Whole families of conversos fled Portugal to places where the Inquisition had no power. For instance, Uriel de Costa, born into a converso family, decided to revert openly to Judaism. Rather than await punishment in Portugal, he fled to Amsterdam in the Dutch Republic, where he could live pretty much unharmed. Uriel de Costa's story took a tragic turn. He clashed with the Jewish community's doctrines and felt caught between two inquisitions, the Catholic and a figurative rabbinic one, thrown to the wolves by what he thought were his own people. But the fact remains that many people like him voted with their feet, depriving the Inquisition of its prey. By escaping to more tolerant regions, perhaps Ottoman Turkey, or the Netherlands, some parts of Italy, these conversos denied the Inquisition their conviction. This was resistance through self-removal. They created flourishing ex-converso communities abroad, from which they sometimes spoke out against inquisitorial Spain and Portugal. Some published polemics describing persecution of Jews in Iberia, adding to the growing chorus of criticism from Protestant and enlightened Catholics alike. But not everyone could flee. Some chose to fight from within. One of the most remarkable opponents of the Portuguese Inquisition was Father Antonio Vieira, a 17th century Jesuit priest. Vieira was a celebrated preacher and a confidant of King John IV. He became an outspoken critic of the Inquisition's harsh treatment of the New Christians, and argued that persecuting valuable citizens was morally wrong, and further to that, economically foolish. He used the pulpit and court influence to advocate for the conversos, urging the king to implement reforms. But the Inquisition struck back. In 1663 they arrested and charged Vieira with heretical propositions, partly for his slightly mystical writings, but underlyingly for his challenge to their authority. Vieira didn't take it lying down. He defended himself vigorously during the trial, producing learned arguments and refusing to confess to any wrongdoing. After years of detention, he managed to secure release. Pressure from the royal court, and even the Pope, helped resolve the case in his favor. Though silenced for a time, Vieira eventually saw a kind of victory. By 1773, about a century after his efforts began, Portugal granted a general pardon to descendants of New Christians, as the Inquisition's power continued to wane. Vieira's confrontation with the Holy Office demonstrated an insider's resistance, a devout Catholic fighting the excesses of the system, using persuasion and legal defense. His survival and rehabilitation were unusual. It showed that by the 17th century, the Inquisition could not so easily destroy a man esteemed for his eloquence and royal allies. I suppose, in a sense, Vieira beat them at their own game, navigating the Church's hierarchy to outlast his pursuers. But what about out in the colonies? Well, in the New World, the Inquisition often faced logistical limits and cultural challenges. In Spanish America and Portuguese India, standing up to the Inquisition took unique forms. For indigenous people newly Christianized, resistance sometimes meant persisting in their ancestral beliefs and sacred rites, despite the risk of punishment. In Peru, for example, native Andeans continued covert worship of their traditional gods, while outwardly attending Mass, a quiet, everyday defiance of the inquisitors who sought to extirpate idolatry. Occasionally, it flared into open revolt. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 in New Mexico against Spanish rule was partly provoked by suppression of indigenous religion. The Pueblo leaders targeted missionaries, though technically the Spanish Inquisition itself did not operate in New Mexico. The spirit of resistance to forced Catholicism was akin to resisting an Inquisition. In Goa, the center of the Portuguese Inquisition in Asia, Hindu and Muslim communities suffered demands to abandon their customs. Many Brahmins and traders simply left Goa for neighboring Indian states when the pressure became too great, thereby undermining the colony's prosperity. A form of economic resistance that made even some colonial officials question the Inquisition's zeal. Within Goa, some Christian converts defied the Inquisition by continuing to observe caste rules and Hindu festivals quietly. One striking colonial case of individual defiance is that of Luis de Carvajal the Younger, a new Christian in 16th century Mexico. Carvajal was a secret Jew who, along with his family, secretly practiced Judaism under the very nose of the Mexican Inquisition. When arrested, Louis initially feigned repentance and was released, but he couldn't resist continuing to observe his forbidden faith. Rearrested and imprisoned, he managed to write a clandestine memoir in jail, signing it with his Jewish name, Joseph Lombroso, and exhorting his remaining family to keep the faith. Even as the Inquisition prepared to execute him, Carvajal found solace in asserting his true identity on paper. In 1596 he was burned at the stake in Mexico City, along with several other family members, all refusing to recant their Judaism. Their ashes mingled with those of others, but their words and steadfastness lived on to inspire later conversos. Meanwhile, the Inquisition in the New World sometimes clashed with colonial authorities who had different priorities. For example, in the 17th century, the Mexican Inquisition pursued an Irish man named William Lamport, who had plotted an uprising against Spanish rule. Lamport was not your typical heretic. He was charged with sedition and also practicing astrology and reading forbidden books. The Inquisition kept him jailed for years. In 1650, Lamport daringly escaped from his cell one Christmas Eve, and instead of fleeing the country, he took to the streets of Mexico to paste up manifestos in the city denouncing the Inquisition and proclaiming a new order of liberty. A pretty bold move, effectively a one-man protest in the capital plaza. It didn't last too long. He was quickly recaptured, and his audacious broadsides earned him a death sentence. At his auto da fe in 1659, legend says that he managed to strangle himself on the stake with ropes, or was perhaps mercifully strangled by a friend so that he died before the flames consumed him. To the Mexican populace, he became a folk hero, later embellished into the figure of El Zorro in popular myth. William Lamport's story is remarkable because he directly attacked the Inquisition in print and attempted to incite the public. Though he perished, the rebellious proclamations calling out the inquisitors by name and accusing them of tyranny were a clarion call that echoed throughout New Spain. And so, by the 18th and 19th centuries, the once all-powerful Inquisitions were well and truly in decline, thanks in no small part to the cumulative effort of the people standing up to them over generations. The Enlightenment brought out a philosophical onslaught against the idea of persecution for belief. Writers like Voltaire relished condemning the Inquisition. His novel, Candide, savagely satirized a Portuguese auto da fe. In Catholic countries, enlightened monarchs took measures to curb or abolish the tribunals. Emperor Joseph II in Habsburg lands, for instance, prohibited the Inquisition in Lombardy and other territories that he controlled. The Grand Duchy of Tuscany, under Leopold II, outright abolished torture and the death penalty for heresy, effectively nullifying the Inquisition there. In 1774, the Pope himself suppressed the Jesuit-run Inquisition in the Duchy of Parma after the enlightened duchy expelled the inquisitors. In Portugal, the powerful minister, Marques de Pombal, expelled the Jesuits and reformed the Inquisition drastically after 1755, even staging a public auto da fe in 1761, not to punish heretics, but to disgrace the Inquisition itself for a miscarriage of justice. Pombal then banned autos de fe entirely in 1774. These top-down actions were essentially political figures standing up to the Inquisition in the name of modernity and state power. The Italian rulers who curtailed the Inquisition did so not purely from humanitarian toleration, but to assert the supremacy of secular law over church courts. Nonetheless, their actions aligned with goals long sought by critics to end the terror of the inquisitorial persecution. And finally, events came full circle in Spain in 1820. After a brief suppression during the Napoleonic era, the Inquisition was re-established by Ferdinand VII. But Spanish liberals, inspired by constitutional ideas, rose up in revolution. In Madrid, a populous crowd in 1820 stormed the Inquisition's building. According to eyewitness accounts, they freed the remaining prisoners and symbolically burned the Inquisition's records and furniture, as if they were exorcising a demon. Though this was a short-lived episode, the Inquisition was reinstated again before being permanently abolished in 1834. It was a dramatic popular repudiation of the Holy Office. By the time Queen Isabella II signed the decree of final abolition in 1834, the Inquisition was a moribund relic, widely seen as incompatible with this new age of liberty. Looking back, one can trace a direct line from the lonely heretic facing his judges to the throngs of citizens dismantling the Inquisition's edifice. Each individual who stood up, whether by a witty retort or steadfast silence under torture, a secret book or even an armed rebellion, all of them had contributed a brick to the eventual edifice of religious toleration and freedom of thought. As the enlightened former Inquisitor Sebastian Castellio wrote in the 16th century, condemning the execution of heretics, to kill a man is not to defend a doctrine, but to kill a man we do not prove our faith by burning a person, but by dying for that faith. Words penned in the shadow of the Inquisition, resonating as a moral verdict on the entire enterprise of persecution. In the end, they could not extinguish all their opponents. Truth, dignity, and human conscience proved to be much more resilient. Many who defied the Inquisition perished, but in their very defeat they often triumphed in the long run, as Montaigne suggested, by inspiring others and exposing injustice. In a dim stone chamber, lit by flickering torchlight, a lone prisoner stands trembling as robed figures gather in judgment. Out of the shadows, an inquisitor steps forward with an accusation, a crime against God and the Church, the crime of heresy. The prisoner protests innocence, but it is of no use. The word of the inquisitor is absolute, backed by an institution that spans medieval Europe. In this world, faith and fear walk hand in hand, and the inquisitor has the authority to imprison, extract confessions, and torture. How exactly did a mandate to protect the faith turn into such a license for cruelty? Today, we're going to talk about how medieval inquisitors abused their power from the 12th through to the 15th centuries, focusing especially on the notorious Spanish Inquisition, while drawing examples from across Europe. We'll talk about the systematic abuses, legal manipulations that placed inquisitors seemingly above the law, forced confessions wrung out under torture, financial corruption, and greed cloaked in piety. We'll also look at the political motivations that twisted a religious mission into a tool of tyranny. We'll also see how fear was weaponized to enforce social conformity. Along the way, we'll hear voices from the past, from inquisitors' own manuals and trial records, to the cries of their victims and rare critiques from contemporaries. There's going to be plenty of gritty and gory details. It's a dark journey, but a revealing one. The story of the Inquisition shows how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can breed injustice. Indeed, it's been called one of the most effective means of thought control that Europe has ever known, at least as of 2025. Let's step back into that gritty little chamber and discover how an institution founded to save souls became one that many became to fear above all else. But before we do, hit that like and subscribe button. Well, I had to ask. And for those supporting on the Patreon, thank you very much. Also, those who have looked at the merch shop too, thank you. Alright, now, let's begin nice and relaxed. Well, to understand the abuses, we have to understand the origin of the Inquisitor's power, where exactly it came from. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the medieval church faced growing challenges from heresies. Now, heresies weren't non-Christians, and they were more considered as pagans and all the rest. Combating heresies means religious movements that contradicted official doctrine. We're talking sects like the Cathars in southern France and the Waldensians in Italy. They attracted quite a lot of followers, alarming church authorities. Initially, local bishops tried to curb heresies, but as the movement spread, they gained power, and the papacy created a more systematic approach. In 1231, Pope Gregory IX established the medieval Inquisition, commissioning specially appointed inquisitors, often Dominican friars, to travel across Europe and root out heresy. These papal inquisitors were granted extraordinary authority. They could override local church courts, investigate anyone suspected of unorthodox beliefs, and deliver verdicts with the backing of secular force. It's a lot of power, isn't it? Yes. Well, from the start, the groundwork was laid for potential abuse, of course. Inquisitors operated under a procedure called inquisitio, essentially an inquest, which flipped normal justice on its head. Instead of being presumed innocent, the accused heretic was treated with deep suspicion. Trials were conducted in secret, and the usual safeguards for defendants were completely stripped away. Early inquisitors like Conrad von Marburg in Germany gained infamy for their unbridled zeal. Conrad, appointed by the Pope as the first inquisitor in Germany, virtually assumed the accused were guilty until proven innocent. According to accounts, he accepted almost any accusation as true, and quickly consigned those who would not confess to the stake. He even encouraged the accused to denounce others, implying their own lives might be spared if they did so, a tactic that spread panic as people named neighbors to save themselves. So ruthless were Conrad's methods that, after he accused a prominent noble without solid proof, enraged knights ambushed and actually killed him in 1233. This violent end to Conrad's crusade showed that even in medieval times there were limits to what the public would tolerate from an unchecked inquisitor. Of course, Conrad, he was not an isolated case, but a damn good example. Across Europe, inquisitors realized that their holy commission placed them above normal constraints. They answered only to the Pope, or later, to the monarch in state-run inquisitions, and the urgency of combating heresy was seen as so great
that it excused methods unthinkable in other courts. For example, in southern France, inquisitors could descend on a town and demand that the entire population of the town swear oaths of faith and inform on any suspected heretics. The people living in fear know that a careless word from a neighbor could bring the Inquisition to their door. And so by the 14th century, some inquisitors began to codify their tactics in handbooks. A well-known example is Bernard Guy, the Inquisitor of Toulouse, who around 1324 wrote a practical guide for fellow inquisitors. Guy's manual detailed how to conduct investigations and interrogations. He warned that heretics would conceal and hide their error, and that the inquisitor must be relentless and clever in uncovering it. He viewed the Inquisition as a kind of moral drama. The heretic's trial should serve as a public lesson. By convincingly unmasking a heretic's lies, the inquisitor would, quote, win the hearts and minds of the community and keep them loyal to the true faith. Of course, this shows that even early on in the game, the Inquisition understood the value of theater and fear, making an example of the condemned to warn others. Despite occasional lenient rhetoric about saving souls, the historical reality is clear. The Inquisition concentrated unprecedented power in the hands of its agents, and many wielded it ruthlessly. They could arrest on mere suspicion, hold people indefinitely, and use secrecy and intimidation to produce evidence. Unlike in regular courts, there was no jury or peers, no transparent proceedings, and often no advocate for the accused. Papal decrees continued to bolster this authority. Notably, in 1252, Pope Innocent IV issued the bull Ad Extirpanda, which explicitly authorized inquisitors to use torture under certain conditions. This decree coldly instructed magistrates to force captured heretics and to accuse others, so long as they did not kill or permanently maim the victim. With this papal endorsement, what had been forbidden or controversial had now become an acceptable tool, and the message could not be mistaken. Protecting the faith was so important that almost any measure, short of outright killing the suspect during the interrogation, was completely justified. Armed with such sweeping powers and justifications, the medieval inquisitors set out on their mission. It is here that we begin to see the full range of abuses of power, for once authority is unchecked, it easily gets misused. So we're going to examine now how inquisitors perverted legal norms, employed torture, pursued profit in politics, and of course spread fear to tighten their grip on society. A subtler abuse of power lay in the legal manipulations practiced by inquisitors. You see, these were not lawless mobs at all. Inquisitors were often very educated in theology and canon law, but they wrapped their operations in a veneer of legality while quietly rigging the rules. The inquisitorial procedure was designed to favor the prosecution at every turn, and it made a mockery of equitable justice, as you shall see. One major difference was the use of secrecy and anonymous accusations. In most courts, an accused person could know who testified against them and challenge them. In the Inquisition's courts, the identities of accusers and witnesses were kept secret for their own protection. The accused often had no way to rebuke testimony when they weren't even told who had given it. False or malicious denunciations thus found easy purchase. You can only imagine if your neighbor didn't like you. Well, all they needed to do was make an anonymous report. An accused might desperately try to guess who had spoken against them. The only defense allowed was to name any personal enemies. But if they guessed wrong, it only raised the inquisitor's suspicion further. In effect, the defendant had stood blindfolded at their own trial. The inquisitors also twisted normal standards of evidence, which there were standards at the time, but this whole institution kind of brought them back a couple of generations at least. A mere whisper of rumor, a bad reputation for heresy even could justify an arrest. Hearsay and suspicion carried heavy weight too. The usual presumption of innocence did not apply. On the contrary, many inquisitors presumed the accused was lying. They often entered a trial convinced of guilt and saw their role as extracting a confession by any means. As a result, injustice was pretty much built into the system. One contemporary summed it up by observing that in an Inquisition trial, the accused had the arms of an infant against a giant. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Sometimes even, inquisitors resorted to fraud to ensure convictions. One example in the city of Carcassonne around 1300, the Franciscan friar Bernard de Lisieux accused the local inquisitors of fabricating evidence. He discovered that the inquisitors' registers, the official trial records that is, listed testimony from people who did not exist. In other words, they were just making things up, inventing witnesses to strengthen their case. Well, very brave for Bernard to expose this, and when he did, of course, it caused a scandal. The townsfolk rioted, and the implicated inquisitors temporarily fled the city. Bernard appealed to the King of France, that is Philip IV, arguing that the inquisitor Folquet de Saint-Georges and even the local bishop were corrupt and abusing their power. And here we have a somewhat rare check on the Inquisition. The king's officials removed the inquisitor and punished the bishop. This episode showed that even the secular authorities could recognize inquisitorial injustice, though such intervention was uncommon. But we have to thank the brave Bernard de Lisieux, that Franciscan friar back in 1300, for at least doing something. But another glaring legal abuse was the manipulation of the rules regarding torture, which we will fully explore in the next section. Now, church law technically forbade torturing the suspect more than once, but experienced inquisitors found a bit of a cheeky loophole. The 14th century inquisitor Nicolaus Emmerich, in his handbook Directorium Inquisitorum, noted that torture is deceptive and ineffectual, acknowledging that a person in agony might say anything to get himself out of it. Yet he proceeded to outline how an inquisitor could legally torture the same person multiple times. He had a little trick. That was to interpret the prohibition narrowly. One could not repeat torture for the exact same charge, but if a person was accused of multiple heretical acts, each act could warrant its own session. By defining new questions or charges, the inquisitor could effectively bypass the one-time torture rule. This cynical legalism allowed inquisitors to push the limits of brutality while claiming to obey the letter of the law. And through such devices, the inquisitor became a virtually unchallengeable figure in his domain. He was often judge, jury, and executioner. The usual checks on a judge's power: open trials, defense counsel, independent juries, they were all absent. As a result, Inquisitors could and did bend the law to secure the outcomes that they wanted. Trial records sometimes state that a confession was given freely, without torture. Immediately after describing a brutal torture session, after which the exhausted prisoner supposedly spoke freely. These fictions in the record show how procedure was stage-managed to legitimize what was, in truth, pure coercion. To sum up, the Inquisitors' legal framework became an instrument of power. It retained the form of a judicial process, but few of the protections remained. By controlling the rules and keeping proceedings opaque, Inquisitors stacked the deck against the accused. Many observers later likened inquisitorial trials to a foregone conclusion. A performance where the verdict of guilt was all but assured from the start. This perversion of justice was a fundamental abuse, one that set the stage for the physical abuses to come, since the system was so tilted towards conviction, readily embraced any method to achieve it. But of course, no aspect of the Inquisition's work is more famous than its use of torture. In fact, Inquisitors saw torture as a legitimate means to compel the truth from those who stubbornly clung to their error. While secular courts of the era also used torture, the Inquisition embraced it with a particular zeal and systematic approach. What was officially called putting a suspect to the question became the dark heart of the inquisitorial procedure, a realm of physical agony intended to break both body and spirit. In theory, though, torture was the last resort, to be employed only if all the other methods failed to get a confession. But in practice, it became routine. The torture chamber, often a dingy little dungeon beneath the tribunal, was equipped with grim devices. The inquisitors of the Spanish Inquisition formalized 3 standard methods: the garrucha, the toca, and the potro. The application of the garrucha, also known as the strappado, involved tying the victim's hands behind their back and suspending them by a rope from the ceiling. Sometimes weights were added to the feet. The victim's shoulders and arms would be wrenched violently, often dislocating with a sickening crunch. The toca was a form of water torture. A cloth was forced into the victim's mouth and water poured over it, giving the sensation of drowning as the prisoner gagged and suffocated. The potro was the infamous rack, in which the limbs were slowly pulled apart in opposite directions, stretching joints until they just tear apart. Inquisitors enjoyed these methods because they left no immediate, visible injuries, no shedding of blood, thus sidestepping the Church's ban on clerics spilling blood. Interesting interpretations. Even within the Inquisition's rules, there were bizarre nods to propriety. A physician was often required to be present to certify that the victim was healthy enough to endure torture without dying, a macabre formality that did very little to mitigate the cruelty. The reality was that many prisoners were permanently maimed or even died from the torture, despite the limits in theory. Under such torment, victims typically would confess to anything that the inquisitors wanted, whether it was true or not. In fact, the inquisitors expected a confession extracted under torture would later be affirmed freely. After a torture session, they often brought the bruised and broken prisoner back to the courtroom the next day to repeat the confession without torture, and only then was it deemed valid. Of course, if a victim retracted their confession, insisting it was only made due to the unbearable pain, the inquisitors felt justified in simply resuming the torture on the grounds of renewed obstinacy. It was a deadly trap. Maintain innocence, and the torture continues. Confess, and you damned yourself by your own words. Yeah, a rock and a hard place. We'll call it that. We have many examples of how torture yielded dubious confessions. During the infamous trials of the Knights Templar, 1307 to 1310, for instance, dozens of Templar monks confessed under torture to outrageous heresies. We're talking about things like spitting on the cross and outright devil worship. Of course, once the torture ended, they completely recanted those confessions while not under duress. The Inquisition's response was to treat the recantation as proof that they had relapsed back into heresy, and hand the men over to be executed. Torture thus not only produced false evidence, but it created a no-win situation for the accused. Even inquisitors themselves knew the unreliability of confessions obtained by torture. Emmerich wrote in his manual, "Torture is deceptive and ineffectual." Yet this did not stop the practice. Under such methods, people will say anything to end the pain, don't you think? Medieval critics of the Inquisition, and there were a few, voiced the same concern. Bernard de Lisieux, that friar who had exposed a fraud in Carcassonne, lamented that the Inquisitors' tactics would have made St. Peter and St. Paul confess to heresy if they had been subject to the dungeon. In other words, no one, however devout or innocent, could withstand these kinds of torments. The details of inquisitorial torture are pretty ghastly. Victims often fainted from pain or nearly drowned during the water torture, only to be woken up, revived, and tortured again. Joints were dislocated on the rack, muscles and tendons torn. Prisoners might emerge crippled for life. The psychological terror was equally severe. Many broke down at just the sight of the instruments or the screams of previous victims. The climate of fear that this created was very much intentional, and we'll discuss the broader social effects shortly. Every tortured confession also served to legitimize the Inquisition's work, providing proof of heresy that could be cited at the public sentencing. After torture extracted the words the Inquisitors wanted, they would record that the confession was made freely, certainly a grim charade of voluntary repentance. Torture was the blunt instrument of the Inquisitors' power, a direct assault on the body to conquer the resistance of the soul. It was technically regulated by certain rules, but as we've seen, those rules were circumvented or sometimes just ignored. Inquisitors convinced themselves that saving souls justified inflicting torment. By the values of the time, they argued they were sparing victims from the eternal fires of hell by making them briefly taste earthly pain. Yet from a more modern perspective, the systematic torture of men and women in the Inquisition's cells stands out as one of the most egregious abuses of power in medieval history. And we don't really like to judge people of the past by modern standards, but come on. It degraded the very faith it purported to defend, turning the Church's message of compassion into one of terror. Certainly a PR nightmare, no matter how you look at it. Although inquisitors professed to act for the pure sake of the faith, money and property often lurked their way in. The structure of the inquisitorial penalties created opportunities for corruption and conflict of interest. When a person was convicted of heresy, the Inquisition could impose heavy fines or even confiscate the offender's property. Those assets might have been divided between the Church and the state, or used to fund the Inquisition itself. This meant that, in many cases, everyone involved in prosecuting a wealthy heretic stood to gain something. From the earliest days, observers noted the profit motive at work. In medieval France and Italy, Local lords sometimes complained that papal inquisitors focused on accusing wealthy citizens so that their goods could be seized. Funny how that works, isn't it? Well, secular rulers themselves occasionally encouraged the Inquisition for financial ends. There's a pretty dramatic example in the persecution of the Knights Templar by King Philip IV of France, ostensibly for heresy, but undeniably fueled by Philip's desire to cancel his debts and confiscate the Templars' fortune. Heresy trials conveniently allowed a ruler to enrich his treasury under the cloak of piety. Now, the Spanish Inquisition is notorious in this regard. One punishment above all made it attractive to Spain's Catholic monarchs: the confiscation of convicted heretics' properties, which then became crown property. Some historians have argued that Ferdinand and Isabella welcomed the Inquisition as a tool to finance the crown. Indeed, the Inquisition tended to operate first in large, wealthy cities and target well-off conversos, that is, converted Jews and other minorities, people who would often having significant property. Gustav Bergenroth, a 19th century historian who studied the Spanish archives, concluded that revenue was the incentive for establishing the Inquisition. While the monarch's motives may not have been purely pecuniary, there's no real doubt that the initial campaigns of the Inquisition brought quite a nice little windfall to royal coffers. It doesn't look good, doesn't it? For the inquisitors on the ground, though, the temptation of personal enrichment was real. Now, technically, inquisitors were not supposed to pocket the wealth of their victims. That was meant for the state or the church. But in practice, those conducting the trials and their associates could benefit indirectly. Inquisitors drew salaries from the fines collected. They could charge fees for managing confiscated estates. Officials and informants might receive rewards too. Moreover, wealthy prisoners could sometimes buy leniency by paying bribes or perhaps giving donations, also known as bribes. A common saying was that a poor suspect might be burned, whereas a rich one might escape with a light of penance. Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it? A system where an official's budget or personal gain depends on the outcome of cases will inherently encourage greed. Contemporaries did take note. It was pretty obvious what was happening. Desiderius Erasmus, the great Renaissance scholar, wryly observed that the Inquisition was harsher on minor offenders with no money than on the rich who could afford to grease up the wheels. In the Kingdom of Aragon, the local Cortes Parliament repeatedly protested that inquisitors were stripping noble families of their inheritances and ruining the innocent relatives of those punished. This suggests that even some devout Catholics saw the Inquisition as financially overreaching. Perhaps the most egregious case of corruption was that of Diego Rodriguez de Lucero, an inquisitor in Cordova, Spain, around 1500. Lucero was widely reviled for abusing his power. He was said to invent charges against affluent converso families just to take hold of their money. But Lucero's depravity went a lot further. He allegedly used the Inquisition to satisfy his lust. Historian Manuel Barrios records that Lucero had 2 men burned to death so he could take their wives as mistresses. And when one prominent family refused to hand over their beautiful daughter, Lucero accused the young woman, her husband, and her parents of heresy, and he burned all of them at the stake, seizing the orphaned girl for himself. He even fathered a child with her, while keeping her imprisoned as his personal property. Yeah, you're not going to hear that in a BBC documentary, aren't you? These horrific abuses earned him the nickname Lucero, the Infamous. Eventually, public outcry grew so intense that even the Crown intervened, In 1507 he was arrested and removed from office after an investigation confirmed that many of his victims were actually innocent. Well, shock and awe. Who would have thought? His downfall showed that there were indeed limits, though. But it came only after the untold damages had been done, and the Inquisition's reputation in Cordova had been blackened by his crimes. But even beyond such extreme cases, the financial toll of inquisitorial prosecution was huge. Families of the convicted not only lost loved ones to prison or the stake, but also lost their homes, their farms, and in general their livelihoods. A person found guilty of heresy had their property confiscated, leaving their children and heirs impoverished and often stigmatized. In towns where many conversos were convicted, a whole class of people was economically destroyed, with their assets redistributed to others. Finally, the Inquisition developed a semi-formalized extortion form of compositions. This was essentially a payoff. An accused person could agree to pay a hefty sum or surrender certain assets in exchange for a more lenient punishment, or even a complete suspension of the trial. Drop the charges. While officials justified this as a form of penance or reconciliation, it effectively had put justice out for sale. The wealthy could just buy their way out of trouble. The poor didn't have the option. All of these factors demonstrate that the Inquisition was not merely a spiritual enterprise, but also deeply entangled with worldly greed. The profit motive compromised the entire integrity of the institution. It created incentives to find heresy where there was none, and to be harsher than necessary in order to reap the material rewards. This corruption of purpose further tainted the Inquisition's legacy. When we consider why the Inquisition inspired such fear and hatred, it was not only the threat of torture and death, but also the knowledge that an accusation could mean complete financial ruin, a ruin from which the inquisitors and the crown would certainly benefit from. So looking at it like this, the abuse of power wasn't only at the point of a sword, but in the coins and lands that changed hands under the guise of defending orthodoxy. But of course the Inquisition did not operate in isolation from the worldly political sphere. Secular rulers and leaders realized that this formidable religious tribunal could certainly be turned into a political weapon, while inquisitors themselves at times pursued personal agendas under cover of their holy office. Many abuses of inquisitorial power were driven not purely by zeal for the faith, but just pursuit of political advantage, or perhaps even a personal vendetta disguised in religious terms. From its inception, the medieval Inquisition had to cooperate with princes and magistrates to enforce its sentences. This alliance meant that rooting out heresy often aligned with consolidating political control. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is, the one against the Cathars, in southern France in the early 13th century, for example, the French crown's war against the heretics conveniently also crushed the independence of Languedoc nobles, bringing that region under royal sway. Two birds, one stone. Inquisitors following in the wake of the Crusade eliminated remaining Cathars, achieving a spiritual goal and a political one, firmly binding Languedoc to orthodox royal authority. An example of political misuse was once again the destruction of the Knights Templar. As we noted earlier, in 1307, King Philip IV of France had the Templars arrested and accused of heresy. Inquisitorial courts under royal pressure condemned the Templars, providing a veneer of legal righteousness to Philip's seizure of their wealth and the elimination of an autonomous military order. In this case, heresy charges were largely a pretext for a financial coup. The Spanish Inquisition likewise served state policy, Ferdinand and Isabella instituted it not only to purify religion, but also to cement their recently unified kingdom. Spain's population included large communities of conversos, that is, Jews that had converted to Christianity, by the way, and Moriscos, Muslim converts to Christianity. The monarchs, like many of their subjects, suspected that some converts were secretly reverting to their old faiths. By targeting these groups, the crown could enforce religious homogeneity and also remove a potential fifth column. The Inquisition effectively became an arm of the government. The Inquisitor General answered to the crown, and the Inquisitors had royal authority to call on the troops. It acted as an internal security apparatus of sorts, investigating not just theological deviance, but anything seen as disloyalty. Thomas de Torquemada, the first Grand Inquisitor, was a key royal advisor. Under his tenure, the Inquisition's campaign against conversos was relentless. Approximately 2,000 of them were burned for heresy during those years. This campaign terrorized a segment of society and sent a clear message about who held power in the new Spain. In 1492, the monarchs took the dramatic step of expelling all Jews who refused to convert, a decision made in the same spirit of religious political unification that the Inquisition had been enforcing. The Inquisition had basically created a Spain of a single faith, tightly aligned with the crown's vision of national unity. But inquisitors also became entangled in politics in other ways. The case of Bernard de Lesio in Languedoc, mentioned earlier, was essentially a political disagreement, a local friar rallying townsfolk and even appealing to the king to curb the inquisitors, whom he accused of abusing power and undermining regional rights and customs. His eventual arrest and torture by the Inquisition showed how strongly the authorities, both church and royal, would defend the Inquisition against such challenges. On a smaller scale, some inquisitors did not hesitate to use their powers for personal retribution. There were instances of rival clergy or local officials being denounced as heretics after quarrels with an inquisitor. With secret procedures and the inquisitor's near immunity, it was frighteningly easy to turn a private enemy into a convicted heretic. All these cases, while not the norm, show that no level of the system was free from abuse. An unscrupulous inquisitor could persecute pretty much anyone he disliked, cloaking it in the sanctity of his office. The entanglement of the Inquisition with secular aims greatly amplified its capacity for harm. It was not just a church court hunting down doctrinal errors. It was often an instrument of government policy and social control. This made it even more feared. An accusation by the Inquisition might not mean only religious censure, but also that one had become an enemy of the state. In Spain, for example, the Inquisition's reach extended to influential citizens, and even members of the clergy, if they were seen as threats to orthodoxy or authority. Inquisitors wielded a terrifying blend of spiritual and temporal power. Through political support, the Inquisition was able to enforce its edicts with armies and prisons beyond what a church tribunal alone could muster. Conversely, rulers used the Inquisition's moral authority to legitimize their crackdowns. This entire symbiosis meant that when one fell into the Inquisition's hands, one faced not just a tribunal of friars, but the heavy hand of the state as well. The result was an atmosphere in which few dared to oppose or even criticize them. It had become simply too enmeshed in the very power structures. All these factors contributed to that overarching climate of fear. The abuses we've surveyed, legal, physical, political, financial, they all worked together to make the Inquisition this source of existential dread in medieval society. Always around the corner, always watching, a kind of big brother sort of thing. So, Now we're going to see how the fear was consciously used as a tactic, how it impacted communities under inquisitorial scrutiny. The ultimate consequence for all of these abuses, the sum of all of them, was just this pervasive climate of fear. Inquisitors deliberately used that as a tool to enforce conformity. The mere possibility of being denounced and hauled off before the Holy Office, well, that was a fear that people just had to live with. People moderated their behavior, guarded their speech, and even stifled private doubts, all for fear that a wrong word, one wrong move, one unusual habit could trigger an accusation. One way the Inquisition spread fear was by fostering this culture of denunciation. It routinely issued what they called edicts of faith, urging the faithful to report any suspected heretical behavior by neighbors, friends, or even their own family. Failing to inform itself could be treated as a crime. This policy turned neighbor against neighbor. It sowed distrust in communities. A Spanish writer of the time remarked that people, quote, spoke in whispers, even in their own homes, for the fear the very walls had ears. Even family members were weary. A child might innocently report a parent's habits, not knowing it could become some kind of evidence in a trial. As one modern analysis notes, persecution often relies on denunciations and undermines trust, and that corrodes the bonds of society. This result was that many communities became fragmented by suspicion. You imagine your kids. If somebody was to ask them, some inquisitor, "Does your mummy ever do anything strange?" "Oh, sometimes she talks to herself." How's that going to be interpreted? Sometimes dad gets angry, or sometimes grandma spends lots of time walking outside in the woods, something like this. You never know what could be used to spark off the trial. Another potent instrument of fear was that spectacle of punishment, the public spectacle, though. An auto de fe, the act of faith. At these ceremonies, held in city plazas, the sentences of the Inquisition were announced and carried out. Those found guilty of heresy were paraded in a penitential garb, the San Benito, and their punishments proclaimed. Some would be flogged or sent to prison. An unrepentant or relapsed would be handed over to secular authorities for execution, typically by burning. Large crowds attended these events, which had the air of both religious ritual and grim theatre. The message to onlookers was unmistakable. This is what happens to those who stray from the faith. This is what happens to those who don't fit in. Inquisitors intended these spectacles to instill dread. They argued that severe penalties were preventative, meant to strike fear in the hearts of others, so they would stay loyal. And indeed, the sight of a fellow citizen being burned alive or a friend being humiliated in penance certainly is a core memory. Fear permeated all levels of society. Common folk feared the knock on the door at midnight, the sudden inquiry into a rumor that they said a forbidden prayer or perhaps didn't show up to Mass one morning. Of course, even elites were not safe. Wealthy converso families lived in constant anxiety that spiteful rivals or servants might denounce them for secretly practicing their old faith. Clergymen and scholars had to be careful that new ideas or critical views did not draw suspicion. This stifled intellectual and spiritual life. Inquisitorial censorship banned books and policed ideas. The pervasive fear of being labeled a heretic made people avoid any expression of unorthodox thought. In Spain, a proverb emerged. Flies don't enter a closed mouth. It basically means shut up and stay out of trouble. Outwardly, society under the Inquisition became highly conformist, everyone vied to show themselves as devout Catholics. Homes displayed religious images. People attended Mass zealously and avoided any behavior that could be misconstrued. But this often just reflected fear rather than genuine piety. A kind of enforced hypocrisy prevailed. Those who privately had doubts or heterodox leanings could never admit to them. As time went on, this climate strangled honest discourse, trust and frankness, even within families, gave way to caution and silence. Even after the medieval period, the inquisitorial mentality endured. Habits of suspicion and caution persisted in regions long after the Inquisition's power waned. The collective memory of terror left a culture where open dissent was rare. Some historians believe this legacy of fear hindered intellectual and social progress in a lot of places like Spain, where for generations creativity was dampened by the need to just toe the line. Whether or not one agrees with that broad assessment, you can't really argue against the Inquisition's reign of fear had deep and long-lasting effects. For those living under its shadow, however, such philosophical consequences were less immediate than daily survival. The Inquisition had turned the tools of faith, community, confession, scrutiny, moral exhortation, into tools of intimidation and control. Religion, which for many is a source of hope and comfort, was wielded like a sword dangling over their heads. This regime of fear was perhaps the Inquisition's most insidious use of power. It coerced not only actions but thoughts, and it did so by betraying the very spiritual values it claimed to protect. Faith became tinged with terror, a bitter aftertaste. People obeyed, not out of conviction or love, but out of sheer fear what the Inquisition could do to them. And in that sense, I suppose, you could argue that the Inquisition succeeded in subduing heresy, but at the cost of replacing it with a frightened and subdued society. Do the ends justify the means? No. No, they do not. So as we conclude our time together today, step back from all the grimness. Grasp the larger lesson. The story of the medieval Inquisition, especially its Spanish culmination, is kind of a warning on how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can corrupt a noble cause. And remember, that doesn't have to come in the cause of religion. It can come in the cause of politics. It can come atheistic or theistic. It doesn't have to be Christian. It can be Muslim. It can be Jewish. It can be Buddhist. Any kind of large-scale operation. There's always a way for corruption to sink in, and it usually does. What began as an effort to protect religious orthodoxy became the machinery of cruelty. Inquisitors, convinced they served a higher good, employed frankly unholy means: torture chambers, secret trials, judgments clouded by greed and politics, and a reign of terror that stifled the spirit of an age. Justice, mercy, and compassion, they were the real casualties. The abuses of the Inquisitors show the danger of any institution that operates without accountability, fueled by its own fanaticism. In defending the faith, they often betrayed the core values of it. The very church that taught love, charity, and the sanctity of conscience was represented by those who inflicted agony and injustice on thousands. It's a tragic irony. Little wonder that Inquisition has entered our vocabulary as a synonym for oppressive or interrogative persecution. Yet, within the dark history, we also find little glimmers of hope. We encountered individuals like Bernard de Lisieux, who bravely spoke out against the injustice, and who maintained their dignity of faith even under torture. The stories remind us that even in these times of terror, conscience could not be entirely snuffed out. Over the centuries, more voices both inside and out of the church would condemn the excesses of the Inquisition, and eventually the institution was reformed and finally abolished. History perhaps saw an ounce of repentance for this chapter. But the legacy of the Inquisition is complex. On the other hand, it did enforce religious uniformity in parts of Europe for a time. Catharism was extinguished, and in Spain, open practice of Judaism and Islam was eradicated. But it achieved this at a terrible human cost, and arguably at the cost of the Church's moral authority. The Inquisition's notoriety lived on in legend and literature, reinforcing its image as an ultimate symbol of religious cruelty. In fact, outrage over the Inquisition's excesses later helped fuel arguments for religious tolerance and the rights of the accused during the Enlightenment. So in looking back, and as we leave this subject, we remember not just the notorious inquisitors, but their victims and the few who dared to oppose them. Their suffering and courage to speak across the centuries is certainly a grim lesson in the misuse of power, and one that remains relevant whether ideological or religious zeal threatens to override our common humanity. A brisk November day in 1095 at Clermont, a crowd of nobles and clergy huddles around a makeshift platform. On top of it stands Pope Urban II, arms raised, a voice ringing with passion. He evokes a distant city, Jerusalem, calling it the center of the earth, a land fruitful above all others, a paradise of delights, sanctified by Christ's life and death. And he implores his listeners to rescue this holy city from foreign hands, crying out, Jerusalem is now held captive by the enemies of Christ. She seeks to be liberated and ceases not to implore you to come to her aid. The crowd erupts with a roar. Deus vult, God wills it. And the first crusade is well and truly underway. But what was it about Jerusalem that inspired thousands of medieval men to drop their plows, don the cross, and march thousands of miles into the unknown? Why did warriors and pilgrims alike endure hunger, disease, and battle for this city's sake? Well, that's the topic for today. We're going through the religious zeal, political ambitions, and economic interests, along with the cultural dreams that made Jerusalem the beating heart of the Crusader era. But before we get into it, I'd like to welcome any newcomers and invite you to hit the like and subscribe button and perhaps leave a little comment. I always like reading through them. Oh, and thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and those who took the time to look at the merch store. You have my thanks. So, with all that being said and customary welcomes and introductions out of the way, let us begin a journey back in time and explore the question, why was Jerusalem so important to the Crusaders? To medieval Christians, Jerusalem was no ordinary city. It was the spiritual center of the universe. Long before the Crusades, Jerusalem loomed large in Western Christian imagination. It was the site of the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb where Jesus Christ was believed to have risen from the dead, and of Golgotha, where he was crucified. Pilgrimage to Jerusalem had been a sacred ideal for centuries. Monks, nobles, and even paupers would travel for months just to get a chance to pray at the holy site. The 9th century Frankish monk described Jerusalem as the navel of the world,
the place where heaven and earth met. By the 11th century, despite the city being under Muslim rule, a steady stream of Christian pilgrims still flowed toward Jerusalem, evidence of its undying pull on the Western psyche. But things had changed. Pilgrimage had grown perilous. There were tales of highway robbers attacking pilgrims and of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre being damaged. In 1009, the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim infamously destroyed the Holy Sepulchre, and this sent shockwaves throughout Christendom. Although the church was later rebuilt, memories of this sacrilege endured. Imagine the outrage and grief of the believers, hearing that the holiest church on earth was razed. It was as if their own faith had taken a punch straight to the jaw. By the late 11th century, reports were beginning to circulate of Muslim authorities harassing Christian visitors to Jerusalem. These stories primed Europe for action. Protecting Jerusalem was not only a spiritual duty, but it had become an emotional cause. Thus, on that day in Clermont, when Pope Urban II called the First Crusade, he tapped into a deep well of devotion. According to Fulcher of Chartres, Urban described how, quote, "the Redeemer of mankind has made Jerusalem illustrious by his advent, consecrated by his passion, redeemed by his death, glorified by his burial." He portrayed the city as a noble lady held hostage by infidels, ignominiously polluted by non-Christian worship. And the rhetoric struck a chord. To the audience, freeing Jerusalem was not conquest, it was an act of restoration, a homecoming to the city of their Lord. The offer of a spiritual reward only sweetened the deal. Urban promised that, quote, "undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, with the assurance of eternal glory in the kingdom of heaven." For knights weighed down by guilt and sin, the Holy War was a path to redemption, a golden ticket straight to paradise. As one eyewitness put it, upon hearing the call, the crowd shouted unanimously, "God wills it," each man eager to take up the cross and save the holy city. Say what you want about Urban II, but he sure knows how to give a rousing speech. And so I think we can conclude, without many debates, that religion was the foremost motivator. I don't think anybody is really arguing that. The Crusaders called themselves pilgrims. They bore the red cross on their tunics as a symbol of penance. They chanted psalms as they marched. One crusader, Raymond of Aguirre, wrote that throughout the journey they felt guided by biblical precedents, comparing their army to the Israelites on an exodus toward the Promised Land. The very name Crusade is more modern. Contemporaries spoke of going on pilgrimage or taking the cross to Jerusalem. Well, the pilgrimage was armed, yes, but fundamentally it was driven by faith in the holiness of Jerusalem. But as much as we can sometimes conclude with the Occam's razor that it was all about religion, it doesn't alone tell the full story, which is why I'm making the video, to be honest. And as we shall see, political and economic factors interwove with piety. But it is crucial to grasp for the medieval crusader that Jerusalem was the physical embodiment of their faith. It was where Christ died to save humanity. To them, possessing this city was key to affirming Christ's victory on earth. And so, that battle cry, Deus Vult, captured their conviction that reclaiming Jerusalem was God's own will. And with such convictions burning at their hearts, the Crusaders set out on a long road to the Holy Land. And so we find ourselves in the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. It was a breathtaking gamble that succeeded beyond anyone's expectation. After a grueling trek across Asia Minor and the siege of Antioch, the weary but determined crusading host finally reached the walls of Jerusalem in the June of 1099. And one can imagine the moment. After years of hardship, the warriors and pilgrims finally fell to their knees at the first glimpse of the holy city. Jerusalem. There it is. Some wept openly, others sang hymns of praise, but they resolved that no matter the cost, they must capture the city. The siege that followed was intense. The defenders, Egyptian Fatimid troops, had fortified the city and even expelled Jerusalem's local Christians, fearing that they would aid the invaders, perhaps open the doors right up for them. Pretty well-founded concerns. For 5 weeks, the Crusaders camped under harsh summer sun, short on water and wood for siege engines. Morale wavered until the leaders imposed 3 days of fasting and penance. In a poignant scene straight from Scripture, the entire army performed a barefoot penitential procession around Jerusalem's walls, led by priests at the head singing psalms. They hoped to invoke divine aid, just as the Israelites had circled Jericho in the Bible. According to the Crusaders' letter back to the Pope, quote, "All with bare feet marched around the walls, that he who entered Jerusalem humbly on our behalf might be moved by our humility." The ritual seemed to work. Morale was sky high, and on July the 15th, 1099, the Crusaders launched a final, fervent assault. Siege towers rolled forward, arrows and stones filled the air. Finally, a lucky breach, knights scaled the wall and opened a gate. With a battle cry to Christ, the Crusaders flooded into Jerusalem. And what followed next was both triumphant and tragic. In the ecstasy of victory, the Crusaders unleashed a frenzied massacre upon the city's Muslim and Jewish inhabitants. Medieval sources, perhaps a little prone to exaggeration, describe a bloodbath of biblical proportion, no pun intended. Raymond of Aguilera, an eyewitness, wrote with grim pride that, in the temple and porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins, insisting that this was God's judgment on the unbelievers. Another chronicler, Fulcher of Chartres, although absent at the siege, heard reports that, quote, "You would have seen our feet covered to our ankles with the blood of the slain." Such graphic accounts shock the modern sensibilities, yet to the Crusaders, this was awesome. The second purification of Jerusalem, a purge of defilement. They felt as agents of divine wrath, much like Israelite warriors in the Old Testament who cleansed Canaan. It's an uncomfortable truth. The same religious zeal that fueled their courage also bred these kinds of atrocities. But, it's medieval times. Don't expect too much. But amidst all the carnage, the surviving residents sought refuge. A group of Muslims barricaded themselves in the Tower of David, the citadel, and negotiated surrender to Count Raymond of Toulouse, who allowed them safe conduct to Ascalon. Others were not so fortunate. Jewish defenders who had fought alongside Muslims in the siege. Many Jews took shelter in the synagogue, which the Crusaders just lit on fire. The Crusaders' own letters make little mention of mercy. Their mindset was summed up by Raymond of Aguilera's stark comment, "It was a just and splendid judgment of God that this place should be filled with the blood of the unbelievers." In that era's crusading ethos, mercy was scarce for those who were deemed infidels in a holy war, and that goes for both sides. Yet,
Amid all the violence, the spiritual joy of the conquerors is palpable in the sources. When the fighting subsided, the Crusaders streamed toward the church of the Holy Sepulchre, throwing off their armor still smeared with blood. These battle-hardened men knelt and wept at the tomb of Christ. One chronicler notes how they sung Te Deum in exultation. An eyewitness remembered that our people rejoiced and sang a new song to the Lord that day. The sense of miraculous achievement was universal. After all, against all odds, a band of feudal nobles and peasants from Europe had seized perhaps the most heavily fortified city in the Near East. They attributed this victory entirely to God. As the Crusaders wrote to Pope Pascal II, God was appeased by our humility and delivered the city and his enemies into our hands. The whole world was certainly fighting for us. Their success felt like proof of divine favor, a sign that their bold pilgrimage had been righteous. One of the most beautiful anecdotes of this moment happened when the Crusade leaders offered the crown of Jerusalem to their most distinguished lord, Duke Godfrey of Bouillon. Godfrey had been instrumental in the siege, but when he was acclaimed as king, he refused to wear the royal crown in the Holy City. According to the chronicler William of Tyre, Godfrey reverently declared, quote, "I will not wear a crown of gold in the city where our Lord Jesus Christ wore a crown of thorns." Instead, he took the humbler title, Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. This was not false modesty, but really a sincere gesture of piety. Godfrey and his peers truly viewed Jerusalem as Christ's city, where earthly glory must bow to the divine. The new Latin rulers understood that they were not ordinary kings and princes, but now they were guardians of a holy shrine. Thus, by mid-1099, the Crusaders had accomplished their primary mission. Jerusalem was back in Christian hands. Their success astonished both the Muslim world and Christendom alike. It instantly elevated the stature of the papacy and the idea of a holy war. In European churches, prayers and thanksgiving were said, and tales of the miraculous victory spread everywhere. The First Crusade's end marked the beginning of the Latin kingdom in Jerusalem, a Crusader state established in the Levant, with its capital in the Holy City. But it's not happily ever after. Now the challenge was to hold and govern this precious prize. And so, following the First Crusade, the Western conquerors carved out 4 principalities in the Levant, with the Kingdom of Jerusalem as the crown jewel. In July of 1099, as we saw, Godfrey became the first ruler, though he refused the title king. But after Godfrey's death, his brother, Baldwin, was crowned the King of Jerusalem on Christmas Day, 1100, in the Basilica of Bethlehem. That coronation, a Frankish king crowned in the Holy Land, symbolized a turning point. The Crusaders were no longer just transient pilgrims, but they were settlers founding a new society rooted in Jerusalem. From a political perspective, controlling Jerusalem conferred immense prestige and legitimacy. Back in Europe, monarchs derived authority from being anointed in cathedrals. Here, a king ruled in the very city of Christ himself. It's a bit more special, that's for sure. The new kingdom was relatively small, however, in population, but it commanded outsized respect due to its sanctity. The kings of Jerusalem, like Baldwin I, Baldwin II, etc., became central figures in international diplomacy. They corresponded with the Pope and Western rulers as equals, often reminding them of their unique duty as protectors of the Holy Sepulchre. A throne in Jerusalem was regarded as almost more exalted than one in Paris or London. It was seen as a monarchy ordained by God. European nobles vied for titles like Count of Jaffa or Lord of Bethlehem in this new realm. Such titles linked them to biblical lore and even crusading glory. Yet ruling Jerusalem, that posed more than a few practical challenges. The Crusaders were a tiny minority in a land of diverse people. We're talking Greeks, Syriac, Armenian Christians, Muslims, Jews, many of whom had to live together under Islamic rule. Under earlier conquerors, the Latin Christians did not expel all the native inhabitants, aside from the initial massacre, but, over time a degree of coexistence did begin to emerge. Native Eastern Christians often assisted the Franks, serving as translators or local officials, and Muslim residents in villages farmed and paid taxes to their new Latin lords. The economy of the Kingdom of Jerusalem depended on agriculture, olives, wheat, vines, and on the influx of pilgrims from Europe. In fact, if we can call it pilgrimage tourism, well, it became a cornerstone of the kingdom's wealth. With the Holy Sepulchre accessible, thousands of pilgrims arrived each year by ship, eager to fulfill the vows that they took and see the holy places, now a lot safer and secured by fellow Christians. These pilgrims needed lodging, food, guides, all of which created economic opportunities. The Knights Hospitaller, for instance, originated as an order caring for sick pilgrims in a Jerusalem hospital. The pilgrim trade also attracted merchants from Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, who established quarters in port cities like Acre and Jaffa to facilitate shipping people and goods. In return for their naval support, these Italian merchants were granted lucrative trading privileges. Thus, Jerusalem, though itself not a port, became the hub of a network connecting Europe to the Near Eastern trade routes. Spices, silk, and other commodities passed through Crusader hands, enriching both the kingdom and its European partners. Culturally, the presence of the Crusaders in Jerusalem led to a fascinating fusion. Many Crusaders who had arrived as armed pilgrims decided to settle permanently. Fulcher of Chartres, who himself stayed and served King Baldwin I, marveled at how life in the Levant transformed the Europeans. Quote, "For we, who were Occidentals, have now become Orientals, for who was a Roman or a Frank has in this land been made into a Galilean or a Palestinian." He wrote that people from different Western regions, French, Germans, Italians, now blended into a new identity as inhabitants of Outremer, that is, the land beyond the sea. They learned the local languages. Some intermarried with native Christians and adopted Eastern customs in food and dress. Fulcher noted by 1106 rather, "We have already forgotten the places of our birth." He was amazed that many of his compatriots simply had no desire at all to return to Europe. He even quipped that those who were poor in Europe, quote, "God makes rich in this land. Why should one return to the Occident who has found the Orient like this?" This remarkable testimony shows how Jerusalem and its kingdom were not merely military outposts, but they became home for the first generation of Crusader settlers. The allure of land and lordship certainly played a role. A knight who might own a tiny manor in France could gain a whole village or more in the wealthy Levant. Indeed, the Crusader nobility established feudal lordship across the kingdom, dividing the territory into baronies, much like they were doing in Europe. Feudal law, adapted for local conditions, was compiled in the famous Assizes of Jerusalem. So in a sense, they transplanted European societal structures onto Palestinian soil. Religion, however, remained the glue of the kingdom's identity. The Latin clergy quickly reorganized Jerusalem's spiritual leadership. They transformed the Dome of the Rock, an Islamic shrine, into a Christian church they called the Templum Domini, Temple of the Lord, by the way, believing that it stood on Solomon's temple site. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was repurposed as the Palace of the Kings and headquarters of the new elite guard, the Knights Templar, hence the name Temple of Solomon. The Crusaders introduced Roman Catholic rites in churches that had long followed Greek or Syriac rites, establishing a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem to replace the Greek Orthodox patriarch, who had fled, by the way. They also unearthed cherished holy relics, most significantly the true cross, a relic believed to be part of the very cross on which Jesus was crucified. According to legend, this relic had been discovered by St. Helena in the 4th century and kept in Jerusalem. The Crusaders retrieved it, and thereafter the kings of Jerusalem carried the true cross into battle as a talisman of divine protection. And, well, I'm sure you can imagine the morale of the soldiers fighting under what they believed to be was a piece of the Lord's cross. Certainly a very good motivator. I don't think they'd be using it as a battering ram, though I could imagine that that would make a very effective tool. Well, in any case, it was as if they wielded a fragment of the heaven's power on earth. The kingdom essentially functioned as a theocracy in spirit. Its laws and warfare were justified by religion. Its king swore to protect Christ's patrimony. Its very essence was seen as serving God's plan. Yet the kingdom of Jerusalem was not really a safe place. It was always precarious, surrounded by Muslim territories on every side. The early decades were a constant struggle for survival, requiring almost yearly military campaigns. The Crusader knights, perhaps a few thousand in number, were thinly spread across fortresses from Jerusalem to the frontiers. To bolster defense, the Crusaders built or occupied dozens of castles, such as Crat de Chevalier and Montreal, guarding key roads and passes. They also benefited from the political fragmentation of the Muslim Near East at the time. When Jerusalem fell in 1099, you see, the Muslim world was divided. The Seljuk Turks had Syria and Mesopotamia, while the Fatimid caliphs held Egypt, and they were often at odds with each other. Lots of infighting. The First Crusaders exploited the disunity, and for decades the Latin kingdom played its neighbors off against each other, securing truces or alliances with some Muslim rulers to fight others. Some local Muslim lords even preferred trading and coexisting with the Franks to being conquered by a larger Islamic empire. But the balance was not to last. By the mid-12th century, political tides began to turn, and a new Muslim power arose in the region, the Zengid dynasty in Syria, followed by the rise of the greatest leader of the Muslims in the Crusade, Saladin. The Crusaders in turn increasingly relied on fresh recruits from Europe via new crusading expeditions to maintain their hold on Jerusalem. And that's the segue. The next phase, the period of crusade and counter-crusade, where the importance of Jerusalem remained front and center. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith in the mid-12th century, but that golden age was pretty brief. Internal weaknesses and external pressures began to mount, and in 1187, disaster struck. Jerusalem fell to the Muslim forces of Saladin. This was a cataclysm for the Latin Christians, arguably as shocking as the city's capture had been exhilarating in 1099. Understanding why this happened and how the Crusaders reacted showed Jerusalem's importance in the long run of the Crusades. So let's set the scene. In the 1170s, Saladin, a charismatic Kurdish general, united Egypt and Syria under his leadership, forging a powerful Muslim bloc surrounding the Crusader states. Meanwhile, the Latin kingdom, well, they were plagued by factionalism and a bit of complacency too. King Baldwin IV, the famous leper king, fought valiantly to contain Saladin, but he died young. By 1187, Jerusalem's throne had passed to Baldwin's sister Sibylla and her husband Guy de Lusignan, a king whose rash decisions would, well, prove pretty dire. That summer, Saladin lured the Crusader army into a trap at Hattin, near the Sea of Galilee. The Frankish army, marching under the True Cross in brutal heat, found itself encircled and desperate for water. On July 4th, 1187, the Knights of Jerusalem were decisively defeated at Hattin. The True Cross was captured. King Guy was taken prisoner. With the kingdom's field army annihilated, the road to Jerusalem lay completely open. In October 1187, after a short siege, Jerusalem surrendered to Saladin. Muslim banners once more waved over the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa. Unlike the Crusaders in 1099, Saladin did not massacre the population. His reputation for chivalry was earned here. But he allowed ransom to be paid for most Christians to leave safely, and even freed some poor captives out of mercy. I did a full video about what the Crusaders thought about Saladin if you're interested in that. Quite interesting. Nevertheless, for the Latin Christians, this was a grievous loss. The Holy Sepulchre was now in Muslim hands. The kingdom of heaven, as they called Jerusalem, had slipped away. The shock in Europe was profound. News of Jerusalem's fall traveled west in the winter of 1187, likely embellished with tales of a looming apocalypse. Legend says that Pope Urban III died of a heart attack upon hearing it. Indeed, he did die in October of 1187. Chroniclers imagined it was indeed from grief over Jerusalem. But the response was swift. Yes, they might have lost Jerusalem, but they were going to get it back. Within months, Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull titled Audita Tremendi upon hearing of the terrible event, which lamented the deplorable news about the desolation of Jerusalem. The document called for the Third Crusade. Across Europe, kings and nobles donned the cross with unprecedented zeal. It was as if Christendom itself had been wounded and needed to heal its honor. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, King Philip II of France, and Richard I of England, three of the most powerful men of the age, all took up the cross in what became the greatest international effort yet to retrieve Jerusalem. The fall of the city thus galvanized Europe into action like never before. But why such urgency? Well, precisely because Jerusalem was the heart, spiritually and symbolically. The historian William of Tyre, writing just a few years before the fall, had described Jerusalem as a beacon for all Christendom. Now that beacon was dimmed. Medieval Christianity widely believed that losing Jerusalem was God's punishment for their sins, a kind of collective divine judgment. Preachers of the Third Crusade stressed penitence. The faithful must reform their morals and unite to win back God's favor. That would only be evidenced by regaining the holy city. A contemporary account records common people parading through the streets barefoot, weeping and begging God to redeem Jerusalem again. But for the Muslims, Saladin's capture of Jerusalem was a moment of intense triumph and spiritual fulfillment. Jerusalem is Islam's third holiest city, home of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, from where the Prophet Muhammad is said to have ascended to heaven. The city had been under infidel rule for 88 years. Saladin's court chronicler, Imad ad-Din, wrote that upon Saladin's entry into Jerusalem, quote, "The Franks cried out and lamented.
while the Muslims rejoiced with cries of glory to God. Saladin purified the Aqsa Mosque with rose water, removed the Christian altars, and reinstated Muslim worship. Poets in Damascus and Cairo celebrated the victory as restoring Islamic honor. One can certainly see that Jerusalem was equally as important to the Muslim world, which helps explain the ferocity of the conflict around it. To Saladin, reclaiming Jerusalem was a religious duty, just exactly as it had been for the Crusaders. The city lay at the crux of both faiths' cosmic geography. And so from 1187 onward, the recovery of Jerusalem became the primary aim of every major crusade. The Third Crusade of 1189–92 achieved some successes. Notably, King Richard I, or Richard the Lionheart, reconquered Acre and other coastal cities, but he failed to get Jerusalem back itself. There's actually a poignant moment recorded in some chronicles. Richard I marched within sight of Jerusalem in 1192. From a hill called Montjoy, he could gaze at the holy city on the horizon. Some say that Richard refused to look upon Jerusalem, as tears filled his eyes, because he knew he could not get it back. Supposedly he had said, "If I cannot have Jerusalem, I will not see it," and turned away. This anecdote, whether true or not, it sort of shows that agonizing longing that the Crusaders felt. They came so far, achieved so much, yet without Jerusalem, the mission was incomplete. They tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. So, Richard and Saladin concluded a treaty. Jerusalem would remain under Muslim control, but unarmed Christian pilgrims would be allowed to visit freely. Through this safeguard, pilgrimage rights, a small comfort, the city was lost to Christendom for the foreseeable future. Well, at least they can still go on crusades. Pilgrimages, rather. Which that was the whole point, right? Well, the failure of the Third Crusade to reclaim Jerusalem was met with mixed emotions in the West. On one hand, the Crusaders' valor was praised. On the other, there was deep disappointment. How could it be that with 3 kings and the greatest army yet assembled, they could still not get the job done? It led to quite a lot of soul-searching. Some theologians argued the Crusaders failed because of their sins or because God willed to test the Christian resolve further. The flame of crusading zeal did not die. In fact, it periodically flared even hotter precisely because Jerusalem remained out of reach. Over the 13th century, one sees repeated crusade plans and expeditions, each justified largely by hope of restoring Jerusalem to Christian hands. Interestingly, the political importance of Jerusalem extended even in absentia. In Europe, claiming connection to Jerusalem gave one moral authority. For example, the rulers of the Rump Kingdom of Jerusalem, after 1187 the kings were often ruling from Acre or even Cyprus, continued to use the royal title King of Jerusalem for generations, even when they physically controlled little more than a strip of the coast. The title had prestige, in any case. It implied rightful lordship to the Holy City whenever it could be regained. Rival European monarchs even intermarried or fought over rights to that title. The idea of Jerusalem as a political prize thus persisted. Whoever would liberate it next could claim glory surpassing any other sovereign. And then the Fourth Crusade. That was an interesting one. 1202 to 1204. It sadly never got near Jerusalem. If you don't know the story about that, it was diverted, in a rather notorious twist, to Constantinople, resulting in the Crusaders sacking a Christian city instead of fighting Muslims. This was a moral catastrophe and really did nothing for Jerusalem.
but is telling that the Fourth Crusade's original intent as preached by Pope Innocent III was absolutely to recover Jerusalem. The failure to focus on the prize was viewed as a betrayal of the crusading ideal. Innocent III was outraged at the diversion, and he lamented that, quote, "The sword which was meant to be used against the infidel was bathed in the blood of Christians." To him, and many more, a crusade that did not strive for Jerusalem was no crusade at all. As if to correct this, subsequent crusades tried new tactics to get it back. The Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 21, targeted Egypt, reasoning that Egypt was Saladin's heir's power base, and that by conquering Cairo, they could trade it for Jerusalem. This crusade captured the port of Damietta in Egypt, but ultimately failed, and they had to withdraw. Its objective of exchanging Damietta for Jerusalem never realized. The Sixth Crusade actually succeeded, in a way, through diplomacy rather than war. Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II led this effort in 1228 to 29. An excommunicated and controversial figure, the Pope had excommunicated Frederick for delaying his crusade, by the way. Either way, Frederick arrived in the Holy Land and negotiated directly with the Sultan of Egypt. By a treaty in 1229, the Muslims agreed to return Jerusalem to Christian rule, along with Bethlehem and Nazareth, on the condition that Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem be respected, and the city remain open to Muslim pilgrims too. Frederick II then entered Jerusalem and crowned himself, not with great splendor, but rather modestly in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, since the Church had interdicted him. One chronicler describes Frederick standing alone in the Holy Sepulchre Church, placing a crown on his own head, because he had no clergyman to perform such a coronation for the excommunicate. It was an oddly anticlimactic, yet monumental event. Jerusalem was back under a Christian king, achieved without a single battle. Frederick, in a letter home, boasted that, quote, "By a miracle, rather than by force, the holy city, the place where the feet of Christ trod, has finally been restored to us." He saw it as a vindication of his strategy, and perhaps his strained relationship with the papacy. Yet many in the church were uneasy. They wanted a glorious victory, not a negotiated peace. Regardless, for about 15 years, up until 1244, Jerusalem was in Crusader hands again, albeit surrounded and fragile. Frederick's treaty was a sign that even in diplomacy, Jerusalem's status was the ultimate bargaining chip. Now the restoration wasn't short-lived, that's for sure. In 1244, an aggressive mercenary force of Central Asian origin, Khwarezmians, allied with the Sultan of Egypt and stormed Jerusalem, sacking it terribly. And then Christian hold was once again no more. The Latin Christian population was slaughtered or expelled, long gone are the days of Saladin with his own ideals of chivalry. And from that point on, Jerusalem would never be held by the Crusaders, not even briefly. The shock of 1244 spurred King Louis IX of France to launch the Seventh Crusade, again targeting Egypt first. Louis, the pious monarch, was utterly devoted to the idea of freeing Jerusalem. He even carried a booklet of scripture quotes about Jerusalem to inspire him. But despite his saintly leadership, literally, they canonized him as Saint Louis, he failed in Egypt and was captured, requiring a heavy ransom for his release. Louis later attempted another crusade in 1270, the Eighth Crusade, aiming at Tunis. It was just a big fiasco, and he died of illness during that campaign. After his death, the energy and the resources for major crusading began to wane. The lasting impact of losing Jerusalem, however, was to gradually shift the crusading ideal from immediate recapture to a kind of pious memory and aspiration. By 1291, the last Crusader stronghold, Acre, fell, effectively ending the Crusader states. Yet throughout the Middle Ages, and even into the Renaissance, schemes to retake Jerusalem kept re-emerging. Jerusalem had become a symbol of Christian unity and revival. Whenever the church or leaders wanted to rally people, invoking a crusade for Jerusalem was the go-to rhetoric. Regardless, the city was certainly thrown around a lot, but it was never forgotten. And even after the Crusades proper had ended, Jerusalem's importance did not fade from the European conscience. If anything, it grew in myth and legend. Troubadours and poets composed songs yearning for Jerusalem. Medieval maps often placed Jerusalem at the center of the world. In art and literature, Jerusalem stood as a metaphor for the celestial city, paradise, or the ideal of holy war. The Crusades' failure to secure it in the long term only burnished Jerusalem's aura. It became a lost sacred Eden that Christian knights might someday regain. For example, the early 14th century poet Dante Alighieri in his Divine Comedy imagines Mount Purgatory as the antipode of Jerusalem, signifying the city's cosmological centrality. In the centuries after 1291, several European figures still took up vows to recover Jerusalem, and one famous case, Christopher Columbus in the 15th century, reportedly believed that his voyages west in part could gain wealth and finance for a new crusade to finally capture Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. For the people of the Middle Ages, the Crusades left a complex legacy colored by Jerusalem. On one hand, there was a sense of spiritual failure and penitence, that despite all the blood spilled, the holy city remained under Muslim rule. On the other hand, the tales of the Crusades, especially the First Crusade's miraculous victory, became inspirational lore. The chivalric romances of the later Middle Ages are full of crusading knights. The Order of the Knights Templar and Knights Hospitaller, born out of the need to defend Jerusalem and pilgrims, persisted and evolved. In fact, the Knights Hospitallers would survive as the Knights of Malta. These military monastic orders kept alive the ethos of defending the Holy Land. Every member who joined took vows with Jerusalem in mind, even if they were now fighting on the other frontiers. Culturally, the Crusades also facilitated an exchange. Europeans brought home new knowledge, from classical works preserved by Muslim scholars to exotic goods like apricots and spices, a side effect of their Eastern forays. While these cultural exchanges were not directly about Jerusalem, they were part of the broader impact that Jerusalem anchored. But from the Muslim perspective, the defense of Jerusalem became a rallying cause too, contributing to Islamic unity and identity. The memory of Saladin as the liberator of Al-Quds became legendary in the Islamic world, and remains to be so to this day. The Crusades in Islamic historiography are often referred to as the Frankish Wars, or the Wars of the Cross. And Jerusalem is central in those narratives too, as a prize that was heroically won back. By the end of the medieval period, Jerusalem had transformed into a symbol, transcending the military crusades. It signified the idea of sacred duty, sacrifice, and longing. Countless pilgrims still journeyed there individually, even when no armies could. People like the 14th century English mystic Marguerite Kemp, or later pilgrims, continued to brave the trip to visit the holy places, often describing their profound emotional reactions on first beholding Jerusalem, much like the first Crusaders did. This personal piety linked Jerusalem, ran like an undercurrent below the grand clashes of empire. And so,
If we're really going to sum it up, I suppose we can say that Jerusalem was theologically irreplaceable, the greatest of holy sites in Christendom that legitimized the entire crusading venture. It was politically pivotal, lending authority to those who held or aspired to hold it, and driving the formation and fall of kingdoms. It had economic and strategic value as the hub of pilgrimage and trade routes, though these were often framed in the service of a sacred mission. Culturally, Jerusalem was the stage for an unprecedented encounter between Christian Europe and the Muslim and Eastern worlds, an encounter that certainly left its imprint on both sides. And so we heard the fervent words of the primary witnesses at the time, from Pope Urban's rousing exhortation in 1095 to Raymond's gory jubilation in 1099, from William to Godfrey and beyond. But the voices agree on one thing, and that's both sides, that Jerusalem was worth every sacrifice. It inspires acts of extreme valor and piety, as well as acts of extreme cruelty. The city brought out the Crusaders' highest ideals, and at times their lowest instincts. This duality, holiness and bloodshed, defines the relationship with Jerusalem. And so, even today, as we study it, we find that it remains a symbol of great significance and conflict for multiple faiths. The Crusades were a specific chapter of that story. 2 tumultuous centuries when Latin Christians staked their own claim. For a time they succeeded, but ultimately they failed. Yet, in failure was a form of success. Jerusalem embedded itself in Western consciousness as a lost paradise and a spiritual lodestar. The Crusades did not permanently secure Jerusalem, but they ensured that its mystique would endure in the European memory and historiography. And perhaps in closing, we can picture one of those lone crusaders kneeling on a hill overlooking glorious Jerusalem at sunset, perhaps in the year 1192 after the lost cause, whispering a prayer, a tear in his eye. And that captures the essence of why Jerusalem mattered. A cause worth living, fighting, and dying for. Not just a place on a map, an ideal, a compass orienting the faithful's journey on earth toward God. And that is why, in the age of the Crusades, all roads, faith, politics, economic, and culture, led to Jerusalem. Henry VIII, one of England's most famous monarchs, reigning from 1509 to 1547. Best known for his role in the separation of the Church of England from the Roman Catholic Church, Henry's desire to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon set off a series of religious reforms that ultimately led to the English Reformation. The king's tumultuous personal life, which included 6 marriages, dominated his reign and profoundly influenced the politics of 16th century England. Additionally, he's remembered for his significant role in the dissolution of the monasteries, which reshaped the religious and economic fabric of the country. And let's not forget his authoritarian rule, which expanded the powers of the monarchy. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time? If it is, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, welcome back. It's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, then there's a link to the Patreon. But the best way to support the channel is help me get to that 10,000 subscriber goal, which you can do by clicking the subscribe button and liking the video, as that's good for the algorithm. Thank you in advance. And now, without further ado, let's all take a deep breath, get ourselves nice and relaxed, and we can begin our biography of Henry VIII. Henry Tudor, born on June 28, 1491, at the Palace of Placentia in Greenwich, Kent, the third child and second son of King Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. Out of his 6 or 7 siblings, only his brother Arthur, the Prince of Wales, and his sisters Margaret or Mary managed to make it past infancy. He was baptized quickly by Richard Fox, the Bishop of Exeter, at a nearby church of the observant Franciscans, and at the age of 2 years old he was appointed the Constable of Dover Castle and Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports. By 3 years old he became Earl Marshal of England and even Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Shortly after these appointments, he was made a Knight of Bath, following being created by the Duke of York and later appointed Warden of the Scottish Marches. At age 4, he was inducted into the Order of the Garter. These early honors were intended to enable his father, King Henry VII, to maintain control over lucrative positions without having to share them with other prominent families. Henry's early life, overshadowed by his brother Arthur, who was the favorite to become king, remains somewhat poorly documented. However, we do know that he received a top-quality education, becoming fluent in Latin and French, and apparently acquiring some knowledge in Italian, because why not? Well, by November of 1501, Henry played a significant role in the ceremonies of Arthur's marriage to Catherine of Aragon, daughter of King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Isabella of Castile. Henry used the royal arms, distinguished by a label of 3 points ermine, and was made a Knight of the Golden Fleece by Emperor Maximilian in 1506. However, Arthur's unexpected death at the age of 15, only 20 weeks after marrying Catherine, thrust his responsibilities solely onto the shoulders of young Henry, who then became the Duke of Cornwall, Prince of Wales, and Earl of Chester by February 1504. Despite these titles, Henry VII kept him from public duties, leading him to ascend the throne later without much experience in governance. Following Arthur's death, Henry VII sought to maintain the alliance with Spain by betrothing the young Henry to the widowed Catherine. They were formally betrothed 2 days after the treaty was signed on June 23, 1503, although a papal dispensation was initially sought for the impediment of public honesty. It shifted towards an affinity dispensation to consider potential consummation of Arthur and Catherine's marriage. The cohabitation between Henry and Catherine was delayed, as Henry was still deemed a little too young. The death of Queen Isabella in 1504 complicated things further and strained relations between Henry VII and Ferdinand II. Catherine, left in a state of uncertainty, was made ambassador by her father,
allowing her to remain in England. Despite Henry's initial resistance to their union, Catherine firmly believed that it was divine intervention and God's will for them to marry, holding on to this conviction during her prolonged stay. Henry VII passed away on the 21st of April 1509, and Henry VIII, then 17 years old, ascended to the throne the very next day. Following his father's funeral on the 10th of May, Henry VIII unexpectedly announced his decision to marry Catherine of Aragon, disregarding ongoing issues regarding the papal dispensation and an unresolved portion of Catherine's dowry. The young king claimed that his father had expressed a dying wish for him to marry Catherine, and how could he argue with that? Well, you see, this claim, whether it be true or not, certainly served his political interests, especially as it thwarted the marriage plans between Henry and Eleanor, the granddaughter of Emperor Maximilian I, who had been considering her as a potential bride for Henry. Thus, the wedding between Henry and Catherine was a modest affair, and it took place at a friar's church in Greenwich on June the 11th, 1509. Henry, who had fancied himself a successor to legendary figures like Constantine and the great King Arthur, married Catherine in a ceremony that, despite its privacy, marked the beginning of continuous celebrations. The year 1509, on the 23rd of June, Henry led Catherine from the Tower of London to Westminster Abbey, where their lavish coronation occurred the following day. The event featured a procession lined with tapestries and a grand banquet in the Westminster Hall. Shortly after this coronation, Henry put an arrest warrant on Richard Empson and Edmund Dudley, two of his father's most unpopular ministers. The charge? High treason. And you know where that gets you. They were quickly executed in 1510, establishing early in his reign Henry's readiness to use political executions to consolidate power. Well, it wasn't all bad. Henry did show some leniency towards members of the House of York, unlike his father. He pardoned several individuals, such as Thomas Grey, the second Marquess of Dorset, although others, like Edmund de la Pole, remained unreconciled and were later executed. Henry's marriage to Catherine began with frequent pregnancies, but resulted in some very unfortunate tragedies. Their first child was stillborn, and a son named Henry, born on New Year's Day in 1511, died only 7 weeks after. Catherine experienced further stillbirths in 1513 and 1515, but in February she did manage to successfully give birth to a daughter, Mary, which managed to temporarily ease the marital strains. Let's not forget the terrible emotional burden this must have been on Catherine, with stillbirth after stillbirth. Not good, no matter what time you're in. Well, Henry's marital fidelity was questionable. He engaged in an affair with one of Edward Stafford, third of Duke of Buckingham's sisters, Elizabeth or perhaps Anne Hastings. By 1516, he began another significant affair with Elizabeth Blount, one of his few undisputed mistresses. Blount later bore him an illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy, in the June of 1519. Thus, Fitzroy was made a Duke of Richmond in 1525, and his high status fueled speculation about his potential legitimization. While despite the public facade of a good marriage, Henry was taking mistresses left and right, the exact number of which is debated among historians. His relationship with Catherine, of course, ultimately deteriorated over issues of succession and his increasing infidelities. In 1510, Henry renewed England's alliance with Louis XII of France, an action that created divisions within his own council. The main concern was that war with the combined forces of France and the Holy Roman Empire, who were at the time allied in the League of Cambrai against Venice, would be overwhelmingly challenging for England. Nevertheless, shortly after reaffirming ties with France, Henry shifted his alliances by entering into a pact with Ferdinand II of Aragon. The politics once again changed significantly when Pope Julius II formed the anti-French Holy League in the October of 1511. Henry, aligning with Ferdinand's strategy, joined this league and became engaged in its activities. The initial military collaboration between England and Spain aimed to reclaim Aquitaine for England, fulfilling Henry's ambition to assert dominance over France. Although Henry did not lead the spring of 1512 attack personally, and despite its failure largely due to Ferdinand's self-interested manipulation, the Franco-Spanish alliance managed to expel the French from Italy, maintaining the alliance's integrity. Subsequently, Henry managed a diplomatic triumph by persuading Emperor Maximilian to join the Holy League. The Pope even offered Henry the title of Most Christian King of France, with the prospect of being crowned in Paris. Of course, this was contingent on his victory over Louis XII. In the summer of 1513, Henry personally led an invasion of France, achieving a symbolic victory at the Battle of the Spurs. His forces captured Tournai and Terouanne, contributing to Henry's propaganda efforts and bolstering his military reputation. However, his absence from England prompted his brother-in-law, James IV of Scotland, to invade England, likely at Louis's urging. This incursion was decisively repelled by English forces led by Queen Catherine at the Battle of Flodden on September 9, 1513, resulting in James IV's death and the complete cessation of Scottish involvement in the conflict. Despite these martial excursions, Henry abstained from further campaigns in 1514 due to depleted finances and limited returns from his continental allies. Following the death of Pope Julius and the succession of Pope Leo X, who was more inclined towards peace, Henry negotiated a treaty with France. He agreed to marry his sister Mary to the new French king, Louis XII, securing a peace for an unexpectedly lengthy period of 8 years. Well, the political arena saw itself redefined by the accession of Charles V, Catherine of Aragon's nephew, who became King of Spain in 1516, and even the Holy Roman Emperor in 1519, and also by Francis I succeeding Louis XII as King of France in 1515. This ushered a new era, with young leaders poised for diplomacy. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey's adept negotiations led to the Treaty of London in 1518, which sought to unify European kingdoms against the Ottoman threat. However, the ambitious meeting between Henry and Francis I at the Field of the Cloth of Gold in June of 1520 failed to foster lasting peace due to the underlying competitive tensions. Relations with Charles V proved more aligned with Henry's interests. After Charles had declared war on France, Henry initially offered to mediate, but eventually he sided with Charles, driven by his lingering desire to recover English territories in France. However, when Charles captured Francis at the Battle of Pavia in 1525, and then conveniently failed to acknowledge his debt to Henry, the English king recognized the futility of his position. Feeling sidelined, Henry simply withdrew from the conflict, signing the Treaty of the Moor in 1525 to independently secure England's interests. On the wives of Henry VIII. Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine of Aragon spanned 24 years, during which the lack of a male heir increasingly troubled the king, intensifying his desire for a quick resolution. This situation led him into an affair with Mary Boleyn, one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. Speculation arose regarding the paternity of Mary's 2 children, though Henry simply never acknowledged them, as he did with his acknowledged illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy. In 1525, Henry's frustration with Catherine's inability to produce a male heir was compounded by his growing infatuation with Mary Boleyn's sister, Anne Boleyn, a rather captivating woman reportedly of 25 years old, who was within the Queen's retinue. Now, unlike her sister, Anne had resisted Henry's advances, refusing to become his mistress, which significantly shaped the subsequent political and religious situation of England. Also quite brave to reject the king. What a woman. Well, Henry then faced the dilemma of securing a dynastic succession, considering 3 options. 1, legitimizing Fitzroy, which would involve the Pope and be open to challenges. 2, arranging a quick marriage for his daughter Mary in hopes of a male grandchild, or simply annulling his marriage to Catherine to marry someone younger. The 3rd option, particularly appealing with Anne Boleyn in mind, soon became Henry's focus, as he sought to annul his marriage to the now 40-year-old Catherine. But there's a problem. Divorce was not quite smiled upon.
So something had to be done, or some law changed. Initially a devout Catholic, Henry authored the Assertio Septem Sacramentorum in 1521, defending papal supremacy and earning him the title of Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo. However, by 1527, and with new priorities, Henry's views began to shift, influenced by his desperate need for a male heir. He convinced himself that his marriage to Catherine was cursed by God, citing Leviticus 20:21, which he believed made his union incestuous, since Catherine was his brother's widow. I bet he stayed up many nights trying to find an excuse to leave his wife. Well, this was the one he decided on. Henry's pursuit of an annulment was, of course, pretty fraught with political maneuvers. In 1527, he argued to Pope Clement VII that the Pope's dispensation for his marriage to Catherine was, in fact, completely invalid. When these direct appeals to the Pope failed, Henry initiated a plan for an ecclesiastical court in England, hoping to secure a favorable judgment. However, Pope Clement, likely influenced by pressure from Catherine's nephew, Emperor Charles V, called the case back to Rome in 1529, effectively stalling the process and rather frustrating Henry, who, by the sounds of it, was already frustrated enough as it is. Well, Cardinal Wolsey, Henry's chief minister and cardinal, bore the brunt of his frustration over the failed annulment, leading to Wolsey's downfall and eventual charges of treason, from which he died awaiting trial in a dirty old cell. Thomas More succeeded Wolsey as the Lord Chancellor, yet his firm Catholic beliefs made his role rather complex in the unfolding religious reform. Well, ultimately, Catherine was banished from court in 1531, and her chambers were reassigned to Anne Boleyn. Anne's influence helped ensure the appointment of Thomas Cranmer as Archbishop of Canterbury, a crucial move for Henry's annulment efforts. Cranmer's appointment, sanctioned by the Pope, completely unaware of Henry's broader ecclesiastical ambitions, marked a significant step towards the eventual establishment of the Church of England, fundamentally altering the religious landscape and setting the stage for the English Reformation. Of course, there'll be a full video on the English Reformation soon. I just have a list that is about 50 or 60 items long. Please be patient. In the winter of 1532, Henry, seeking to secure his marriage to Anne Boleyn, met with Francis I of France in Calais to gain his support. Upon returning to England, Henry, who was then 41 years old, and Anne Boleyn conducted a secret wedding ceremony. Very soon after, Anne became pregnant, leading to a second, more public wedding service in London on January the 25th, 1533. By May of that year, Thomas Cranmer, convened at a special court, declared Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon null and void, and subsequently validated Henry's marriage to Anne 5 days later. Catherine was demoted to Princess Dowager, and Anne was crowned Queen Consort on the 1st of June 1533. Anne then gave birth to a daughter, Elizabeth on September the 7th, 1533, who was named in honor of Henry's mother. Following the marriage, Henry's administration, under the guidance of Thomas Cromwell and others, enacted a series of legislative reforms known as the Reformation Parliament. These statutes aimed to resolve any outstanding issues, secure the new religious reforms, and handle any opposition. Thomas More resigned as Lord Chancellor in 1532, leaving Cromwell as Henry's chief minister. Thus, the Acts of Supremacy in 1534, among other laws, recognized Henry as the head of the Church of England, and pretty much completely eliminated the authority of the Pope over English religious matters. This, of course, led to an excommunication of Henry and Cranmer by Pope Clement, but that didn't matter. They had their own church now. Well, Henry and Anne's marriage wasn't perfect. There was trouble in paradise. Anne reportedly had a strong personality, and she refused to conform to traditional submissive roles, which strained their relationship. After a miscarriage in 1534, Henry viewed her inability to produce a male heir as what he said was a betrayal. By 1535, rumors were circulating about Henry's affair with either Mary or Madge Shelton, contributing further to the marital discord. Opposition to Henry's religious changes was initially suppressed. Prominent dissenters like John Fisher and Thomas More was just executed. They were just executed in 1535 after refusing to acknowledge his supremacy over the church. I mean, take the path of least resistance, I suppose. No debates. Well, this period also saw the execution of the other dissenting monks and the suppression of the monasteries. The Pilgrimage of Grace in October 1536 marked a significant resistance to these new religious policies of Henry's. This large-scale uprising in northern England, led by Robert Aske and supported by parts of the northern nobility, initially ended when Henry promised to pardon the rebels. However, when further violence ensued, Henry took this back, retracted his offer of clemency, and executed about 200 of the participants, including Aske. Well, that effectively quelled the rebellion. On the 8th of January, 1536, King Henry and Anne Boleyn received news of the death of Catherine of Aragon. The next day, Henry notably wore yellow attire, with a white feather in his bonnet. During this period, Anne was pregnant again and acutely aware of the high stakes to produce a male heir. Later in January, a jousting incident left Henry severely injured, alarming the court about his condition. The stress of Henry's accident contributed to Anne suffering a miscarriage of a male fetus on January 29th, coinciding with Catherine's funeral, a symbolic and real blow to her standing as a queen. Despite the Boleyn's family's prominent positions, Anne faced increasing hostility from many at court, including the Duke of Suffolk and her own uncle, the Duke of Norfolk. Her political influence waned as Henry's favor shifted towards alliances that the Boleyns opposed, particularly as Thomas Cromwell, who favored the Emperor over France, gained more and more influence. Moreover, Anne had numerous adversaries, including those who supported reconciliation with Henry's daughter, Princess Mary, and saw Anne's diminishing power as an opportunity to restore Mary's status. Anne's final downfall was precipitated by her miscarriage, and her fate was sealed amidst accusations of adultery, incest, and apparently witchcraft, charges that historians continue to debate, but I think we can put the witchcraft one firmly in the maybe pile. Well, the court's atmosphere soured quickly against her. By late April, the king's attentions had visibly shifted to Jane Seymour. That's right, he had a new flame, indicating a significant change in the court dynamic. Between April 30 and May 2nd, several men, including Anne Boleyn's own brother, George Boleyn, were arrested and charged with adultery with the Queen. Despite very weak evidence, pretty much 100% hearsay, they were convicted of treason and executed on May 17th. On the very day of the execution, Henry and Anne's marriage was annulled by Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, who struggled to justify the annulment, but likely based it on Henry's prior relationship with Anne's sister, Mary Boleyn. This relationship violated Canon's law's provisions on affinity, rendering the marriage invalid. Anne Boleyn was also executed on May the 19th, 1536, at the Tower of London, marking a tragic end to her brief stint as England's queen. The day after the execution of Anne Boleyn, King Henry, aged 45 now, did not have much time to cry or mourn his wife because he was already engaged to Jane Seymour, who had been a lady-in-waiting to the former queen. Thus, they were married just 10 days later in a private ceremony in Anne's former closet at the Palace of Whitehall, London, officiated by Stephen Gardiner, the Bishop of Winchester. The rapid marriage highlighted Henry's urgency to secure a male heir and continue his lineage. Well, on October the 12th, 1537, Jane Seymour gave birth to a male heir, Prince Edward, the future King Edward VI. However, the birth itself was fraught with complications, and Jane unfortunately succumbed to a postnatal infection, passing away on October the 24th, 1537. She was later buried at Windsor. The joy surrounding the birth of a male heir quickly turned to grief. Although initially shocked, understandably, Henry quickly resumed his duties as king, while his councillors, including Thomas Cromwell, soon beginning the search for his next wife, with an emphasis on forging European alliances this time. Domestically, Henry focused on consolidating his realm rather than foreign affairs. In 1536, he passed the Laws in Wales Act, integrating Wales legally into England, thereby creating a single nation. That same year, he enacted the Second Succession Act, which recognized his children with Jane as his legitimate successors, and reaffirmed the illegitimacy of his daughters Mary and Elizabeth, barring them from inheriting the throne. This act also allowed Henry to dictate the line of succession in his will, securing the future of his dynasty.
By 1538, amid negotiations of a secret treaty orchestrated by Cromwell with the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, plans were made for a series of dynastic marriages to strengthen ties across Europe. This included proposed marriages to Mary to a Portuguese royal, Elizabeth to the son of a Hungarian king, and the young Edward to a daughter of Charles V. Additionally, a suggestion was made for Henry to marry Christina, the Dowager Duchess of Milan, though this did not come to fruition. The treaty negotiations were disrupted in January 1539, when Charles V and King Francis I of France reached a peace agreement, causing Henry to grow increasingly paranoid about potential threats to his realm. I mean, if they weren't fighting each other, they might want to fight him. Gotta fight somebody. Supported financially by the wealth accumulated from the dissolution of the monasteries, Henry invested in building a string of coastal defenses to protect against the possible Franco-German invasions, demonstrating his focus on securing his kingdom against external threats. Thomas Cromwell, recognizing the strategic importance of securing an ally in the event of a Roman Catholic attack, suggested Anne of Cleves, a 25-year-old woman from a family positioned between Lutheranism and Catholicism, as a potential new bride for Henry. Other candidates included Christina of Denmark, Anna of Lorraine, Louis of Guise, and Amalia of Cleves. To aid in this decision, Hans Holbein the Younger was sent out to Cleves to paint Anne's portrait, which was deemed accurate and helped to initially persuade the king, as Holbein remained favored at court despite rumors of flattery. Well, upon meeting Anne, Henry was immediately disappointed, finding her reportedly much less attractive than her portrait had suggested. Some things just never changed, had they? Well, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, and this is a direct quote from Henry, "I see no such thing as hath been shown me of her by pictures and report. I am ashamed that men have praised her as they have done, and I love her not." Well, apparently, showing him the picture, and everybody had drummed Anne up quite a lot, saying that she was quite the dish. Now, unfortunately, Henry did not like her at all. Now, whether she was not physically appealing is, of course, a matter of personal taste. But the problem was what the problem was, and that was Henry's reluctance. Well, despite that, the political stakes had effectively forced Henry to proceed with the marriage. He had to do it. The marriage, conducted in January of 1540, however, was doomed from the start. The morning after the wedding night, which is supposed to be quite a bit of fun, Henry openly criticized Anne's physical appearance and claimed that the marriage was not consummated, citing that he couldn't do such because of her body and unpleasant smells. He confessed to a lack of physical and emotional attraction, which sealed his decision to seek an annulment. Now we have a rather harsh quote from Henry himself, who, after he woke up in the morning and had a debrief with his best buddy Cromwell,
said the following, and I do warn you it is quite mean. I quote from Henry VIII. "Surely, my lord, I liked her before not well, but now I like her much worse. She is nothing fair, and has very evil smells about her. I took her to be no maid, by reason of the closeness of her breasts, and other tokens, which, when I felt them, struck me so to the heart, that I had neither will nor courage to prove the rest. I can have none appetite for displeasant airs. I have left her as good a maid, and I found her." End of the quote from Henry VIII. Wow. I wonder how Anne ever recovered from that critique. Well, perhaps sensing her precarious situation, she chose not to contest the annulment, which was further supported by her previous betrothal to Francis of Lorraine. The marriage was dissolved in July of 1540, but Anne was generously compensated, receiving the title of the King's sister, along with 2 houses and a suitable allowance, so not bad. Well, don't worry about Henry, because he had his eye on somebody else already. His interest had once again shifted to Catherine Howard, a younger woman connected to his political rival, the Duke of Norfolk, which made Cromwell feel a little uneasy. Amid these personal upheavals, Cromwell's political standing was weakening. His downfall was hastened by the execution of his protégés, Robert Barnes, William Jerome, and Thomas Garrett, as heretics, signaling a shift in the religious climate again. Although there is little direct evidence pointing to Cromwell's mismanagement or errors, he was charged with a range of offences including treason, selling export licenses, and unauthorized grantings of passports and commissions. The charges likely reflected court intrigues and the machinations of his enemies, including the Duke of Norfolk. Cromwell was ultimately attainted and executed. On the same day as Cromwell's execution, the 28th of July, 1540, Henry married again Catherine Howard, a younger cousin and former lady-in-waiting of Anne Boleyn, marking his 5th marriage. Reportedly delighted with Catherine, Henry lavished her with lands and riches previously held by Cromwell. Well, he's not going to complain about that anymore, isn't he? Well, all of this included a rather extensive collection of jewelry, which Catherine was, of course, equally delighted with. But guess what? The marriage soon encountered problems. Due to Catherine's indiscretions, not Henry's, but Catherine's this time. Catherine Howard's marital fidelity quickly came under question. She initiated an affair with Thomas Culpeper, a courtier, and appointed Francis Dereham, a former lover to whom she had been informally engaged before her marriage, as her secretary. The affair came to light when the Privy Council was informed about her past with Dereham while Henry was away. Archbishop Thomas Cranmer was tasked with the investigation, and subsequently uncovered the truth about Catherine's previous relationship, which, of course, he reported to the king. Initially, Henry was in complete disbelief, but he finally accepted the reality of the allegations after Derham's confession and further persuasion from the Privy Council. Overwhelmed with anger and betrayal, Henry vented his frustrations on the council before retreating to hunting to calm his nerves. Nothing like shooting a few animals to brighten up your day. Well, when confronted, Catherine could have claimed that her pre-contract with Derham invalidated her marriage to Henry, but instead she argued that Derham had coerced her into the relationship. Derham retaliated by revealing her affair with Culpeper. The fallout from these revelations was severe. Both Culpeper and Derham were executed. Catherine Howard? Well, she was subsequently tried and also executed for treason on the 13th of February 1542. But don't worry, Henry already had his eye on somebody else. I know it keeps going. Well, Henry's sixth and final marriage was to Catherine Parr in July of 1543. Now, Catherine Parr was a wealthy widow known for her reformist beliefs, often debating with Henry about religious matters. Despite the reactionary shift in politics following Cromwell's execution, Henry's religious stance remained a personal mix of Catholic and Protestant elements. Catherine Parr played a significant role in mending the strained relationships between Henry and his daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, whom she helped restore to the line of succession through the Third Succession Act of 1543. This act also granted Henry the authority to determine further succession to the throne through his will. And that was all of the wives of Henry. The poor things. Now, away from the marital affairs. In 1538, Thomas Cromwell, Henry's chief minister, intensified his efforts to eradicate practices that he deemed idolatrous within the old religion. This campaign reached its peak in September with the dismantling of the shrine of St. Thomas Becket at Canterbury Cathedral. As a result, Pope Paul III excommunicated Henry on the 17th of December that year. By 1540, Henry mandated the destruction of all remaining shrines to saints, and in 1542, he dissolved England's remaining monasteries, transferring their properties to the crown. This significantly reduced the ecclesiastical presence in the House of Lords, leaving only the archbishops and bishops as lords spiritual, who were now very much outnumbered by the lords temporal. The diplomatic landscape in Europe was also shifting. The 1539 alliance between Francis I of France and Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, deteriorated, leading to renewed hostilities. However, with both Catherine and Anne Boleyn both deceased, relations between Henry and Charles improved markedly. This culminated in a secret alliance with the Emperor, and Henry planned to support Charles by joining the Italian War and organizing an invasion of France in 1543. In preparation, Henry sought to neutralize Scotland, governed by his young nephew, James V. The Scots were thus decisively beaten at the Battle of Solway Moss on the 24th of November, 1542,
and James's death in December furthered Henry's plans to unite the English and Scottish crowns through marriage between his son Edward and James' successor Mary. Although initially agreed to in the Treaty of Greenwich in 1543, the Scottish Parliament ultimately rejected the treaty, leading to 8 years of conflict known as the Rough Wooing. Henry's military focus then returned to France. Despite his reluctance, by June 1544, he launched a two-pronged attack. Norfolk's forces besieged Montreal ineffectively, while Suffolk's forces laid siege to Boulogne, which Henry later personally commanded, resulting in its capture on 18th of September 1544. However, Henry's refusal to march on Paris as Charles had requested led to a rift between the two. Charles subsequently signed a peace agreement with France, leaving Henry to continue the war all by himself. Francis I of France even attempted an invasion of England in 1545, but he only reached the Isle of Wight before being turned back at the Battle of the Solent. Exhausted by financial and military exertions, both England and France sought resolution. The Treaty of Camp, signed on the 7th of June 1546, concluded the conflict, with the terms stipulating that Boulogne would be returned to France after 8 years for a payment of 2 million crowns, which is about £750,000 in those days' money. This treaty was crucial for Henry, who was desperate for funds after the expensive campaign of 1544, which had cost England £650,000 and pushed the kingdom basically to the brink of bankruptcy. In his later years, Henry experienced severe health issues that greatly affected his physical and mental state. Well, you've seen the thumbnail. He became morbidly obese, with a waist measuring 54 inches. He also suffered from numerous painful, pus-filled boils, likely aggravated by incessant cases of gout. His health problems were compounded by a jousting incident on the 24th of January 1536, which worsened a previous leg injury. This accident resulted in a chronic, ulcerated wound that never healed properly, hindering his mobility and, of course, contributing to his sedentary lifestyle. He just couldn't get his 10,000 steps in. It's all about keeping active. Well, historians have largely dismissed the theory that Henry had syphilis. Instead, some suggest that his health issues could have been due to scurvy, caused by lack of vitamin C typically found in fresh fruits and vegetables. There is another theory that suggests that Henry may have had a Kell-positive blood type, which could explain his deteriorating health and the difficulties in his wife's pregnancies, possibly linked to McLeod syndrome, a genetic condition affecting both physical and neurological functions. Well, his physical decline accelerated, and he died at the age of 55 on the 28th of January 1547 at the Palace of Whitehall, coincidentally on the day when he would have been celebrating his father's 90th birthday. But as they say, no daylights nor heel taps, right? Well, despite his plans for an elaborate tomb, which borrowed elements from Cardinal Wolsey's unfinished tomb, Henry's resting place remained incomplete. The intended sarcophagus was later repurposed for Lord Nelson's tomb in St. Paul's Cathedral. Henry was ultimately laid to rest in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, along his third wife, Jane Seymour. And that is the story of Henry VIII. Ibn Batuta, born in Tangier in 1304, one of history's greatest explorers, having traveled over 75,000 miles across continents, from North Africa all the way to China, a journey that surpassed even the great Marco Polo. His journeys, which lasted nearly 3 decades, are meticulously documented in his master work, the Rihla, or the Journey in our tongue, which offers a vivid panorama of 14th century cultures, governance, and religious practices. This detailed account provides invaluable insights into the Islamic world during the medieval period, and it marks him as a pivotal figure for scholars and history enthusiasts alike. Hello, welcome to the channel. Are you new here? Welcome. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again. If you like what I do and like to support the channel, link to the Patreon is in the bio. Otherwise, help YouTube push my video out to a broader audience by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Now with that out of the way, please make yourself relaxed, and we can begin our biography of Ibn Batuta. Ibn Batuta, born on the 24th of February 304 in Tangier, Morocco, during the Marinid dynasty, coming from a family of Islamic legal scholars, or Qadis as they're called, deeply rooted in the Berber tribe known as the Lawata. His early life was steeped in the religious and judicial traditions of his community, which adhered to the Sunni Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence. This school was the predominant form of education and religious practice in North Africa during the time. Given his background and the traditions of his family, it was natural for Ibn Batuta to be requested to serve as a religious judge by his fellow Maliki Muslims, reflecting his deep engagement with the legal and also religious fabric of the society. On June 14th, 1325, he was at the age of 21, and he embarked on his first significant journey, a journey that many Muslims had taken, a pilgrimage to Mecca. In Islam, this is known as the Hajj. This marked the beginning of a vast exploration that would not see him return to his native Morocco for another 24 years. Setting out from his hometown, he expressed a profound personal drive and a long-held aspiration to visit the revered holy sites, feeling a compelling urge that overpowered all other considerations. Despite the deep sorrow of leaving his family behind, his desire for adventure and knowledge about distant lands pushed him to take this journey alone, without the company of fellow travelers or the security of a caravan. What we have here is a section from his diary about this early days, writing about the prospect of a lone journey. And let me read it. I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer, nor caravan whose part I might join, but swayed by an overmastering impulse within me, and a desire long cherished in my bosom to visit these illustrious sanctuaries. So I braced my resolution to quit my dear ones, female and male, and forsook my home as birds forsake their nests. My parents, being yet in the bonds of life, it weighed sorely upon me to part from them, and both they and I were afflicted with sorrow at this separation. End of passage. Ibn Batuta's route initially took him across North Africa's coastline, passing through regions ruled by the Abd al-Wadid and Hafsid dynasties. His journey led him further on, through the cities like Tlemcen, Béjaïa, and Tunis, where he paused for 2 months. Of course, the path was fraught with risks, primarily from bandits, which typically encouraged travelers to move in caravans for safety in numbers, although most of the time this didn't help much. During his stop in Sfax, he married, briefly, a union that ended quite quickly due to familial disputes. Back on the road again. This marriage was the first among several that punctuated his travels, because what's a vacation without a love story, albeit cut somewhat short? Moving on to the spring of 1326, after traversing over 3,500 kilometers, Ibn Battuta reached Alexandria, a significant port within the Bahri Mamluk Sultanate. There, he met Sheikh Burhanuddin and Sheikh Murshidi, 2 pious ascetics who recognized his deep-seated wanderlust. Burhanuddin notably predicted Ibn Battuta's future as a globetrotter, urging him to visit his brothers in India, Sind, and China, and deliver his salutations. After spending several weeks exploring Alexandria, Ibn Battuta proceeded to Cairo, the Mamluk Sultanate capital, and he stayed there for about a month. Choosing the road less traveled to Mecca, he headed towards the Red Sea port of Aidhab. However, a local rebellion at Aidhab forced him to retreat back to Cairo, where he decided to take a detour to Damascus, that's in modern-day Syria, guided by a prophecy that he would only reach Mecca if he went via the Syrian route. This route through Damascus also allowed him to visit significant religious sites, including Hebron, Jerusalem, and Bethlehem, safely managed by the Mamluk authorities to protect pilgrims. After observing Ramadan in Damascus, he joined a caravan that took him to Medina, home of the Mosque of the Islamic prophet Muhammad. Spending 4 days in Medina, he continued on to Mecca, the holy city, where he finally fulfilled the rites of Hajj in November, thus attaining the title of El-Hajji. But even with his pilgrimage completed, his wanderlust was not yet sated. He'd gained quite a taste for being on the road, and there was such a big world out there to see, don't you think? He decided to opt against returning home, and he set his sights on the Ilkhanate in the northeast. Onward. Now on November 17th, 1326, he departed from Mecca after spending a month in the Holy City. He then joined a substantial caravan of pilgrims who were making their way back to Iraq, who took him in as one of their own. The journey took them north to Medina, and then across the Najd plateau of Najaf. That was a 2-week journey, undertaken primarily under the cover of night. In Najaf, Ibn Batuta paid his respects at the mausoleum of Ali, the revered fourth caliph. Choosing to leave the main caravan, which continued towards Baghdad, Ibn embarked on a 6-month detour that would take him deeper into the landscapes of Iran. His travels led him from Najaf to VIII, and then along the Tigris River towards Basra. His journey continued across the rugged terrain of the Zagros Mountains to Isfahan, the Iranian city of many great temples and ancient cultures. You can still find some Zoroastrian temples in Isfahan as well. Quite fascinating. From there, he ventured south to Shiraz, a bustling city that had remarkably escaped the devastation that the Mongol invasions had brought upon many other northern towns, and indeed, just like Isfahan, Shiraz is still there, going strong. Now after his time in Shiraz, he crossed back over the mountains, reaching Baghdad finally in June of 1327. But the situation in Baghdad, if you know a little bit about the Mongols, was a little different. Not quite like the peaceful times to be had in Shiraz. No, it was a city still marked by the scars of Hulagu Khan's destructive assault in 1258. Indeed, they were still recovering, and the breadth of the devastation would indeed need a lot more time to recover. Now in Baghdad, he encountered one named Abu Sa'id, the last Mongol ruler of the unified Ilkhanate, who was preparing to leave the city with a rather large entourage. Ibn joined this royal caravan for a time, traveling with the man himself, Abu Sa'id, before diverting northwards on the Silk Road towards Tabriz. Now, Tabriz was important because at the time it was a significant commercial hub and the first major city in the region to have welcomed the Mongols and a center of trade. Its importance magnified by the destruction of nearby rival cities by the Mongols. So it was, I guess, pretty intelligent foresight to invite the Mongols in. Now after a short period, Ibn left Baghdad once more in what was probably July, taking that northern route along the Tigris River. He visited Mosul, where he was hosted by the Ilkhanate governor. Then, his travels took him to the towns of Sitre and Mardin, that's near modern-day Turkey. Near Sinjar he encountered a Kurdish mystic who bestowed upon him some silver coins. Returning to Mosul, he joined a feeder caravan of pilgrims, heading back to Baghdad to converge with the main caravan that was destined for Mecca. Now, he was facing some illness at the time, and this didn't help when you're out in the middle of the desert, traveling along those long, hot roads. But he managed to complete his journey back to Baghdad, just in time to rest up for his second Hajj. Ibn spent a significant period in Mecca following this pilgrimage, possibly remaining there from September 1327 until the autumn of 1330, although the exact chronology is somewhat of a debate. After completing either the 1328 or the 1330 Hajj, he traveled to Jeddah on the Red Sea coast. From there, he made rather slow progress against challenging winds along the coast in a series of small boats called jalbas. His voyage finally led him to Yemen, where he visited Zabid and later Taiz. It was there where he met Malik Mujahidid Nur al-Din Ali of the Rasulid dynasty. Now, while he mentions a visit to Sana'a, it is uncertain if he ever went there. More likely, he traveled directly from Taiz to the vital trading port of Aden, arriving around the start of 1329 or 1331. Oh, and Aden was a huge port. From this bustling port, he finally set sail to Zayla on the Somali coast, dedicating about a week to explore this and other locations among the Somali seabed, such as Cape Guardafui. His journey through the region, often referred to in medieval Arabic texts as the land of the Berbers, or in their tongue, Balad al-Barba, soon brought him to Mogadishu in 1332, and yes, that is indeed the modern city of Mogadishu. At that time, Mogadishu was the place to be in sub-Saharan Africa, a flourishing city, a hub of commerce and craftsmanship, widely renowned for its high-quality fabric that found its markets as far away as Egypt. He found Mogadishu under the rule of the Somali Sultan, Abu Bakr ibn Sheikh Umar, whom he described as a dark-skinned man, proficient in both his native Somali and Arabic. The Sultan's court was a bustling hierarchy of officials, including ministers, legal experts, military commanders, and of course a large team of royal eunuchs, all poised to serve at his command. Continuing his voyage, he sailed south to the Swahili coast, known to the Arabs as the land of the Zanj, Bilad al-Zanj. He made a brief overnight stop at the island town of Mombasa, that's in modern-day Kenya, which, though small at the time, was noted for its significance in later centuries. His travels then took him to Kilwa, in present-day Tanzania, a pivotal center of the gold trade. Kilwa impressed him with its architectural beauty and the extensive use of wood and reeds in its construction. He described it as one of the finest and most beautifully built towns. Glowing recommendation. While in Kilwa, he visited the court of Sultan al-Hasan ibn Sulayman, a descendant of the legendary Ali ibn al-Hasan Shirazi. I know, the Arabic names are a little bit long. I'm doing my best with them. He praised the Sultan's humility and piety, and noted their well-planned city, attributing its prosperity to such organization and good leadership. He then recorded significant architectural endeavors during the time, including the construction of the Husuni Kubwa Palace and the expansion of the Great Mosque of Kilwa, which was crafted from coral stones and noted for being the largest mosque of its kind. After his time on the Swahili coast, he awaited the monsoon winds to carry him back to Arabia. He returned via Oman and the Strait of Hormuz, eventually reaching Mecca to perform the Hajj of 330, or perhaps 332. Well, this was his third pilgrimage to Mecca. You think you'd get tired of it after a while. I've been to Tokyo 3 times, and I think it's the most boring city. Well, I suppose we have different motivations. Well, after his third pilgrimage, he was driven by a desire to serve under the Sultan of Delhi, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. In the autumn of 1330, or perhaps 1332, he embarked on his journey, deciding on an overland route to India that would first take him through the Seljuk-controlled territory of Anatolia. That's modern-day Turkey. His route began with a crossing of the Red Sea and the Eastern Desert, leading him to the Nile Valley before he turned north to Cairo. From there, he traversed the Sinai Peninsula, reaching Palestine and retracing some of the paths he had traveled in 1326. He continued north to the Syrian port of Latakia, where he boarded a Genoese vessel that transported him and his companions to Alanya on the southern coast of modern-day Turkey. From Alanya, he journeyed westward along the coast to Antalya, where he encountered members of a Fityan association. These semi-religious associations, composed of young artisans and headed by a leader known as an akil, were dedicated to welcoming travelers, and were present in most Anatolian towns during the 13th and 14th centuries. Ibn was profoundly impressed by the hospitality he received, and would later stay in their hospices in over 25 towns across Anatolia. His travels then took him inland to Agirde, the capital of the Hamidids, where he spent Ramadan in June 1331, or perhaps May 1333. Chronologies here are a little confusing. His account of his travels through Anatolia in his Rihla is notably confusing, with descriptions of his westward journey from Agirdir to Milas, followed by a sudden 420-kilometer eastward leap past Agirdir to Konya, and then continuing east to Erzurum, before inexplicably skipping back 1,160 kilometers to Birgi. Historians speculate that while Ibn visited many towns in central Anatolia, his recounting of the sequence might not have been accurate. Well, during these travels, he arrived in Iznik shortly after it had been conquered by Orhan, the Sultan of the nascent Ottoman Empire. In the absence of Orhan, his wife commanded the stationed soldiers. Ibn Batuta spoke very highly of her, noting her piety and excellent hospitality. He described Orhan as one of the greatest Turkmen kings, rich in wealth, lands, and military forces, and almost continuously inspecting his nearly 100 fortresses to ensure their well and constant upkeep. Then to the capital of the Ottoman Beylik, the city of Bursa. Ibn found a vibrant city expansive bazaars and wide streets, encircled by the most lush and beautiful gardens and flowering springs. His journey also took him to the Bailic of Aidin, where the ruler gifted him a Greek slave, marking the first time he acquired a servant in his travels. This gesture was a conspicuous sign of the wealth and prestige that Ibn had come to command. Later, he would acquire more slaves during his stays in cities like Ephesus, Izmir, and Balikasir. Talk about souvenirs. Well, after departing from Sinope, Ibn chose a maritime route that led him to the Crimean Peninsula, within the territory of the Golden Horde. His initial stop was at the port town of Azov, yes, that Azov, where he met the Emir of the Khan. He then traveled to Majar, a city he described as large and affluent. Leaving there, he sought an audience with Uzbek Khan's traveling court, which at the time was stationed near Mount Beshtau. He then continued northward towards Bulgar, marking the northernmost point of his travels, where he observed the short summer nights that were striking contrast to the subtropical regions he was used to. It's not so strange, though. Here's a fact about me. I have never seen snow in my entire life. Ever. But that's not really relevant, isn't it? In Bulgar, Ibn expressed a curiosity about venturing further north into what he referred to as the Land of Darkness, a region in northern Siberia, perpetually covered in snow, where the only mode of transport was dog-drawn sleds. Certainly a long way from home, long way indeed. Now he described a unique method of trade between the southern merchants and elusive inhabitants of this land. Goods were left in an open snowfield overnight, and by morning traders would find their items replaced with valuable fur skins, without ever even seeing the traders who took the goods. Despite the intrigue, Ibn decided against traveling to this remote land, seeing no personal advantage in it, as he was not a merchant, and there wasn't many Islamic holy sites to see in northern Siberia. Now Ibn's journey then took him back to the Khan's court, which had relocated once more to Astrakhan. It was here that he learned of Ozbek Khan granting permission for one of his pregnant wives, Princess Bayolun, daughter of the Byzantine Emperor Andronikos III Palaiologos, to return to Constantinople for childbirth. Seizing this opportunity, Ibn managed to join the expedition to Constantinople, stepping beyond the Islamic world for the first time. Arriving in Constantinople around the end of 1334, he met the Emperor Andronikos III Palaiologos. During his stay, he visited the renowned Hagia Sophia and engaged in discussions about his travels with an Eastern Orthodox priest, sharing insights from his time in Jerusalem. After spending a month in Constantinople, he returned to Astrakhan and traveled to the capital, Sarai al-Jadid, where he reported his travel accounts to Sultan Ozbek Khan, who was reportedly extremely interested to hear them all. Continuing his extensive journey, he passed the Caspian and Aral seas to reach Bukhara and Samarkand, the latter of which he acclaimed as
one of the grandest and finest cities, and the most perfect of them. He noted the dilapidated state of the city walls, however, a lingering result of the Mongol invasion and subsequent conflicts. From Samarkand, he ventured southward to Afghanistan, crossing the daunting mountain passes of the Hindu Kush into India. During this crossing, he reflected on the treacherous condition of the Hindu Kush, known as the Hindu Slayer, due to the numerous slaves from India who perished there from the extreme cold. It's more about the elevation in the Kush. Now, on September 12, 1333, he finally reached the Indus River, marking his entry into the subcontinent. His travels soon led him to the city of Delhi, where he made the acquaintance of the Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq. This Sultan, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, renowned for his wealth within the Muslim world, was a patron of scholars, Sufis, Qadis, viziers, and other key functionaries to strengthen his rule. Utilizing his extensive education from Mecca, Ibn secured an appointment as a Qadi, or judge, if you remember, in the Sultan's court. However, he soon discovered the challenge of applying Islamic law beyond the confines of the Delhi court, where Islamic principles held quite limited sway. The exact route that Ibn used to enter the Indian subcontinent is a little bit unclear, but we do know that during his passage he was captured and robbed by rebels. Can't all be safe journeys, right? He likely did cross into India via the Khyber Pass and Peshawar, which is known for its safety, or perhaps a more southern path, and eventually crossed the Sutlej River near Pakpatan. There he visited the shrine of Baba Farid before entering Rajput territory. He described Hansi, which he visited next, as a beautifully constructed and densely populated city, originally founded by a prominent non-Muslim king named Tara. In Sindh, he noted the presence of the Indian rhinoceros along the banks of the Indus. His time in Delhi was marked by these fluctuations in fortune, oscillating between privileged status and even accusations of treason, a reflection of Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq's erratic disposition. A planned departure for another Hajj was thwarted by the Sultan, but in 1341 an opportunity arose with the arrival of an embassy from China, seeking permission to rebuild a Buddhist temple in the Himalayas. Appointed to lead the embassy, Ibn's journey was marred by this attack from bandits again, which he was kidnapped and nearly killed. Despite these adversities, he managed to reunite with his group within 10 days and continued to combat before sailing to Calicut on the Malabar coast. Here, he had the opportunity to stay as a guest of the local ruler, the Zamorin. During a mosque visit, a storm caused the loss of one of his ships, and the other departed without him, later captured by a Sumatran king. Reluctant to return to Delhi and be deemed a failure, Ibn sought refuge in the southern region of India under Jamal-ud-Din, ruler of the Nawayath Sultanate. After the fall of this sultanate, he left for the Maldives, where he was coerced into an extended stay
Appointed as the chief judge, his enforcement of stringent Muslim laws, such as public punishments for missing prayers and dress codes for women, eventually led to political friction. During his tenure in the Maldives, Ibn married into the local royalty and took multiple wives, consistent with his practices of marrying in the regions he visited. After resigning as chief Qadi, possibly under duress, he continued on to Sri Lanka, at the time named Ceylon, visiting sacred sites before returning to the Maldives. His subsequent attempt to travel to China was interrupted by shipwreck and piracy, but he did eventually make his way to the Madurai Sultanate, and from Madurai he resumed his journey to the east, reaching Chittagong, where he planned to meet the revered Sufi saint Shah Jalal in Sylhet. After a month-long trek, he described Shah Jalal as a revered figure, living ascetically alone in a cave, and he was consulted by many for guidance, kind of like an oracle or a wise old man out there on the far reaches of society. After this meeting, he redirected north to Assam, then circled back to continue his journey toward China, adhering to his role as an ambassador. In 1345, he embarked on a remarkable voyage to the Sumudra Pasai Sultanate, which is located in what is now Aceh, northern Sumatra. That's Indonesia, by the way. After a 40-day journey from Sunur Kawan, he noted in his travel log that the region was governed by Sultan al-Malik al-Zahir Jamal ad-Din, a devout Muslim who not only diligently performed his religious duties, but also actively campaigned against the animists in the era. Animism is kind of like paganism, worshipping the sun, making little things out of animal bones. Think about that. Of course, that's a drastic and rather disrespectful way to put it, but, well, I'll do a video on animism later on, I suppose. Now, Ibn Batuta highlighted the wealth of Sumatra, mentioning its abundance of commodities like camphor, areca nuts, cloves, and tin. The prevailing Islamic school of thought in Samudra Pasai was that of Imam al-Shafi, similar to what Ibn Batuta had observed among the Mapila Muslims of coastal India. The Sultanate represented the easternmost reach of the Dar al-Islam at the time, as territories further east were not under Muslim rule. Ibn stayed approximately 2 weeks within the wooden walls of the town, as the Sultan's guest, before being provided with supplies and a ship to continue his journey to China. From there, he sailed for 21 days from Samudra Pasai to Mul Jawar, identified as the island of Java, or specifically the Majapahit Java, which was the center of a Hindu empire at the time. This empire, according to Ibn, spanned 2 months of travel distance and ruled over regions including Kakula and Kamara. He noted the militaristic and economic activities of Kakula and Kuala, mentioning war junks. A junk is a boat, by the way, like a warship, used for pirate raiding and toll collection, and the use of elephants for various tasks, possibly
crushing people who did not pay their tolls, we don't know. No, his next destination was Kailukani, in the land of the Tawalisi, where he met the local princess, Urduja, known for her bravery and opposition to the Yuan dynasty. That's the Mongol rule over China, by the way, the Yuan dynasty. Although described as an idolater, Urduja had the ability to write Bismillah in Islamic calligraphy, indicating some familiarity with Islamic culture. The exact locations of Kailukari and Tawalisi are somewhat debatable. The possibilities range from Champa, which is present-day southern Vietnam, to regions in the Philippines, Japan, and back on the island of Java. The historical existence of Urduja and Tawalisi has been questioned by scholars like Sir Henry Yule and William Henry Scott, who consider them to be possibly fictitious. Now, from Kailukari, Ibn finally reached Quanzhou in Fujian province, marking another significant leg in his extensive travels, and finally he had arrived in China. Quanzhou is beautiful, by the way, you should go. In 1345, he arrived in the city, a thriving port in China's Fujian province under the Mongol-led Yuan dynasty. He quickly observed the absence of actual olives, despite the city being named Zaitun, meaning olive. He noted the local artist's skill in crafting portraits of newcomers for security purposes, and lauded the area's craftsmen for their exquisite silk and porcelain. Additionally, he was impressed by the local produce, such as plums and watermelons, and also very taken back by the convenience of paper money, which the Chinese had had for quite some time. He detailed the construction of large ships in Quanzhou, and commemorated on Chinese culinary practices, which included consuming frogs, pigs, and dogs, a notable contrast to his dietary experiences elsewhere. Of course, anybody who's went to China will possibly say the same, though it is extremely rare and rather looked down upon to eat dogs in China before you comment. Now, his accounts, however, contain a few inaccuracies, such as misidentifications of the Yellow River and the Grand Canal, a misconception also that porcelain was made from coal. I don't know where he got that idea, but it was certainly a misconception. Now, in Quanzhou, Ibn was warmly welcomed by the local Muslim community, led by a figure possibly identified as a Fanjiang and the Sheikh al-Islam, who welcome him with traditional music and ceremony. This vibrant Muslim enclave featured its own mosques, markets, and hospitals. They were doing pretty well. Quite a vibrant little community inside the city. It was here that he encountered notable Iranians, such as Burhan al-Din of Khazarun and Sharif al-Din from Tibrit, influential figures in the Yuan administration. Of course, the Yuan administration were quite in the habit of employing foreigners for jobs such as this. They weren't thinking it was a strange concept to get the best help, regardless of where people came from. Now, following his time in Quanzhou, he journeyed south to Guangzhou, staying with a wealthy merchant for 2 weeks. He then revisited Quanzhou and traveled to Fuzhou, where he spent time with Zahir al-Din and met other prominent Muslims, including al-Bushri of Ceuta, who later financed gifts for the Emperor Huizong of Yuan. He then went to Hangzhou, and he described it as one of the largest cities he had ever seen, and he was charmed by its scenic lake and lush hills. The lake, of course, he was referring to as West Lake, which is one of the most popular tourist sites in Hangzhou. He noted the city's substantial Muslim quarter and stayed with a family of Egyptian origin. His experiences in Hangzhou were enriched by witnessing the sophisticated craftsmanship of Chinese wooden ships and attending a banquet hosted by the Yuan administrator, where he was entertained by the local conjurers and magicians. Traveling through the Grand Canal, he admired the vibrant life along the waterways, marked by fields, orchards, and elegantly dressed merchants and priests. Upon reaching Beijing, he claimed the title of ambassador from the Delhi Sultanate and was invited to the Yuan imperial court. Well, despite his prestigious welcome, he found that knowledge of the Great Wall among the locals was, unfortunately, elusive, contradicting his belief that it was built by the Quranic figure Dhul Qarnayn to contain Gog and Magog. While his journey continued with a return to Fuzhou and Hangzhou, before he finally departed from Quanzhou on a junk back to Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, during this leg of his journey, he was overcharged by the crew. That's right, they ripped him off, and it led to significant financial losses. In 1346, after a considerable period abroad, he decided it was time to go home to Morocco. Beginning his return journey in Quanzhou, he made his way to Kozhikode. Here, he contemplated revisiting Delhi to seek the favor of Muhammad bin Tughlaq once more, but ultimately resolved against it, choosing instead to proceed towards Mecca. As he traveled to Basra, he navigated through the Strait of Hormuz and received news of the death of Abu Sa'id, the last ruler of the Ilkhanate dynasty in Iran. This significant political change was marked by ensuing civil war, as the region descended into chaos between the Iranians and the Mongols. By 1348, he had reached Damascus, intending to follow the path of his first Hajj pilgrimage. It was during this time that he learned of his father's death, and it wasn't a recent death either. He had died 15 years ago. His journey became overshadowed by this somber news, and indeed the somber theme of death. Did you catch the date that I mentioned? 1348. The Black Death began to ravage all of the regions that he visited. He paused in Homs and witnessed the relentless spread of the plague through Syria, Palestine, and Arabia. Reports on devastating death tolls emerged from places like Gaza, and by the time he returned to Damascus in July, the city was suffering greatly, with daily death tolls reaching up to 2,500. His visit to Gaza revealed a depopulated city, a stark testament to the plague's deadly impact. Thus, his travels took him back to Egypt, where he stayed at Abu Sir, and he heard that daily deaths in Cairo had surged to about 1,100.
despite the grim circumstances, he completed another pilgrimage to Mecca, reaffirming his faith amid this widespread suffering. After his Hajj, he finally resolved, that was enough, I'm going back home. Nearly 25 years after he first left. Though his journey did include a brief detour to Sardinia. In 1349, he arrived in Tangier via Fez, only to discover the sad news that his mother had passed away just a few months earlier. After a brief stay in Tangier upon his return to Morocco, Ibn set off in 1350 for the Muslim-controlled territory of Al-Andalus on the Iberian Peninsula. This journey was initially prompted by the threat posed by King Alfonso XI of Castile and Leon, who had planned to attack Gibraltar. Eager to defend the strategic port, he joined a group of Muslims heading to the area. However, upon his arrival, he learned that Alfonso had died from the Black Death, and the threat of invasion had pretty much receded. Consequently, he turned the journey into a general sightseeing tour and decided to make the most of a bad situation, eventually making his way to Granada. Following his time in Al-Andalus, he decided to explore more of Morocco. His travels thus took him to Marrakesh, where he found to be nearly deserted during the recent plague and the relocation of the capital to Fez. In the autumn of 1351, he then left Fez for Sijil Masa, located on the northern edge of the Sahara. It was here he prepared for a significant leg of his journey by purchasing several camels and spending 4 months there. He departed with a caravan in February of 1352, reaching the salt mines of Tagaza after a mere 25 days. Tagaza was indeed notable for its salt buildings, constructed from slabs cut by the slaves of the Masufa tribe, and its role as a commercial center flush with Malian gold. Despite its economic importance, Ibn was unimpressed, noting the prevalence of flies and the poor quality of the water. After a mere 10-day stay in Tagaza, the caravan moved on to the oasis of Tassarahla, where they prepared for the challenging trek across the vast desert to Oalata. Oalata served as the southern terminus of the trans-Saharan trade route and had recently become part of the Malian Empire. The journey across the desert to this city took them 2 months. Continuing southwest, Ibn followed a river he mistakenly thought was the Nile, but it was actually the Niger, leading him to the capital of the Malian Empire. Here he met Mansa Suleiman, the king since 1341. Ibn was reportedly critical of the local customs, particularly the attire of female slaves and the Sultan's daughter, which he found inappropriate for Muslims. He also expressed negative views about the local people's manners and intellect. Not very nice, isn't it? Well, he wasn't going to hang around there for too long. He then traveled overland to Timbuktu, which was then a small city, though it would later grow in importance, of course. During this journey, he encountered a hippopotamus for the first time, noting the local fear and hunting methods for the animal. And, fun fact, out of all the animals in Africa, hippopotamuses kill the most people every single year. That's right, not snakes, not spiders, not lions, hippopotamuses. After a brief stay in Timbuktu, he traveled by canoe down the Niger River to Gao, an important commercial hub. After spending a month there, he joined a large caravan headed for the oasis of Takeda. While crossing the desert, he received command from the Sultan of Morocco to return home. He then set off for Sijil Masa in September 1353, accompanying a caravan that included 600 female slaves, and arrived back in Morocco in the early days of 1354. After his return, he was encouraged by Abu Inan Faris, the Marinid ruler, to document his extensive travels. He then dictated his experiences to Ibn Juzay, a scholar he had met earlier in Granada. The resulting manuscript, translated as a masterpiece to those who contemplate the wonders of cities and the marvels of traveling. I'm not going to try to read the Arabic name, but it's commonly known simply as the Travels, Rihla, and it remains a significant work in Arabic literature. Interestingly, Ibn did not make notes or keep a journal during his 29 years of travel, relying instead on memory and the manuscripts of previous travelers when recounting his journeys to Ibn Juzay. This has led to more than a bit of skepticism regarding the authenticity of his accounts. For example, descriptions of Damascus, Mecca, and Medina closely resemble those from the work of Ibn Jubayr, a traveler who wrote down his account more than 150 years earlier. Additionally, passages describing Palestine closely mirror the accounts of the 13th century traveler Muhammad al-Abdari. Scholars have questioned whether Ibn visited all of the places he described. They suggest that to provide a more comprehensive description of the Muslim world, he might have incorporated a little bit of second-hand information, or simply borrowed from some earlier accounts. The skepticism extends to his supposed travels to places like the Volga River, Yemen, and parts of Anatolia, which some scholars, not all, but some, have said are quite unlikely. There's also contradictions in his accounts, such as his claim about the conversion of the Maldives to Islam by Abul Barakat the Berber, which differs from the Maldivian official history that attributes the conversion to miracles performed by a Tabrizi named Maulana Sheikh Yusuf Shams-ud-Din. Moreover, some of his descriptions of China are thought to be plagiarized from other authors, or perhaps could just be based simply on common knowledge or popular accounts of the time, rather than first-hand experience. In fact, his writings on China share more than a few similarities with those of Marco Polo, leading to further doubts about his presence there. Well, all in all, despite all the controversies, I think we can all agree that his account, the Rihla, the Travels, remain quite a valuable cultural document that offers quite a bit of insight into the 14th century world, capturing details of the places he visited or learned about. It provides a vivid depiction of diverse cultures, though colored by his own cultural perspectives and biases, but hey, we're all human, aren't we? His observations on local customs,
especially regarding gender roles and attire, reflect both his personal astonishments and the broader medieval Muslim worldview. His life, after completing the Rila, is less documented. We know that he served as a judge in Morocco based on his scholarly and travel experience until his death in 1368 or 69. Thus his travels, encompassing some 75,000 miles across the known Islamic world and beyond, make his Rila an indispensable record of the time, despite any questions surrounding its accuracy. Of course, we could perhaps question it a little more to the point where it's completely ruined. But the last thing I want to do is ruin anybody's good time. I would like to thank my top-tier Patreon subscribers, members, whatever we call them. Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, and Susan. Thank you dearly for supporting the channel. If you would like to do so, then I don't have to explain to you what to do. Look in the description, you'll find the link. But until next time, allow me to thank you again for listening, and I will see you in the next exciting lecture. Thank you very much, everyone. Good night.